The radiant golden pillar of light, adorned with entwined thunder and lightning, gradually dimmed and dissipated. Darkness reclaimed the heavens and the earth. Apart from the rolling thunder above, all returned to calm. The wild wind ceased. Whistler struggled to his feet, supporting himself on one heavy, staggering foot as he moved toward Blade, who lay nearly flayed of flesh, a pitiful sight that filled Whistler with compassion. Though not his own son, Whistler had raised him from childhood and came to love him dearly as his own. Seeing Blade in such a weakened, miserable state, how could he not feel heartache? Yet Whistler was always known for his fiery temper and soft heart, resembling a blade in sharpness but tofu in tenderness. He drew a sharp dagger from his leg strap, forcefully cutting the branch that pinned Blade, while speaking. "I've forgotten when was the last time you boasted about your prowess, Blade. Still thinking of putting me out of a job. Look at you now, this is hardly the figure you boasted about. Now I, an old man, still need to do this for you. I certainly don't want to hear that you've died after I retire. Don't expect me to erect a tombstone for you. I never thought I'd be involved in battles of this magnitude. Look at that place. They could probably kill me with just a fingertip." Despite his weakness, Blade still defended himself. He never considered it boasting. He truly believed he was the greatest vampire hunter in the world, and he still is. As for that Asian boy, he should not be considered human. He is a monster cloaked in human skin. "We all owe that boy Blade," said Whistler as he sawed off the branch. Blade, with the broken branch still embedded in his body, slowly stood upright. "I'm more concerned about whether he killed that blood god. He's already dead." As soon as Blade's words fell, another unfamiliar voice reached them, making both tense up involuntarily and turn around, only to see the Asian boy standing hundreds of meters away. Holding a crucifix sword, dressed in an unscathed black coat and pants as if they were brand new, he walked towards them calmly. Baizio's steps were light, a smile curling on his lips, his formidable aura still lingering. Whether it was an illusion or not, Blade and Whistler felt that the boy's presence was even more terrifying than before. Approaching from hundreds of meters away, without any aggressive moves, yet they felt an immense pressure as if carrying a mountain on their backs. Their faces grew solemn. Whistler stepped forward to shield Blade, addressing the approaching Baizio with a grave tone. "Blade is not like the vampires you've encountered. His heart is filled with goodness. He eradicates those vampire scum for humanity. He is not your target, sir." At that moment, Whistler subdued his fiery temper, using a tone filled with sincerity and humility, even pleadingly. He feared that the formidable boy, the son of God, the new hunting target, had set his sights on Blade, and he did not wish for such an event to occur. Baizio, unhesitant, continued walking towards the old man and Blade. The old man clenched his teeth, gripping the dagger tightly, his hand turning pale from the force. Blade gently pushed the old man aside and stood in front, still with a stoic face looking at Baizio, his expression calm as if accepting death, perhaps believing it was his destiny. Whistler's heart trembled, his eyes firm. Baizio reached Blade, standing merely a meter away, tilted his head to look at Blade, then at the old man behind him, and suddenly laughed. "An interesting pair, I envy your bond." This unexpected turn left Blade and the old man somewhat surprised. Was this boy actually amiable? This contrasted sharply with their previous impressions and his ferocious battle with the blood god. Now, Baizio seemed like a cheerful young man. "Scared you, didn't I?" Baizio laughed heartily with a touch of mischief. Seeing the boy's demeanor, Whistler finally relaxed and quietly criticized the boy's joke. "That's not funny at all. Because of that joke, this old man nearly had a heart attack, sir," Whistler said, stressing the word "sir" with clear displeasure, implying that the boy was just a troublesome brat. Baizio seemed unconcerned, glancing at Whistler, who was limping and bleeding from his forehead. "I think you wouldn't last long in a hospital looking like that. So to make up for my joke." Baizio extended his left hand towards Whistler, and before their astonished eyes, a gentle, even warm, golden beam of energy entered Whistler's chest. Whistler, still confused, suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading through his body. He could distinctly feel his broken bones knitting together, the gash on his forehead and various wounds old and new beginning to heal under the mysterious force's influence. It's truly unbelievable. In just 2 seconds, Whistler, who was extremely frail and covered in scars, healed completely. He felt as if his aged body had regained the vigor of his youth. He couldn't believe it as he stretched out his hands and moved his body, feeling the energy he had missed from the past return. This thrilled Whistler immensely. "Thank you, sir. You have saved the remainder of my life. I think I might be able to postpone my retirement." Whistler solemnly expressed his gratitude to Bai Zio. After the growth of Blade, he mostly spent his time forging weapons and repairing gear, a task he did not enjoy as much as he missed the days of chasing vampires with weapons in hand. He did not die on the hunting path but was defeated by time, which did not allow him to remain a hunter. Now, Bai Zio had given him a new lease on life. Bai Zio accepted the old man's gratitude. He had merely acted spontaneously, and the magic he used had replenished even before the old man finished his words of thanks, rejuvenating the old hunter who had spent his life hunting vampires. Bai Zio greatly admired such a person who had devoted his entire life to fighting supernatural beings deserved his help. As for another, seeing the look from the other party, Bai Zio shook his head as if helplessly, but in fact he spoke with schadenfreude. "If you want to end up like that guy called the Blood God, I wouldn't mind trying." Thinking of the golden column that had just soared into the sky and the probably obliterated Blood God, Blade decisively shook his head and said coldly, "This is my badge, and time will remember it." "If you're happy, that's good," was all Bai Zio could say, given that the other had stolen his experience wave. He knew Blade couldn't die, given his special physique, or else Deacon wouldn't have considered him the best candidate for the Blood God's arrival. To some extent, Blade was not a pure vampire, but he still surpassed most pure-blooded vampires, even the so-called vampire elders. These fatal wounds would heal after a sleep. "Okay, that's done here. See you next time, by the way." As Bai Zio prepared to leave, he seemed to remember something and pulled out a newly bought phone to throw to Blade. "This has my number. If a monster of the previous guy's level appears, remember to contact me. To kill these things, you need the best expert." After saying this, he waved his hand and left stylishly. Blade looked at the phone and then at the boy's retreating figure, snorting coldly, "I'm the expert." His tone was somewhat defensive. The old man wouldn't give Blade any face, especially since his fondness for the boy was at its peak. He believed the boy was the great son of God, sent by God to save the earth. Without saying a word, the old man looked at Blade with a contemptuous gaze which ignited Blade's temper. Blade snorted again and also left, calling the old man a stinky old man. Whistler laughed heartily, knowing that Blade, the stinky brat, was frustrated. He enjoyed seeing Blade's distressed expression. For Whistler, this trip was not just about the elimination of all the vampire families in New York or even the greatest crisis, the Blood God. He and Blade had survived, and he had regained the vigor of his youth. Thrilled, Whistler followed behind Blade, contemplating celebrating by finally drinking his cherished Aberlour whiskey. Inside the headquarters building of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division located on Long Island in New York, although it was still night, Director Nick Fury was still working in his office, processing documents. "Something's happened in London, the Victor family." Fury, looking at the report in the documents, immediately recalled the Victor family's file and showed concern, but still set it aside. As long as it didn't cause public panic, Fury would just monitor the situation. He would only use resources if there was a potential for the situation to get out of control. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a male agent walked in, handing a document to Fury. "Sir, we detected abnormal energy fluctuations and an earthquake source 30 kilometers west of New York." "How big was it?" "The energy fluctuation peaked for 10 seconds, comparable to 3,000 tons of TNT, and the earthquake also had a brief magnitude of 8, but the affected area was only about 10 kilometers. The agent reported, "We dispatched a response team to investigate and took pictures of the scene." Fury frowned as he flipped through the document. which contained about 20 photographs showing the scene from various distances and perspectives. In a deep jungle within a 10-kilometer radius, dense cracks were clearly visible, especially in the central area where there was a collapsed trace with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, significantly damaging the surrounding natural environment. This doesn't look like it was caused by explosives. Yes, we checked the site. There was a reaction for gunpowder, but it was likely caused by a few guns. We couldn't find the source of the abnormal energy, and the area also experienced about 30 minutes of thunderstorms, with many places showing signs of being struck by lightning. Our team discovered a significant depression underground believed to be for constructing subterranean areas. However, due to collapses, it will take a considerable amount of time to excavate. Residents living in the western suburbs have reported multiple times witnessing a very peculiar sight. In their descriptions, they saw a golden beam of light shooting straight into the sky from the west, lasting only about 10 seconds. Listening to the report and reviewing the documents, Fury nodded. Gather information on whether there has been significant traffic in and out of that area over the past month and lock down the region. Yes, sir. The agent turned and left, leaving Fury in contemplation. The power of an explosion equivalent to 3,000 tons of TNT within 10 seconds does not match the destruction observed in the area. 3,000 tons of TNT could create a crater over 100 meters in diameter and more than 20 meters deep. The lethality could reach up to 500 meters, and people a kilometer away could also be injured, while glass windows 4 to 5 kilometers away would shatter. Footage of the scene and the effects of the explosion do not align at all. Additionally, considering the 10-second phenomenon seen by residents of the western suburbs, it was likely caused by that golden beam of light. The initial site inspection may yield more clues. Fury grew more interested in this so-called golden beam. What could cause such a spectacle and force? Some kind of newly developed military weapon. A weapon that fires from the ground to the sky. Some sort of anti-air weapon. It's all speculation for now. Fury can only wait for the report from the site inspection, but for some reason a name suddenly flashed through his mind. It couldn't be him, could it? Thinking this, Fury reached out to pick up the phone nearby. Meanwhile, Zio was leisurely driving a Chevrolet SUV, cruising slowly along the highway. The road was deserted at night, lit only by the headlights of the vehicle, a mere glow to the ordinary eye, but to him, day and night were no different. Humming a tune while driving, he was in high spirits. The loot from the blood god instance was substantial, letting him feast on thousands of vampires in one swoop, not to mention the blood god himself. One could say the essence of life from a single blood god was about 4 times that of the thousands of vampires combined. He had touched a certain limit. Yes, a limit, an indescribable feeling. The specific numbers were impossible to calculate since the magnitude of his magic power was off the charts. The greater his magic power, the larger the boost to his combat abilities. Having fought the blood god, he had a basic understanding of his own strength, yet he had not used his full capabilities. It seemed intense, but he had only employed brute strength, not even pushing himself to max mode. A slight increase in intensity, and the blood god was dead. Of course, the situation was normal, as magic was overwhelmingly effective against vampires, and his use of mind storms and bombs to seal the blood god's blood magic played a significant role. Now, having absorbed the essence of life from the blood god, his strength had increased several-fold. At his level, this was not simply a linear enhancement but an exponential increase across all dimensions of his life form. As for this limit, Zio had his theories. It seemed to be that of the Celestial. The Celestial was a step below the Sky Father, with a vast difference in power between them, and an even greater disparity below the Celestial. Though the distinctions in these levels were somewhat blurred and not strictly hierarchical, they represented entirely different tiers of existence. Compared to those below, the Celestial was already on another level of life. A life form at a high enough level to reach celestial status would need time to cross over, often spanning tens of thousands of years. Zio suspected he might also be at this stage of the process. Others might need extensive time to undergo this transformation, but he did not. He just needed to slay more powerful life forms and absorb enough life essence to break through this limit. The required amount might be immense. Indeed, he seemed destined for the path of a god slayer, strengthening through killing with no return. Despite reaching a bottleneck, Earth did not offer many suitable prey for him to harvest life essence from, but Zio was still happy. After all, it had only been a year since his transmigration, and he had already reached this stage. He still had over a decade to grow, and if Earth lacked suitable prey, he could always seek them beyond Earth. Some so-called gods were not beyond his reach to kill. It seemed that the omnipotent city housed many gods, a thought that almost made Zio salivate, though these gods were not easy to kill. Zeus and Odin were gods of the same caliber, yet they were formidable. Going to the omnipotent city to slaughter gods would be tantamount to declaring war, and he might face a coalition of gods from beyond the city. If he were to kill, he had to do so stealthily, possibly pinning the blame on Gore, letting the god butcher to take the fall. After all, there was no difference between Gore killing and him killing. Zio's thoughts drifted slightly. He had not yet experienced slaughtering gods, but he expected it would not be lacking in experience. The future god slayer Zio drove home contentedly, back to New York City to Queens, through Manhattan and the Bronx, following the Bronx riverfront to reach Queens. He thought today would be like any other with no surprises, but then the unexpected happened. Just as he passed Manhattan and entered the Bronx, he suddenly heard some unusual sounds. Sounds of someone calling for help. Not far away, possibly just a few streets over, especially when he heard several men's boisterous and beating noises, it immediately soured his good mood. Without hesitation, he turned the steering wheel and diverted towards the source of the sounds as he passed an intersection. Having lived in New York for a year, Zio had never done what so-called superheroes are supposed to do. Even slaughtering gangs and vampires was only because it was beneficial to him, though these actions might also have had a certain nature of heroism. But that was it. How strong were his senses? Just a low-grade version of Superman's. His hearing was so strong that, until today, if he wished, he could cover the entire Queens, filtering any sound he desired. Like cries for help, using his terrifying speed and leaping ability, he could, like Spider-Man, navigate the steel jungle to rescue those in distress. But he never had, not even once. Normally, he would actively block out his senses unless it involved his safety or name, maintaining them at a normal human level. Zio never proclaimed himself a superhero. Acting was tiring, and he was solely focused on becoming stronger. On this path, he killed some gangsters and dark creatures and incidentally saved some people, and that was all. He had no interest in actively rescuing others. Altruism and greatness had nothing to do with him. At most, if he encountered someone when in a good mood or needed to vent when in a bad mood, he might lend a hand. This time was no different. A coincidence that he had just undergone a strengthening phase, which prevented him from completely controlling his senses, allowed him to hear the cries, spoiling his mood further. It could only be said that the person crying for help was lucky, and those trash were not. Speeding his car, he crossed 2 streets and finally found the source of the cries a few dozen meters away from a closed supermarket. From a dark alley in the dead of night, with the streets nearly empty and only a few street lights casting dim light, creating large patches of darkness. "Please don't do this, let me go. You are police, you can't do this, no." The alley echoed with a woman's crying voice growing louder, accompanied by the sound of clothes being ripped. Zio glanced at the police car parked outside the alley, raised an eyebrow, opened his car door and stepped down, turning into the alley where an unbearable scene unfolded. The alley was not clean or tidy, with 2 large garbage bins filled with various plastic bags and trash, emitting an unbearable stench. A few meters into the alley, under a metal walkway on the wall, 3 policemen in uniform were tearing at the clothes of a black-haired girl about 160 cm tall. Her jacket was torn, leaving only a black sweater. The girl was not strong, even frail, struggling weakly and crying in despair. But this only incited these brutes' lust even more. Baizio stepped lightly forward, but one of the policemen, a white man about 30 years old, noticed him first. He turned abruptly, his expression ferocious and his tone violent. "Kid, this is not your place, nor your time to play hero. If you don't want to die, get out of here." This reverse psychology alerted the other officers, one of whom grabbed the girl's hands behind her back, while another officer simply pulled a gun from his belt. The black officer with the gun shouted at Baizio, who was still approaching, "Damn it, stand still or I'll blow your head off." "Save me, no, run, sir, they will really kill you." Seeing someone approaching, the girl instinctively tried to call for help, but then realizing the danger to the newcomer, she quickly changed her plea for him to leave, not wanting a good person to be shot because of her. She was well aware that these villainous officers would really shoot, and might even kill her in the end, blaming her death on this good man, thus adding a mark of achievement to their records. Inverting right and wrong, no matter the era, there are always such people. "It seems I came at the right time." Hearing the girl's words, surprise flashed in Baizio's eyes. He hadn't expected the girl to be so kind-hearted. He liked saving such good-hearted people. Standing against the only light source outside the alley, he approached step by step. The men in front of him could only see a silhouette. "You have desecrated the nobility of this profession," he said, his voice cold and piercing. "Damn brat, go to hell," the black officer cursed in rage, pulling the trigger. However, to his shock, he found himself unable to move, as if his body was frozen in place. It wasn't just him. The other two officers also found themselves immobilized. What further drove the officers into despair and fear was that the black officer suddenly turned the gun towards the forehead of one of the white officers beside him. "Jordan, what the hell are you doing?" the white officer screamed in terror. The black officer shouted in despair, "No, it's not me. I can't control my body." "No." The white officer watched helplessly as the gun pointed at his forehead, his cries of despair filling the alley just before the crisp sound of a gunshot, and the flash of a bullet penetrating his skull marked the end of his life. The white police officer's forehead was penetrated, and his body collapsed to the ground, his expression one of fear and despair before death. Perhaps until his last breath, he never imagined that what should have been a wonderful day would end in being killed by his own colleague. This sudden turn of events terrified the remaining two officers, one black and one white. Even the girl was so frightened she couldn't move. The white officer who had been restraining her wrists suddenly let go, but she didn't even realize it and just stared blankly. What the fuck is going on? The black officer was going insane, knowing that he had killed his own colleague using his gun. His gun only had his fingerprints. Even if he survived today, he would inevitably face scrutiny and possibly arrest. It's not like New York has the death penalty, but what would his department do if one officer killed another? When they came to arrest him, there was a very high chance they would draw their guns and shoot him to pieces, later claiming he was armed during the arrest. This kind of incident had become all too common. For instance, some drug dealers who had shot a police officer were still killed by the police despite having thrown away their guns and surrendered with hands raised. This was far too frequent. But now, more desperate than ever, the black officer, Jordan, found himself unable to control his own body as he turned his gun towards the remaining white officer. The white officer was nearly crying from fear. His eyes filled with terror, his body unable to move. He could only yell desperately, "Jordan, don't do this, aren't we brothers?" "I don't want to." The black officer's eyes teared up, not out of remorse or anything else. It was just because he knew that after killing his remaining colleague, he would be next. The fear of death made him weep uncontrollably, driven to despair. However, his emotional breakdown couldn't stop him from pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, another shot precisely hit the remaining white officer's head, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "I'm sorry, please, sir. It's my fault. I shouldn't have done this. I have disgraced my role. I won't do it again. I beg for your forgiveness for my sins." The black officer pleaded in desperation, his voice trembling, completely lacking his earlier ferocity and brutality. "Sir, I am willing to spend the rest of my life doing good deeds. using all the time I have left to atone for my sins." His desire to live made the black officer continuously beg for mercy, but Bai Zio had no intention of sparing him. He didn't even bother to read the memories of these three garbage men to see what other crimes they had committed. He just walked up to the girl, not even glancing at the black man. The black officer automatically turned the gun on himself amidst his begging and crying, and pulled the trigger that symbolized his death. Bang! Thud! A shot to the head. Death was instantaneous, a clean execution. The black man only regretted in his final moments that he should not have joined his colleagues in their deeds, but alas, regret could not undo his fate. From being discovered by three rogue officers to being dragged into an alley to be victimized, to the three officers being shot, from despair to hope, then to astonishment. This transition almost overloaded the girl's CPU. What kind of unfolding was this? But as the last gunshot rang out and the last officer committed suicide, the girl finally came to her senses from the shock, not afraid of the eerie events that had just transpired, but rather filled with gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving me. If it hadn't been for you, I might have faced misfortune." The girl's voice wasn't particularly sweet, and her looks, in Bai Zio's view, weren't particularly refined. Certainly no match for Natasha, but decent enough. However, Bai Zio was surprised to see something special about her. "Are you a mutant?" he asked the girl, examining her, and she noticed his gaze. She adjusted her torn coat, thankful that her sweater hadn't been ripped too badly. Having done all this, she then said softly, "Yes, I am a mutant. My name is Christine." Facing Bai Zio, the girl did not hide her identity. Indeed, the events that had just unfolded made her immediately trust the man who had saved her. "My name is John Shaw. Are you alone?" Bai Zio did not read the girl's memories. As he once told Professor X, he despised Professor X's reckless invasion of people's minds, especially ordinary people. Except for his prey, he generally did not read other people's memories to obtain their privacy. This wasn't about respect. It was a minimum standard he believed should exist, though he was flexible depending on the person. Clearly, the girl did not fall into this category. Just as the girl was about to speak, Bai Zio's gaze suddenly sharpened. He heard the sound of people in the nearby residential buildings calling the police from the alley. He gestured for the girl to stop speaking and took the initiative, saying, "This isn't the place to talk. Maybe you should get something to eat." From the girl's thin frame and her lips, which appeared dry and cracked, he could tell she had endured much hardship, especially considering her clothes looked unwashed for a long time. She must have been living rough for a while. "Thank you." The gratitude in the girl's eyes deepened, and she felt so moved that she vowed to do anything for the man before her. Bai Zio looked at the girl, Christine, curiously. Hero saves the damsel and earns her devotion. It seemed this plot was unfolding for him, but he didn't say much. Instead, he led the girl to his car and drove her towards Queens. As for the events that had transpired, whether or not the NYPD would come knocking, he didn't care in the slightest. Before gaining power, he had kept a low profile, but now that he was strong, there was no need to hide. Besides, he believed things would naturally settle down on their own. Inside a fast food restaurant in Queens, the place isn't very crowded, especially compared to the daytime. Sitting by the window, Christine is greedily swallowing big bites of a triple-layer burger and an Orleans chicken leg, reminiscent of the way Bai Zio ate ravenously when he first enhanced his abilities. Bai Zio is sitting opposite her, eating elegantly, bite by bite, which looks more graceful compared to how delicious it is. Having killed the blood god earlier, Bai Zio's life level has once again reached its limit. However, with his magical powers, he doesn't need to eat large amounts to sustain his energy and nutrients for daily activities and his superbrain operations. So, he is just accompanying Christine, eating things like burgers, which he neither dislikes nor particularly enjoys. For Christine, who has been wandering for a long time and hasn't had enough food, she is eating what would be considered a meal for a full-grown American. After eating, she takes a big gulp of cola and can't help but burp. After finishing, she sees Bai Zio and gives a slightly embarrassed smile. Bai Zio doesn't mind. His appetite was far more intense before. He used to want to pour the plate directly into his stomach. Compared to him back then, Christine is quite elegant. I was born in Chicago. Christine, after wandering for a long time and encountering various situations, trusts Bai Zio deeply and slowly begins to share her story. She was born in Chicago, and unlike some mutants with tragic pasts, she had a very peaceful and beautiful childhood. However, this peace didn't last. At the age of 14, she discovered her mutant powers. At that time, mainstream societal views were generally discriminatory and hostile toward mutants. She had heard her parents speak disparagingly about mutants, so naturally, she assumed her parents, like other humans, would reject her as their daughter and decided to run away from home. She wandered aimlessly for 2 years, experiencing injustice and bullying. Especially tonight, as she prepared to find a place to sleep on the streets, she was discovered by 3 brutish policemen who learned of her homeless status, which made them target her. If it hadn't been for Bai Zio, she might have been. Bai Zio patiently listened and then nodded. "What is your power?" Bai Zio suddenly asked. "I don't know," Christine shook her head. "I only know that when my power is out of control, my strength increases significantly, but I can't control it. It only erupts in times of crisis." Her powers were unclear to her, and they only manifested occasionally. If she could control them actively, tonight wouldn't have happened. She could have thrown those policemen 10 meters away with a push. Bai Zio thoughtfully nodded. He could tell that at her core she was just like any normal person. There was no energy within her body. But for a moment he noticed a change. The muscle, blood flow, heart rate, everything was vastly different from normal, but it was just a momentary change, so he asked if she was a mutant. Apparently, it was a strength-enhancing ability. For Bai Zio, it was a relatively low-level power. Real strength enhancement involves an overall enhancement of muscles, cells, and bones to augment strength. In terms of speed and explosiveness, it should also be comprehensive. The reason it's considered low-level is exactly because it can't endlessly increase strength like the Hulk, whose enhancement is linked to gamma rays and his father. But even with strength enhancement, there's a limit because the physical base is not strong enough. It's like having a powerful engine, but the other components can't support the energy it emits. This is a genetic flaw of mutants, as this group of people are just experimental subjects for some. Bai Zio doesn't care about the mutant community. He just watched as the girl ate her fill. Looking at her tattered sweater, old pants, and ill-fitting shoes, he spoke. "I can take you to a mutant academy, a school filled with mutants. The headmaster there treats mutants well." But before he could finish, the girl shook her head firmly, indicating, "I want to stay with you. You saved my life, and I want to repay you. First, I saved you purely by chance. Those idiots disturbed my mood, and besides, you can't repay me." Bai Zio shook his head in refusal. Right now, he's still immersed in his journey of becoming stronger, and he hadn't thought about having a follower. Moreover, it's not really about repayment. It's more like he's sheltering her. "I can help you with anything. I can learn combat skills and work hard to master my power, which is also very strong," Christine urgently said. She had wandered for a long time, and at her most desperate, Bai Zio had saved her. She had experienced countless dark moments, and Bai Zio had become a light in her heart, a light compelling enough for her to chase like a moth to a flame. "Christine, I'm very dangerous, and the things I'm involved in are also very dangerous." Bai Zio looked at the girl. "What you consider as darkness, injustice, bullying in my world, even in the future, are just child's play, do you understand? It's not just about death. Even death might just be a wishful thinking." Bai Zio cut short, not paying attention to the girl's pleading eyes, and took her to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. On the way, Christine was downcast and silent. Eventually, they arrived at the Xavier School in Westchester, New York. It was evening, and the large iron gate of the school was right in front of them. Bai Zio looked at Christine. The latter looked eagerly at Bai Zio, but after a moment of silence he said, "This place will let you grow, although I don't like that headmaster. At least he's decent towards the kids at the school." Christine was silent and then asked, "Can I come to find you later?" "Of course." Bai Zio was only hesitant to have someone by his side. While he did not dislike the girl, he did not want her to be near him because he wouldn't be staying in New York for long. He would be traveling around the world hunting, in the process of accumulating life essence needed for his growth during this phase, and wouldn't have time to stay put. He couldn't possibly take Christine on his erratic journeys. In truth, the girl was too weak, and he didn't want to carry a burden. There weren't many on Earth who could concern him, but if an encounter occurred, the girl's chance of survival would be slim. Christine, unaware of Bai Zio's thoughts, nodded. She had a plan. She could see that Bai Zio didn't reject her, but the main reason he didn't accept her was likely her weakness. So she intended to grow as much as possible in this school, actively master her abilities, and one day be strong enough to help Bai Zio so she could openly stay by his side. As they spoke, the huge iron gate of the school automatically opened, and Bai Zio, without surprise, drove inside. He looked around with interest. It had to be said, Professor X was certainly a hidden rich man, a second-generation wealthy individual. His family's estate was very substantial, and this mutant school was originally based on Professor X's residence, essentially a castle estate. The neatly trimmed lawns, trees, and a large lake, with the school nestled among the beautiful surroundings, always provided a feeling of openness and peace. And beneath this castle, there were also specially built secret places, such as battle rooms, laboratories, and spaces for placing brainwave amplifiers. In the evening, the calls of birds and insects could be heard. Driving along the road to the school's entrance, Professor X in his wheelchair, and members of the X-Men were already waiting to welcome their guests. Professor X greeted Bai Zio and Christine warmly. "Welcome to the school, Mr. Bai Zio and this lady." Professor X was smarter than before. He knew why he and Bai Zio had previously clashed. Thus, this time, he did not use his psychic powers to probe Christine's memories. "I really like the atmosphere here." Bai Zio glanced at the distant dormitory building, hearing the playful laughter of the students and seeing a group of mischievous, curious students peeking through the window glass, wondering who the headmaster and teachers were welcoming. "This place is always open to you, Mr. Bai Zio." Professor X spoke unhurriedly, but always made people feel unconsciously at ease. This was somewhat like charisma. This kind of charisma was somewhat esoteric. Indeed, some people possess such charm, and clearly, Professor X was one of them. But coincidentally, neither Bai Zio nor Christine were swayed by this. Bai Zio had seen through what kind of person Professor X was, and being a telepath, he always maintained a rational distance. As for Christine, it was simple. Bai Zio had told her before that he did not like the headmaster, so naturally, she also instinctively carried a sense of vigilance and defense. "I don't care about your opinion, Professor," Bai Zio stated bluntly, although his words upset a certain bespectacled young man. He continued, "The things I pursue have never needed others' judgment or opinion, as long as you don't act smart and do something presumptuous. Because, as I've told you before, I am very dangerous, and towards enemies I have only one method, to send them to hell." Cyclops, Scott, snorted in anger, wanting to speak, but Jean grabbed his arm and shook her head at him, signaling him not to cause trouble. Scott reluctantly restrained himself. Professor X didn't show a hint of anger but gently said, "I respect your thoughts, Mr. Bai Zio, and I believe we won't become enemies. I just hope you can maintain a kind of mercy towards the world and other people." Mercy? Bai Zio chuckled silently. He indeed had mercy, but enemies did not deserve his mercy. However, he didn't argue further with the professor. Instead, he patted Christine's shoulder. "This is Christine, the person I unexpectedly rescued tonight, also a mutant. So, Professor Charles, will you take her in?" Bai Zio didn't use a commanding tone. Whether they took her in was their business. He was there simply because Christine was a mutant, and Professor X's ideology was to shelter and enlighten fellow mutants. "Of course, the mutant school welcomes all child. You can consider this your home. We will teach you to grow." Professor X looked at Christine warmly. She first looked at Bai Zio, then turned to the professor and nodded quietly. "Thank you, Professor." The professor was pleased that the school had gained another child, introducing her to other X-Men members, all teachers greeting her kindly, including Cyclops Scott, who was displeased with Bai Zio. He wouldn't take out his frustration on the girl, especially since she was also his fellow mutant. Professor X sincerely invited Bai Zio to visit the school upon his arrival. Bai Zio did not refuse. The school has dormitories that can accommodate hundreds of students, towers, long tunnel corridors, vast stables, elegant greenhouses, and a garden built along the mountainside. The medieval armor along the corridors and the creaking wooden floors in the castle give a sense of crossing through time, as if one were in a mansion that had stood for over 100 years. The school looks uniquely beautiful in the evening light. Storm. Oraro Munro took Christine to her place of residence. The rest followed the professor, chatting casually as they walked along the road with Bai Zio to the lakeside. Every time I come here, it reminds me of my youth, swinging on that tree and the memories of Raven, said the professor. It's a pity, however, that the relationship between humans and mutants has deteriorated. Everything has changed. Not all except mutants. They do not understand the helplessness and sorrow of mutants. They just hate them more. By Zio, I appreciate that you saved those children. You saved their lives. Professor Charles, sitting in his wheelchair pushed by Jean, spoke these words beside Bai Zio. To me, there is no difference between ordinary people and mutants, only good and evil. But many people don't think the same. How they think is irrelevant to me. If you are grateful, then perhaps we can make a deal. If you need help, I will do everything I can. The group paused by the lakeside, and the professor earnestly said to Bai Zio, I need an aircraft, one that allows me to travel freely around the world. I can pay a fair price for it. Bai Zio revealed his intent. This was Bai Zio's second reason for visiting the school. Now, his only limitation is that he cannot fly or cannot fly for long durations. Currently, he can perform short flights through his superhuman jumps and even detect air currents to propel himself through them. But to travel across continents or from one country to another is too slow. Thus, he needs a private jet, one that can operate independently of national aviation regulations. This would facilitate his travels around the world in search of suitable targets. Only SHIELD and the mutant school could meet his condition. Beast, an unquestionable genius scientist, had personally built the Blackbird jet, an essential tool for the X-Men to rescue mutants worldwide. SHIELD was too bureaucratic for him, but Professor Xavier's place was just right. Today, from two traitorous vampire elders, he had obtained a large sum of US dollars, enough to pay for this transaction. Professor Charles was indeed surprised that Bai Zio wanted to trade for a plane. So were the others. With his powerful telepathy, Professor Charles' thoughts moved quickly, but he did not refuse the deal. Hank. He looked toward a man wearing a suit and glasses, looking somewhat delicate. Hank, also known as Beast, the top scientist at the school and among the world's brightest minds. Hank, upon receiving the professor's inquiring gaze, paused to think. Then he said, building such a plane is very expensive. Even though I built it myself, the cost could exceed 150 million US dollars. In this era, 150 million US dollars had significant purchasing power. To put it into perspective, the most advanced fighter jet in the US, the F-22, costs about 200 million US dollars, including many advanced weapons, coatings, and high-grade materials from suppliers. His privately built combat plane, not equipped with weapons and having low labor costs, was expensive primarily in terms of time. Even so, ordinary people could not afford such a cost. But Bai Zio didn't care about the money. Even spending 150 million US dollars, he could easily cover the expenses extracted from the two traitorous vampire elders. What he wanted was to exchange money for time. So, when can it be delivered to me? Bai Zio looked at Hank. The latter hesitated. If you need it urgently, I can deliver the Blackbird Mark II to you, originally meant to replace the Mark I for Jean and others' missions. The construction is nearly complete, and it could be delivered in about a month. I'm more concerned about whether it can evade the radar systems of mainstream countries. Of course, the Blackbird Mark II incorporates materials that absorb radar waves, and can interfere with radar systems using non-resonant and resonant magnetic radar absorbing materials, Hank continued. Baizio patiently listened without interrupting Hank's enthusiasm and nodded in satisfaction. From Hank's description, the Blackbird Mark II was like an aerial ghost, designed to maximize evasion of detection by radars worldwide, thus avoiding unnecessary disputes and complications. In fact, the Blackbird jets later developed by Hank were among the most advanced in human civilization. This genius was only second to Tony Stark and Shuri of Wakanda. Knowing this, he took over the conversation. "I will transfer the money to you tomorrow." Transferring over 150 million US dollars was typically complex, as ordinary accounts have daily banking limits. But since he had the accounts of two traitorous vampire elders with substantial assets and business in New York, their accounts were senior VIPs with the bank, allowing unlimited transfers, usually just requiring a confirmation call from a dedicated service personnel. "Okay," Hank nodded, then realized something and quickly added, "If you need refueling or maintenance for the Blackbird Mark II, I can give you a contact. There's a private oil consortium with refueling stations worldwide, though the price is quite high." Petroleum, as a non-renewable resource in the world, is the most important resource in modern civilization. Petroleum is even referred to as currency, indicating its preciousness. Over the years, countless wars, big and small, have been fought over oil, giving rise to numerous oil thieves. These oil thieves profit significantly by selling oil privately. They steal from oil magnates and national oil reserves. After all, as long as the profit is sufficient, some people will take risks, and oil is no exception. The fuel used by fighter jets is kerosene, a light petroleum product obtained from natural or synthetic oil through distillation or cracking. The profits involved in this trade are enormous, leading to the emergence of so-called private airfields. These private airfields serve certain wealthy individuals, mob bosses, or terrorist organizations who prefer to remain unseen. The greatest benefit is that it helps them conceal their flight paths and whereabouts. Hank thought of Baizio needing to fly all over the world, and since planes need fueling, he thoughtfully provided a private contact for fueling. With the right payment, after-sales service is guaranteed. Professor Charles indeed comes from a wealthy second-generation family with substantial assets. However, funding the creation of a school for mutants and underground laboratories, as well as building the Blackbird jet, has been financially challenging over the years. The research Hank himself conducts costs a fortune in dollars, and although he has achieved some results, the investment and returns are not always proportional, with many experiments ending in failure and material losses that are irrevocable. Now that he can earn dollars through orders from Baizio, he is naturally happy. Although he sold the ready-made Blackbird Mark II, having the experience of building it, reconstructing another Blackbird would not take too much time. At most, he would let the X-Men continue to use the first generation for a while. Baizio is very satisfied. Before creating flying abilities or learning teleportation magic, he will likely need this plane for a while, making things much more convenient. Since the transaction is complete, Baizio does not plan to stay longer. After greeting the professor and others, he drove away from the Mutant Academy. Professor Charles and others, including Storm who was rushed back by Christine, watched as Baizio's black Chevrolet departed. At this point, Cyclops, Scott, asked with some confusion, "What does he want with the Blackbird Mark II? And where did he get so much money? I remember the professor mentioned that his family background wouldn't allow him such a large sum. Does he have the qualifications for a bank transfer?" "Don't underestimate him, Scott. He is more mysterious than we think," said Professor Charles gently. "We do not need to probe his secrets. We only need to know that he is on the right path." "Why are you so sure?" Scott was even more puzzled as the professor's attitude had changed quickly. Previously, because Baizio had rescued innocent mutant children from the Stryker base, the professor believed the Asian boy was fundamentally good, but this time, the professor's attitude was unpredictable. Trust. In the western suburbs of New York, didn't you detect a huge energy fluctuation and seismic source? Professor Charles looked around at everyone. Jean frowned and nodded. Yes, we were about to go and investigate, but you stopped us. And you looked shocked at that moment, so, Professor, what did you see then? I saw a battle between humans and a demonic god, Jean. It was a battle that still leaves me in awe, Professor Charles said, tilting his head slightly as if visualizing the scenes he had seen. Magnificent, intense, awe-inspiring battle. A true god-slaying battle. Was he one of the main characters? Asked Wolverine Logan, casually puffing on a cigar. Yes, there are many secrets in this world that ordinary people do not know. As a psychic, during my past uses of the Cerebro amplifier, I saw races not of this world, hidden among or secluded from human society. They possess more primal and powerful physical abilities than humans, as well as their long lives. Professor Charles sighed. But you never told us about these. Storm expressed her confusion. They and we are on two non-parallel lines. We are more concerned with our mutant brethren, how to make humans accept us, and live peacefully while those creatures have never intersected with us, hinted Professor Charles. The others understood immediately, except Logan, who remained puzzled. In fact, Charles was not concerned about the secrets of these extraordinary life forms, their existence or their actions. As long as they did not target mutants, he would not provoke them. After all, just dealing with the conflicts between humans and mutants was already exhausting for Charles. That child is kinder than we imagined. He has found another direction, Charles said with a smile. Originally, when he learned that Bai Zio had been brutally killing gangsters, he was worried that Bai Zio was becoming extreme and paranoid. But today, seeing his battle with the blood god Deacon, and knowing that Bai Zio had been low-key for months, he realized that Bai Zio had targeted the vampire race. This eased his mind somewhat. He would rather see Bai Zio hunt vampires than kill people. After all, these races are not human. Charles supported this, also guessing why Bai Zio needed a plane to fly around the world, thus he agreed to the transaction. Also, whether it's an illusion or not, Charles felt that seeing Bai Zio again, the boy seemed to have grown too quickly, to the point that his psychic powers were sending him warnings, a kind of premonition that, until now, he had only experienced with one other person. Apocalypse. The man who had once upheaved and changed the world, nearly causing Charles's death, left Charles secretly astonished. Perhaps this boy really was, as that old man said, a son of God. In a luxurious room of a beachfront mansion in Long Island, New York, a hand reached out from under the covers, and a man in his 20s, clad in boxer shorts, casually moved away the two fair arms draped over him and got out of bed. Yawning, he walked out of the room and made his way to the spacious and luxurious living room bar, where he picked up a bottle of whiskey and a thick-bottomed square glass from the shelf. After pouring himself a drink and taking a sip at that moment, a male voice sounded in the living room. "Good evening, sir. I believe there is something I need to report to you." Hum. About 30 minutes ago, abnormal energy fluctuations were detected 30 kilometers west of New York, lasting for 10 seconds, equivalent to 3,000 tons of TNT. Additionally, there was a magnitude 8 earthquake covering a 10-kilometer radius. Perhaps it's a military weapon test. You know I'm not interested in these things, Jarvis. Jarvis, undeterred by the man's nonchalance, continued. Furthermore, residents in the western suburbs, Area 8, reported that they had seen a very peculiar phenomenon, a golden column of light piercing the sky, lasting also for 10 seconds. There's even footage of it. After he finished speaking, the huge LCD screen in the living room automatically lit up, displaying a blurry night shot taken by someone on a higher floor. In the distance, under the night sky, a golden beam was clearly visible, starkly contrasting with the darkness. Visible around it were traces of lightning tearing through the sky. This piqued the man's interest. Is this some kind of special high-density compressed energy being ejected from the ground into the sky, causing a thunderstorm reaction? What kind of weapon could cause such an effect? "Hey, honey." A sweet female voice called from another room, and without turning back, the man shouted, "I'll be right there, darling. You know I have a habit of watching the World Cup at night." In truth, he never watched the World Cup. Some departments have cordoned off the area, sir, and many related images have been deleted from the content. This has indeed caught my interest. Do you know what I am going to do, Jarvis? I guess it's sleep. Haha, right. Enjoying a beautiful night with a gorgeous blonde is currently my top priority. Hearing that governmental agencies were controlling the scene, the man decisively returned to his room for a night of joyous growth. Though he was intrigued by the weapon of highly concentrated energy, he was a genius, and he was confident in developing a weapon that would cause an even bigger sensation, because he was Tony Stark. However, he thought it might be due to some experimental accident. Otherwise, other agencies wouldn't be involved. But what did it matter? He was not about to waste a beautiful night worrying about it. Driving to Queens, just as he parked at his doorstep, he saw a man, a middle-aged Caucasian, smartly dressed, waiting on the street in front of his house. As soon as he opened the car door and stepped out, the man seemed to recognize him and walked straight toward him. "So, is there something you need help with, sir?" Bizio raised his eyebrows, closed the car door, and looked at the middle-aged Caucasian. The latter stared back at Bizio as if sizing him up, as if confirming something. "George Stacy from the Queens Police Department. I'm a police chief." "Okay, so Chief George, you were specifically waiting for me," the young man smiled and asked. "I know who you are, kid. You don't have to put on an act in front of me. Everything you've done should get you arrested, subject to legal punishment. I don't know what kind of backing you have, but I'm just here to warn you, stop doing what you're doing. Your circumstances don't justify you becoming an executioner." Chief George stared at the boy's innocent and sunny demeanor. He was serious and spoke earnestly. He clearly knew what kind of ferocity and terror lay hidden beneath this seemingly harmless appearance. He felt as though behind this boy he could see countless lost souls entwined with him, especially since the boy's half-face was illuminated by the streetlight, while the other half remained in the darkness. Just like his identity, intertwined between light and darkness. Chief George held his own ideals. No one could supersede the supremacy of the law. His duty was to arrest criminals, regardless of the pressure from above, but he was still unwilling to give up. "Do you have a happy family, Chief George?" Bizio suddenly spoke, causing Chief George's face to change as he thought the other was threatening his family. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he was about to speak when Bizio continued, stopping him. "But have you thought about how many happy families are torn apart by those people? Why can't you use your law to punish the sins they've committed?" Chief George frowned and fell silent. Of course, he knew why. Bizio shook his head. "So there are loopholes in the law allowing those people to kill countless innocents while remaining at large. Also, I can tell you that the law can't punish me either. I don't have the so-called backing you think protects me and makes you give up. It's not just protecting me but also people like you. You're a good person, but don't try to aim your gun at me. I kill because they fit the criteria of prey. Others who don't fit, I can't be bothered to kill. But if someone points a weapon at me, then they are my enemy, understand? George." As he spoke, a flash of gold sparkled in his eyes, and from George's perspective, the boy seemed to transform into a towering wave crashing toward him, instantly filling his heart with powerlessness and despair. His back was soaked with cold sweat at that moment, and it was then that George truly realized that this boy was not just an ordinary human, but a superhuman possessing unimaginable and incredible power. "Goodbye, Chief George," Bizio said gently, and George, as if soulless, instinctively turned and walked toward his car, driving away from the scene. After George had driven away, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Although you say that, I think you were just warning him. You wouldn't actually kill him, right?" A woman's slightly husky voice seems to constantly entice men's nerves. She possesses a unique charm. Clearly, the only woman with such a voice could be Natasha. Bizio turned around and saw Natasha coming toward him, wearing a coat, a knitted sweater, ladies' jeans, and sneakers. "You seem quite free. Shouldn't people in your profession be very busy?" Bizio glossed over the topic. Yes, I was supposed to be on vacation, but unexpectedly I was still at home taking a bath in my newly purchased bathtub, thinking about going shopping for new clothes and cosmetics tomorrow. Unfortunately, a phone call woke me from this beautiful dream. Natasha complained, her tone sounding like casual chatter between friends. Your efficiency is indeed very high. Baizayo knew why she had come at this time. However, he was not surprised. With an organization like SHIELD, if their efficiency weren't high, they would be close to disbanding. You can't imagine the expression on my face when I heard the news, Shaw. I thought you'd stay quiet for a while. Natasha stood in front of Baizayo, looked him over, and affirmed the surrounding environment. This is a good place to retire. The environment is very nice, very quiet. So you don't want to invite me to see your new home. I don't think we are that familiar, Natasha. I thought we were friends. Saying that kind of hurts a lady's feelings. It's very ungentlemanly. Natasha made a sad expression. It indeed made her look pitiful. But Baizayo didn't fall for it. He straightforwardly said, You know I'm not a man of many words. Whatever you want to know, you'll have to find out in other ways. I don't have the leisure to explain. After saying this, Baizayo turned and walked towards his car, leaving a helpless Natasha behind. Watching Baizayo drive into the garage and the lights in the apartment come on, Natasha shook her head slightly, turned around and left, pulling out her phone. Hey, boss, I failed. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. It seems he doesn't completely consider you a friend, Natasha. Getting into his heart isn't that easy, boss. He has completely closed himself off from everyone in this world, maintaining suspicion and distance. Then let's keep it that way. We've found 2 other eyewitness clues. I think they can give us a satisfactory response. Okay, don't tell me I'm still on vacation. Natasha hung up the phone, walked to the roadside, opened the door of a McLaren sports car and drove away into the night. Inside the house, Baizayo, wearing a sweater and holding a coffee, watched the disappearing sports car through the window. Did you find Blade and that old man? On the west coast in a repair shop, Blade, shirtless, sat in a chair while Whistler was helping him treat some troublesome wounds. With a trace of fresh blood on his lips and an empty blood bag on the metal table beside him, Blade had clearly just had a meal. With your healing abilities, you should be fully healed in about 2 days. Finally, Whistler finished treating Blade's wounds, patted his shoulder causing a sharp pain due to the wound there, but the tough man didn't utter a sound, straightening up. He turned his head towards the direction of the garage door, and at that moment, Whistler also became aware. He turned to look at the surveillance computer next to him and saw several black SUVs parked outside the garage, a group of people stepping out, all armed, though they did not draw their weapons. It was hard to tell if they were enemies. The cautious old hunter slowly retreated into the shadows, while Blade stood up unhurriedly, put on a t-shirt that was hanging on a nearby rack, and walked up to the men. The group entered as the roller door was opened. The leader was a middle-aged white man who approached Blade and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Eric. We are from a special government agency here to investigate an incident that occurred 30 kilometers west of New York. If possible, we would like your cooperation in our investigation. The man spoke politely, without any aggressive tendencies. Blade glanced at the man's hand and chose not to shake it, just looking coldly at the man in front of him. What do you want to know? You may not be aware, but we have been keeping an eye on you, Blade. The man smiled. It's another beautiful day, sunny though the temperature had dropped, but Baizayo, with his physical condition, felt no discomfort from the cold. Waking up from sleep, he prepared himself some breakfast. He had bought noodles, condiments, and frozen dumplings from a shop in Chinatown. He made a tomato and egg noodle dish, fried dumplings, and a sandwich, and happily started eating. After clearing a dungeon named Blood God, Baizayo planned to take a month off, at least until the jet delivery. Last night, he had transferred $80 million as a deposit to Hank's account through the personal banking services of 2 vampire elders. The rest of the money would be transferred after the jet was delivered. With the memories of 2 vampire elders, dealing with bank staff was easy. This month, he would spend time honing his newly gained powers and magic, and also working on unlocking his ability to fly. After breakfast and cleaning up, he drove to an uninhabited area outside New York. This was a large nature area with forests and a lake, very scenic. The car was loaded with camping and barbecue equipment. He planned to stay here for 2 days. Finding a nice spot by the lake, he parked the car, set up the tent, and after arranging everything, he stood by the lake and started his first attempt. Flying, always the most coveted ability. Some might fear heights, but others would wish to soar through the skies with wings, and Bai Zio was no different. He had no fear of heights, as his physical condition meant even falling from tens of thousands of feet wouldn't kill him. Flight is a yearning dream for many. From this yearning, humanity created airplanes. Bai Zio's requirements for flying are extraordinarily high. He needs the ability to fly to address one of his last weaknesses, aerial combat capabilities. During his battle with the blood god Deacon, Bai Zio used the most rational approach, employing a psychic storm and psychic bomb to prevent the blood god from using blood magic. Furthermore, he maintained intense pressure, preventing the blood god from escaping his attack range and using his flying abilities. After all, once the blood god took to the air, if he chose to flee, it would be quite difficult for Bai Zio to intercept him. If he had the ability to fly, the outcome could be entirely different. He would then be able to toy with the blood god without any restraint. Moreover, the kind of flying Bai Zio desires would ideally be like that of Captain Marvel, capable of traveling through space for interstellar journeys. Of course, these are concerns for later. First, he tested his own initial flying capability. It involved using his psychic power, comparable now to that of Professor Charles, to envelop and cover his body, forming a shuttle shape around it to minimize air resistance. Gradually, he began to float, pulling his body into the air through psychic shapes, reaching heights of 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 3,000 meters, and tens of thousands of meters. From high above, he looked down at the diminishing ground. Psychokinesis can manipulate matter, including human bodies, and Bai Zio's body was no exception. With a thought, Bai Zio's body vanished from 10,000 meters in the air, speeding towards the distance at a very fast rate. The shuttle-shaped psychic shield around his body reduced air resistance, continuously increasing his speed. He circled 30 kilometers in the sky, but eventually he slowly floated back to the original lakeside. His toes gently touched the ground, and his black sweater, pants, and even his shoes were undamaged despite the high-speed flight. Too slow. Standing by the lake, Bai Zio frowned. He was not satisfied with the psychic flying mode he just used. While he managed to fly, the speed disappointed him. His psychokinetic power is strong, capable of easily manipulating tens of tons. However, his body density exceeds that of steel, and while it's not too taxing to pull his body into flight, the speed could not be increased significantly. Simply put, he can fly and even reach subsonic or sonic speeds, but the speed of his mental information processing is too slow for someone soon to reach a level akin to that of a demigod. In terms of flight speed, he still falls short of the current Thor. Even though Thor is augmented by the power of Mjolnir, this remains a critical weakness for Bai Zio. And this concerns only flying. In terms of agility, there is still much to be desired. Thus, flying through psychokinesis is temporarily shelved, or perhaps it could still be developed differently. He then turned his attention to magic, a form of energy, immediately reminding Bai Zio of Captain Marvel Carol. Her flying speed reaches near the speed of light, and in her binary form she can even move faster than light. Of course, how she achieves this is unclear to Bai Zio, but at least it gives him a direction. The key might also lie in magic. As for how to achieve flight through magic, this would require a massive amount of engineering, and Bai Zio gradually began experimenting by the lake, starting with the simplest idea of creating a pair of wings on his back with magic. During flight, by changing the shape of the wings and constructing something like jet nozzles, he increased propulsion by releasing magic. Indeed, the speed increased, but this still did not change the agility in the air. After 2 days, development on flying was temporarily shelved, and Bai Zio would focus on developing magic, which is fundamental to everything. As for not fully mastering the flying skill, Bai Zio was not discouraged. He has plenty of time to master this ability, and he thought to himself, being able to fly is great, but on the ground a compressed magic beam is sufficient, and if not, then resort to prince tactics, making it impossible for the enemy to take to the air. Of course, this was just a jest. The process of developing magic and flying was very interesting for Bai Zio, far from boring, because the joy brought by achieving the results he desired was beyond everything else. In the remaining time, aside from a trip back to his apartment in Queens, he returned to the lakeside to continue working on using magic. A month quietly passed, until a phone call interrupted his solitary life. His order had been completed. That day, Bai Zio drove to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The school during the day offered a different kind of scenery. Just as he arrived, Storm Aurora was already waiting. It must be said, the black beauty with white hair was indeed very beautiful and had a great figure, which was a delight to the eye. Bai Zio got out of the car and Storm approached. "Mr. John, welcome back to the academy." "Thank you. Please follow me. Hank is making final adjustments to the second-generation fighter," Storm said gently, leading Bai Zio to the vast lawn where the Blackbird second generation was parked. Upon reaching the lawn, they saw the quiet Blackbird fighter jet parked there. Its beautiful streamlined body and black coating deeply attracted attention, and Bai Zio was no exception. After all, every man dreams of owning his own fighter jet. Storm and Bai Zio walked up the metal steps that opened from the cockpit into the cabin and arrived at the cockpit, where they saw Beast Hank, wearing a woolen sweater and glasses, making some adjustments. His expression was serious and focused, and he did not even notice their arrival until all the adjustments were completed. Only then did Hank take a deep breath and notice Storm and Bai Zio standing behind him. "Congratulations, you now have your own private plane, Mr. John." Hank was also pleased with the second-generation fighter he had built, speaking with ease and pleasure. "Thank you, may I try it?" "Of course, but you'll need to familiarize yourself with the controls here first." This advanced fighter wasn't too difficult to operate, quite simple in fact, and Hank guided Bai Zio through all the equipment and buttons inside the plane. At this moment, as the year 2000 approaches, the technological capabilities of this era are not particularly advanced. It is only after 2005 that technology will experience explosive growth year by year, marking the beginning of a new era, as if an invisible hand is playing the strings of Earth's technology. Hank is one of the top geniuses on Earth. He personally built the Blackbird fighter jet, which, in terms of technology and usage level, is not only years ahead of today's Earth, but also absolutely top-notch. Especially considering that it's not equipped with offensive weapons, Hank has shifted his skills towards enhancing speed, utility, stealth, and safety. It's worth mentioning that Hank is also one of the few people who can practically utilize vertical takeoff and landing jet engines. These allow for vertical takeoffs without a runway, and the takeoff speed is very fast. Bai Zio knows that only a few organizations like SHIELD and Wakanda can fully implement vertical takeoff and landing systems in their aircraft, which have become somewhat common on Earth. Bai Zio's cognitive abilities are akin to a super brain. His memory and learning speed are beyond human. Once Hank taught him how to operate all the functions, Bai Zio was able to handle them just as well as the experienced Hank on his second try. What remains is just to boldly fly, soaring through the skies in whatever pose suits Bai Zio. Bai Zio is very satisfied with Hank's gift, so he immediately made a phone call to transfer the remaining money and then took off from the Mutant Academy. During the flight, Bai Zio enjoys piloting and soaring through the air for the first time. While the novelty wears off compared to flying by himself, the performance of the airplane is indeed impressive. It can reach a maximum altitude of 30,000 meters and a top speed of 3.5 Mach, much faster than his telekinetic flight, allowing him to reach any place on Earth within 5 hours. Hank also optimized the fuel tank, an essential component since the X-Men's aircraft don't need to carry weapons, allowing for other usable space. With a larger fuel tank than current combat jets, it has a very long range, ensuring it doesn't run out of fuel mid-flight. Plus, with Hank's contact and coordinates for private airports worldwide, refueling is not a concern for Bai-Zio. Now that he has the plane, he needs a place to store it, perhaps by a manor first. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Although he planned to buy a jet from Charles, only Hank could build such an aircraft, and it would take a year. Once the plane was delivered, he planned to buy a manor, but Hank, being very honest, delivered a new model intended for personal use to him. His small apartment with a yard certainly can't accommodate the plane. A minor issue is that this plane has nearly drained his finances, and he's planning to find another big spender to negotiate with. Bai-Zio feels that his piggy bank is about to be put to use. In the evening, in a luxurious villa in Manhattan, Kingpin, wearing a large bathrobe, watches his son, who is blowing bubbles in the crib. His usually fierce face softens. His wife, Vanessa, gently watches her husband and son, feeling this moment as the happiest in the world. "Be careful not to wake him, otherwise you won't be able to sleep tonight," Vanessa cautions. But Kingpin just shakes his head, lowers it, and gently kisses the baby's forehead without waking him. "I only feel joy, never annoyance. He is the gift you gave me, and I will cherish him for a lifetime." Kingpin turns and hugs his wife Vanessa, kissing her. This mafia boss, notorious in the underworld, shows a uniquely tender and considerate side. Vanessa smiles and nudges her husband. "He is the gift we gave ourselves." Seeing his wife's playful pout, Kingpin laughs heartily, about to admit his mistake, but unintentionally wakes the child with his laughter, causing him to cry. "I told you to be careful," Vanessa scolds lightly, quickly picking up their son to soothe him while Kingpin stands by watching. Suddenly, the maid knocks on the door. "Go ahead, dear." "I've got this," Vanessa says caringly, prompting Kingpin to kiss her cheek before he leaves the room. "Sir, you have a phone call," the maid says respectfully. Kingpin nods and heads to the spacious living room. There aren't many who would call at this time, and because of his son's birth, he rarely keeps his phone in the room, fearing it might startle the child. In the luxurious living room, he picks up the phone, and it is indeed his capable assistant. He signals to the maid, who promptly goes to the bar in the living room and pours a glass of wine for Kingpin. Holding his drink, Kingpin moves to the balcony of his luxury apartment on the 13th floor, overlooking Manhattan's nightscape below. While sipping his drink, Kingpin talks business with his assistant, James Wesley, for about half an hour before ending the call. He watches the bustling traffic below, mingling with the dark and dim lights of Manhattan. Kingpin finishes his last sip of wine before turning to leave the balcony. However, as he steps back into the living room, his steps halt, and a chilling, fierce look flashes in his eyes. A potent aura unique to the underworld's top boss slowly fills the living room. Because at the front of the living room, a very handsome Asian man in a black coat and sweater, wearing a round hat, takes a wine glass from the maid and gestures to Kingpin with it. This is a stranger Kingpin has never met before, who has appeared in his home unnoticed. "I don't care who you are. Get out of my house right now, or else I will show you what the cruelest punishment in this world is." Kingpin glanced briefly at the maid who stood respectfully aside, a trace of ferocity and confusion flickering in his eyes. This maid had served his family for 3 full years, being very obedient, sensible, and perceptive. But now, could she be a spy planted by someone? "It seems you have forgotten the painful memories you once had. Perhaps I should help you recall them, Mr. Fisk," the boy said with a radiant smile. Boom! The next moment, Kingpin's luxurious living room suddenly transformed, whirling around, and the world instantly turned pitch black, awakening him to those memories of shame labeled as 310, filled with humiliation and fear. Indeed, in the dark sky as black as ink, a pair of enormous eyes appeared, cold and merciless. It was as if the eye of God was watching over all beings. "It's you, the butcher," Kingpin roared angrily, his fierce and brave aura sweeping around, attempting to dispel the deep-seated fear within him. A voice tinged with surprise echoed in his ear, followed by the dark world suddenly shaking violently, as if the sky were collapsing and everything around was imploding. The most terrifying thing for Kingpin was feeling the world in chaos, upside down, with intense, bone-piercing pain assaulting him. Even a man of Kingpin's will, strong as steel, was struggling to endure it. In a daze, he seemed to be in the midst of a raging sea, with towering waves, raging storms, and the horror of thunder and winds. He struggled helplessly in the surging waves, but facing such divine-like power, Kingpin had no capacity to struggle, only able to drift with the waves, pounded deeper into the ocean. He used all his strength to struggle back to the surface, only to be overturned by another massive wave. Back and forth during these struggles, he seemed to hear two voices. Such impressive mental strength, you even used my trap to set up a new one. Incredible power. I originally thought only one old man in this world could possess such mental strength, but I didn't expect another telepath to be born. I'm very interested in you, boy. Tell me, what will you do after I find you? Perhaps I'll host you with the grandest dinner, lovely boy. As he continued to struggle, Kingpin only faintly heard a few intermittent words like guess, identity, queen, punishment, game. It seemed like the two had made a game-like agreement. Kingpin remembered these words, but ultimately he silenced in the ocean, losing all strength, unable to struggle anymore, slowly drowning in the darkness, the pressure, the crushing water corroding his lungs, the agony of suffocation, this most painful death, nearly making Kingpin lose consciousness. Until the last moment, as he was about to die, Kingpin suddenly gasped deeply, clutching his chest and bending over with violent coughs, as if trying to vomit everything filled in his stomach and lungs. But he spat out nothing. After a while, Kingpin's blurry consciousness slowly awakened. He stood straight, looking around, still in his familiar home, the familiar living room, and there was the Asian boy, still smiling and tasting the wine. Kingpin stared at the boy, his thoughts somewhat chaotic. But he realized that this young demon in front of him was terrifying to the extent that he was utterly powerless to resist, just as he had been in the midst of the ocean storm, slowly suffocating in desperate struggles. You truly are remarkable. Your willpower is far superior to many. Most people facing such a scenario might turn mad or brain dead. But you persisted. The boy gently set the wine glass on the bar, his expression somewhat disdainful, clearly not very fond of the so-called fine wine. Despite the boy's praise, Kingpin felt nothing. Only after his heaving chest gradually calmed did he glance towards his wife and son's room, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes, but then it turned resolute. You can kill me, but they are innocent. I know your style, Butcher. You are not one to kill indiscriminately. Kingpin certainly knew that the handsome, sunny boy in front of him was the renowned butcher in Queens and even across America. He was well aware of the butcher's style, not fond of leaving his fate in the hands of a madman. But now he had no choice. I'm not interested in them, nor in you, the boy surprisingly said, although his words were a bit harsh. Whether it's your wife, your son, or you, this so-called gang leader, I'm not interested. Then why seek me out? Not for revenge or to eradicate evil. Kingpin said in a low tone, his heart acknowledging the truth in these words. In his mind, the butcher had always been a madman, a hero like Batman or Robin, dedicated to eradicating evil. But as events unfolded and he saw the butcher orchestrate these elaborate scenarios, Kingpin immediately realized that the man before him was not the same person he had analyzed before. This man had his own clear motives, though Kingpin was not privy to them. Delving into the secrets of someone with such unimaginable power was akin to seeking death. He only wanted to protect his wife and son, and he was willing to pay any price for it. Your guess is quite accurate, but don't think too hard. The reason I sought you out is simply that I'm short on cash, the boy said matter-of-factly. This explanation caused Kingpin to show a stunned expression. Short of money. Kingpin could hardly believe that after everything he had experienced, the death-like scenarios were just because the other party was short of money. This realization brought a surge of complex emotions in Kingpin. It was a mix of incredulity, anger, and grievance. All this because you're short of money. You could have just said so. I have plenty of it. Certainly, Kingpin is well aware of the reason behind the other party's actions. Before today, Kingpin had always harbored malice towards the butcher, a person unaware of another's immense power, always revealing his own foolish side, especially one harboring hatred. Before today, Kingpin was aware of the other party's strength, yet he still believed that one day he would find a way to kill him. This is a kind of foolishness. Torment and pain are undoubtedly the best ways to understand an opponent's strength. Of course, this is based on the premise that the other party does not want to kill him. If they did, there would be no need for such trouble. Kingpin realized that the reason he was still alive was most likely to funnel money to this boy. He was merely a human ATM. Realizing this was Kingpin angry. Of course he was angry, no one wants to be someone else's ATM, but he had no way to refuse or he would only face death. Kingpin did not want to die. He had a kind and beautiful wife, Vanessa, and a son, the greatest gift his wife had given him, so after a moment of anger he calmed down. "Thank you, sir." Kingpin even thanked the boy. The boy raised his eyebrow. "You are smarter and more rational than I imagined. That is why I have survived until now. All right, I am not interested in your actions. I only value your money. That is your only value to me, and it is why I allow you to continue living in this world," said the boy bluntly and coldly. Kingpin silently nodded. This is the cruelty of this world. He became the ruler of Hell's Kitchen in a brutal manner, controlling the lives of countless people and also arbitrarily depriving them of their lives. Conversely, he was oppressed at will by the man before him. Interestingly, this is the rule of the game. The strong take everything, the weak can only be oppressed or become strong themselves, overturn the strong and ascend to become the new tyrant. Kingpin was not resentful. He accepted this fact as part of the game rules. In fact, after having a wife and child, he had thought about quitting. He wanted to live a peaceful life, but now it seemed this idea could not be realized. He needed a large amount of money to maintain his value. Otherwise, Kingpin did not know whether the boy would kill him once he was no longer of use. What Kingpin did not know was that it was this very thought that changed his destiny, allowing a future that would have caused him a lifetime of pain to be reversed. "How much money do you need?" "I need a manor, and also a sum of money to maintain the operation of the manor. I will resolve this within 3 days. Then, I will not disturb your happy moments anymore, Mr. Fisk. Goodbye." As the words fell, Kingpin's vision blurred and the person before him had disappeared. He then took a breath of relief and picked up the phone to call his good assistant, James Wesley. "James, help me find a manor with an advantageous location and also prepare $100 million. I need to transfer it to another account." Meanwhile, in the grand ballroom of the Moscow Union Senate Hall in Russia, to the sound of orchestral music, brightly dressed young women danced with their male partners in the dance hall. This place gathered the top Russian nobility and their children, and each year, the girls attending the ball were not of simple origins. They were the daughters of oil tycoons, financial magnates, government leaders, and renowned artists, among others, rightly called the Golden Branches and Jade Leaves. Besides, the ball also attracted Russian elites, who wanted to showcase their charm, meet these girls, and thus reach the pinnacle of their lives. In this debutante ball, the girls wore stunning dresses and wore luxurious jewelry, displaying their wealth. These wealthy girls wore necklaces, bracelets, and earrings set with many diamonds and colored gemstones, making a dazzling appearance at the party. And on the second floor of the banquet hall, a beautiful blonde woman sat in a chair, quietly watching the crowd below while holding a champagne. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and her distinctly classic American features seemed somewhat out of place at this party, but no one minded, for her assets and public identity were enough to secure her a place here. Her name was Emma Frost. Of course, no one knew her other identity. She was also a mutant, one of the only 2 strongest telepaths in reality, powerful enough to rival the world's strongest telepath, Professor Charles. But this strongest telepath, Emma, sipped her champagne with a smile in her eyes. Her expression and gaze conveyed a message. She had developed a strong interest in someone. Precisely because of this, she had come into contact with another telepath, a boy not much older than 20, but potentially even stronger than her. Some time ago, a guy from Hell's Kitchen had contacted her, mainly because he had business dealings with her club. The business partner sought help for a mental issue, and she personally took on the task to help solve the problem. But she nearly had a mishap as soon as she entered the mental world of the man known as Kingpin. If it weren't for her cautious nature, she would have triggered a mental trap. The mental storm and bomb hidden there had frightened her into a cold sweat at the time. At that moment, she even thought the old guy from the mutant school was trying to harm her, but later she learned from Kingpin's mouth that it was a guy called the Butcher. Interested, she craftily wove another illusory mental world and traps around Kingpin's mental periphery, waiting for the other party to fall into it. As for Kingpin's life and death, she didn't care at all. Even if he knew, what could he do about it? Just now her woven trap was discovered, the other party reacted quickly, immediately shattering the trap, and the two's mental powers clashed in Kingpin's mental world. No matter when or where, battles at the spiritual level are the most dangerous. They are no less severe than a fight to the death. Once damaged in a spiritual battle, recovery can be extremely difficult. Defeat is not merely a matter of death. Wishing for death might seem like a luxury. Often, it involves not just having one's memories accessed, but possibly being completely controlled by the opponent, turning into a mindless shell. Especially for someone of her beauty and caliber, one can only imagine her fate. Emma has always believed that the only person in the world who surpasses her in spiritual prowess is Professor Charles. That old man truly is the planet's strongest telepath. Over the years, Emma has operated discreetly, hoping to avoid confronting that old man, as she would likely be at a disadvantage. But aside from him, she is the strongest. However, a confrontation in the psychic world of Kingpin shattered her beliefs. Suddenly, she discovered an unexpectedly terrifying psychic. From the details of their confrontation, the opponent's use of psychic abilities was only half sophisticated, somewhat crude. Yet it was brutally simple, either a psychic storm or a bomb, aiming squarely at annihilation. What shocked Emma most was the opponent's overwhelming psychic power, which she believed could rival or even surpass Professor Charles. Even if the distance of 7,500 kilometers partly constrained her abilities. But she knew clearly, the opponent was stronger than her. This realization terrified Emma, but fortunately, she was cautious enough to retreat in time. And since the opponent harbored no great malice, she remained unharmed. Otherwise, she might have suffered greatly. Now, Emma is like a cat encountering something new, curious yet fearful. She wants to approach the opponent but fears being swallowed whole. Thus, Emma plans to test the waters, but she intends to prepare well first. Caution is best at such times. "Let's enjoy this game of cat and mouse, boy," Emma laughed. Her role was naturally that of the mouse, but who says a cat always catches the mouse? A cunning mouse can sometimes completely mock the cat. At that moment, a handsome Russian nobleman with champagne approached, but with a glance from Emma, he simply passed by her and left. "I'm really not in the mood to deal with you all at this party." After finishing her champagne, Emma set down her glass and elegantly walked out of the hall, unnoticed by everyone else, who were all immersed in the dance. Once outside the hall, Emma got into the back seat of a luxury car. "To the club," she said. Kingpin acted quickly. Within 3 days, he spent $45 million on an estate on Long Island. Long Island, located on the east coast of the United States, is a narrow island southeast of New York City. It spans about 30 kilometers at its widest north to south and about 190 kilometers east to west, from Great Neck in the west to the resort destination of Montauk at the eastern tip, a journey of over 2 hours by highway. Long Island enjoys excellent natural conditions, surrounded by sea on 3 sides, with its beautiful coastline, sandy beaches, prominent lighthouses, renowned vineyards, quaint historic towns, world-famous mansions, and classic English gardens. This estate, called Swan Estate, was built by a very famous construction firm. The interior spans approximately 2,100 square meters on a plot of 2.4 hectares. This unparalleled stone building embodies the essence of strategic architecture and design, aimed at showcasing a life of noble luxury. Located on the North Shore of Long Island, the estate boasts 13 bedrooms and 14 bathrooms, ample living space to host large gatherings. Approaching the estate, one is greeted by boxwood hedges, Tuscan-style columns from Italy, and a long stone driveway leading to a noble and elegant home. The grand foyer features a multi-floor ceiling with large arched windows and a compass rose on the floor, leading to a spacious reception area. One of the lounges includes a built-in cocktail area, large columns, coffered ceilings, and a panoramic view of Manhasset Bay through curved windows. Impeccable woodworking, elegant paneling, and two facing libraries enhance the luxury. The libraries feature custom British oak paneling and dark mahogany, respectively. Both include antique fireplaces, the former with 18th century Louis XVI limestone, the latter with 19th century French marble. The formal dining room has an imported 19th century fireplace, antique wall fittings, crystal chandeliers, custom-designed French doors, and opens onto a long stone terrace overlooking the gardens and sea. The octagonal breakfast room is designed as an indoor yet outdoor space with colorful stained glass windows and 5 sets of French doors, allowing natural light to fill the dining area. One of the round foyers leads directly into a 65-meter-high master bedroom, featuring a stone fireplace, uninterrupted sea views, a private sitting area, and separate bathrooms for the master and mistress. Besides, there is a pool, an outdoor pool constructed with slate tiles adjacent to an indoor pool, surrounded by a round roof pavilion and a spacious bluestone terrace. Outdoor facilities include a seaside tennis court, an ever-changing English garden, a greenhouse, a romantic lily pond, swanwood sculptures, a private deep water dock, and a broad beach with sand imported from the eastern end of Long Island. Despite its grand exterior and interior, the estate still exudes a very comfortable and livable ambience. The estate itself is a true work of art, blending rich American architectural features from the late 1800s with modern elements. Undoubtedly, Swan Estate is an unmatched architectural marvel. In this era, such estates are undoubtedly the luxurious residences of only the wealthiest magnates. Moreover, the estate employs professional maids from the Maids' Union, senior butlers from the Butlers' Union, security personnel, chefs, and more. The costs involved are not merely the $45 million spent. Maintenance and other expenses will also amount to a significant sum annually. Bizio doesn't mind, with Kingpin, the cash cow behind him. He doesn't need to pay out of his own pocket. What pleases Bizio more is that Kingpin decisively transferred $100 million to him. This spending is a major outlay for Kingpin, coming out of his own pocket, including other business and underworld revenues that also need time and substantial financial support. Though it pains him, Kingpin is very decisive in spending the money. The estate was purchased in Bizio's name, so no transfer agreement was necessary. By last night, Kingpin had not come to see Bizio again. He feared seeing his heart twitch, knowing how much money he had accumulated over the years, only to spend $160 million in one go, depleting his coffers significantly. Fortunately, he secured Bizio's commitment in return. In the coming years, he shouldn't lack money, as there are no other significant expenditures. So, it might be several years before he thinks of Kingpin as a piggy bank again. Kingpin isn't happy about this. He feels like no matter how hard he struggles, he will always be under Bizio's shadow. The hard-earned money he's accumulated might one day be drained by Bizio, a bitter thought indeed. He took this path unwilling to live oppressed. Having become a mob boss and entrepreneur, he never expected to still live under duress pressure. Was his role as a mob boss all for naught? If it were before, Kingpin would not have settled for this. He might not dare to resist openly, but he would certainly find every possible means secretly. Either kill Bizio, find a way to break free, or simply end it all, taking someone down with him. Now, things are different. Kingpin has his own wife and children, a happy family, and he had even considered retiring. It's easy to see how domestic bliss has eroded his fierce spirit. Facing someone as mysterious and powerful as Bai Zio, Kingpin no longer considers engaging in such risky endeavors. He'd rather just work quietly, thinking that besides having a butcher above him, he's still the king of the underworld Hell's Kitchen, a figure feared by countless mobsters. Kingpin comforts himself with this thought, but it also stirs a vengeful mindset. Having inexplicably bled heavily, he must find a way to recoup his money. With competent assistance from James Wesley in the business sector, he decisively targets other gangs. He plans to seize more territory and do more business, as Bai Zio has promised not to interfere. Of course, Kingpin steers clear of the organ trafficking and human trafficking industries. Kingpin has played it safe. Even without Bai Zio's admonition, he fears what might happen if Bai Zio impulsively discovers his involvement in these businesses. Who knows what this young man might think, with adolescent whims being unpredictable. Fearing the worst, Kingpin decides to be thoroughly cautious. After all, these two industries don't significantly impact his profits. They're dispensable. Kingpin's thoughts are unknown to Bai Zio. If Bai Zio were aware, he'd remark on how Kingpin has changed, no longer the underworld emperor he once knew. He also thinks of Kingpin's wife Vanessa and their son as indirectly saving his family. Kingpin, as one of the largest mob bosses, could never show weakness when he embarked on this path. To live a normal life would signal to the world his vulnerability. From a robust lion, he would seem like a sickly cat. A robust lion would deter other ambitious lions from encroaching on his territory, but a sickly cat would only invite their aggression. If Kingpin remained the lion, perhaps even more fierce, greedy, and ruthless, his abilities and temperament would likely keep other criminal forces in fear, in hiding, or in ruin. This is akin to changing fate with money. Of course, whether this truly alters fate, Bai Zio can't be sure, but he has a premonition that Kingpin will become even more formidable than he's known, even without a clear target. This intuition isn't strong, yet Bai Zio faintly senses it might be a new ability emerging from his growing strength. After all, predicting the future seems a common skill among the Celestials. Even those not of celestial origin seem to possess it. There's no reason he shouldn't. If things turn out as he suspects, the unfortunate ones might not be Daredevil, the Defenders, or Spider-Man and other street-level heroes. This could indirectly set them up. Bai Zio harbors a dark thought. He's quite looking forward to seeing those street heroes struggle. That would certainly be interesting. With another estate added, Bai Zio naturally moved in for the better, although his current demands for living quality aren't too high. But now that he has it, he naturally enjoys it, as it's the fruit of his hard labor. Effort never disappoints, reinforcing Bai Zio's determination to grow stronger. Regarding the apartment in Queens, he has temporarily set it aside but has entrusted a service company with a year-long contract to clean and maintain the apartment weekly. Life in the estate is utterly luxurious, best described as indulgent. The only drawback remains the absence of a lady of the house. Additionally, he has given psychic suggestions to the other inhabitants of the estate, especially since a conspicuous blackbird jet is parked on the lawn, visible to anyone but the blind. This is also to avoid unnecessary trouble. He has remained at the estate continuously until Christmas, America's most traditional holiday. Bai Zio doesn't grasp the concept of Christmas, so naturally he has no need for it. Dressed in a white sweater, he sits by the estate's pond, sipping hot coffee at a gazebo table with a laptop in front of him. The internet is a wonderful thing. On it, one can find countless obscure news items from around the world. Many people like to share their daily lives or incredible events on social media or blogs. Bai Zio prefers to browse the latter, well aware that these incredible occurrences might lead him to new prey. However, many of these are fabrications or misunderstandings, and verifying their authenticity is up to Bai Zio himself. Currently, he possesses extraordinary perceptual abilities, comparable or even surpassing those of Professor X in mental power, allowing his reach to extend across the entire United States and some surrounding countries. He does not delve into others' memories and privacy, yet he is capable of detecting the presence of unusual forces in a location. During his days at the manor, he made some selections, but the results were not favorable, and he returned without achieving much. However, Bai Zio was not discouraged. If all else fails, he could revert to being a vampire hunter. After all, there are plenty of vampires in the United States, and although his experience with vampires has lessened, their sheer numbers are still ample. Mainly, he spent this time relaxing and resting. More importantly, he turned his attention to beings of a higher order than vampires, such as demons. Are there demons on Earth? Certainly, as Ancient One and the Hell Lord Mephisto have made agreements. The sorcerers of the Sanctum Sanctorum also monitor Earth and discreetly handle creatures from other dimensions that appear here, although strict surveillance still has its flaws. Demons find various ways to smuggle themselves onto Earth, including through the reckless actions of humans. Many people, driven by curiosity or a fascination with the forbidden, seek out ancient texts on black magic, hoping to summon demons just to see if it's actually possible. This provides demons with an opportunity. Even if they can't physically descend, demons can use these summoning spells as bridges to project their consciousness or power, possess human bodies, and hunt down the souls of those who tempt fate. For demons, human souls are like a fine meal, purely a part of the food chain. Smuggled demons stay low, causing subtle disturbances to avoid detection by the sorcerers of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Their ability to remain hidden is a special skill of the demons. It is a talent, as well as a direction of evolution over countless years. These demons are now Bai Zio's new targets. Although the world still has a significant number of vampires, a renewable resource, their numbers have peaked and cannot increase further. His move to refresh the situation could take a while. Thus, demons, with their sufficiently high level of existence and astonishing numbers, are now Bai Zio's favorite new challenge. While Bai Zio was patiently reading, suddenly, a selfie and a textual description posted by 5 students, 3 males and 2 females, planning a holiday trip to a cabin in a place called Buckner caught his interest. But this was not the main point. The main point was when he saw the 5 students and their description, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. A huge arm flowing with magma burst through a cabin and slammed down from deep underground. Other images flashed, the 5 students being chased by a group of monsters, an altar surrounded by 5 stone pillars with human figures carved on them, male and female. There was also a woman in a business suit speaking with 2 of the students. This sudden flashback, a glimpse of a future event, made Bai Zio's eyebrows rise. A smile involuntarily curved on his lips. Is this a fragment of a future event? It seems I've initially sparked some kind of precognitive ability, albeit a passive skill for now. To turn it into an active skill, I need to grow, reach a godly level. Perhaps then I can see through the river of time like Odin and the Ancient One. He wasn't interested in the 5 students. He was interested in the huge arm breaking through the ground, sensing its terrifying presence. What was this if not a new quest, a new boss? What he saw on his laptop from the student's selfie was a great mass of life essence. Let me see your location. Bai Zio typed on his laptop keyboard, using his top-tier hacking skills to easily locate the posters addressed through the blog, a simple task for him. Located in the northern part of Ohio in a town called Erie. And Buckner, as located on the map, turned out to be about 20 kilometers outside of town in a mountainous area. It looks like Christmas has given me a big surprise this year, Bai Zio said as he looked at the somewhat blurry pattern on his laptop and sipped his coffee. Finding a new boss thrilled him immensely. Indeed, the internet is where miracles happen and patience yields rewards. Located in Ohio, driving the Blackbird MKII to the site wouldn't take much time. Bai Zio gently closed his laptop, looked outside the pavilion at the heavy snow falling, covering the manor in a beautiful snowy landscape. Inside, the female housekeeper was informing the cleaning company's staff to clear the snow from the roads. Having a housekeeper meant he didn't need to worry about minor chores around the manor. Additionally, since Bai Zio was from Asia, she considerately hired several chefs from Chinatown skilled in various regional cuisines, allowing him to indulge in his favorites. Today he was going to enjoy hot pot. Nothing beats hot pot on a snowy day. In Erie, Ohio, in the afternoon, 5 young students dressed in sweaters and hooded down jackets, along with several large suitcases, prepared for their journey. "Wow, the weather today is much better than I expected," said a handsome man with short golden hair, dressed in a blue hooded down jacket, carrying a suitcase as he approached an RV. "I just hope the snow on the road doesn't cause us too much trouble, Kurt," said a beautiful blonde girl, rolling her eyes as she took her suitcase and boarded the RV. "Ha, don't worry, my dear Jules. I've thought of that and switched to snow tires in advance," the blonde man said with a smile, following her into the RV. The remaining 3 students exchanged glances and then boarded the RV as well. The RV was spacious enough to accommodate the 5 students comfortably and had a roomy interior. The group chatted happily, their youthful energy making them cheer and chatter excitedly in the vehicle. As they drove further and approached the mountains, the snowscape became even more spectacular. Surprisingly, the roads were clear as if someone had specifically cleaned them. Although everyone was somewhat surprised, they didn't think too much about it, assuming that someone might have gone up the mountain specifically to clear it. The unexpected clearing of what was anticipated to be a troublesome snowy road felt like a good omen to the group, which lifted their spirits. Because of its mountainous location, they needed to ascend, passing by a gas station along the way. This made the group even happier, although the gas station owner seemed a bit eccentric, muttering some eerie words, but it did not dampen their good mood. After refueling, they embarked on the steering route, encountering a very high cliff cave along the way. The road climbed up to the mountaintop, where the RV parked in front of a cabin in the woods. Woohoo! Kurt opened the car door, looked at the cabin covered in heavy snow, and couldn't help but shout excitedly. The rest of the group got out of the car and nodded in satisfaction. The cabin seemed small, but the surrounding environment was lovely, covered with snow, and they even ventured to a large lake nearby. The winter scenery always brought excitement. They even happily started a snowball fight. After playing for a while, they returned to the RV, took out suitcases, toolboxes, and other items and brought them into the cabin. Kurt looked at the cabin's interior. Although not particularly clean, it had a vintage charm and seemed to be frequently cleaned. Kurt's cousin had recommended this secluded cabin, mentioning that people come here to vacation every year. This was why it didn't appear abandoned. Kurt took the initiative to say, "Okay, we need to clear the surrounding snow first, and also the heavy snow on the roof. Holden and I will find a ladder to climb the roof to sweep the snow, and you others go around chopping some trees and collecting firewood to light the fireplace. I don't want us to huddle in the RV when the temperature drops tonight." Everyone agreed with Kurt's task distribution and immediately got to work. With a full set of tools, including telescopic ladders, axes, and saws, the job was quickly done. It took about 20 minutes in total. When Kurt came down from the roof, the fireplace inside the cabin was already lit with firewood, warming the chilly interior. A kettle was placed on the stove in the living room, ready to make some coffee. With light snow outside and a burning fireplace and boiling water for coffee inside, the group moved the sofa over, sat around the stove with steaming coffee, removed their down jackets, and continued chatting enthusiastically in sweaters. However, unbeknownst to Kurt and the others, just a kilometer away at a higher spot, a group of people also dressed in down jackets were quietly watching the cabin. "Let's block the way back. No one is allowed in or out. Tonight is the time for the summoning ritual." The leader, a woman in a down jacket and hat, said softly as she stared at the cabin with her companions nodding behind her. "Yes." After speaking, they immediately dispersed. The great day was approaching and they needed to cover all loopholes. "Don't blame me, children. Your sacrifice will forge a greater future, and the world will change because of you." The woman spoke coldly, her eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time, thinking of the great ancient god's arrival tonight, granting her immortality and unimaginable power. But before she could calm her excitement, a sudden voice rang out. "Good idea, but it seems your expectations might be disappointed." It was a very young male voice, clear and bright, as if the sun itself made one feel instinctively favorable even without seeing the speaker. But to her, it exploded like thunder, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, to have a stranger suddenly behind her was utterly unexpected and shocking. She turned in anger and surprise, but then something even more shocking happened. She suddenly felt as if her body was not under her control, standing frozen in place, unable to move even a finger despite her efforts. "You tilde," the woman tried to speak. The mysterious and unfamiliar man spoke again. "Wow, ancient old god Sargeras, the Titan cult, summoning rituals, sacrifices, all so troublesome. Isn't there a simpler way? Do we still need to wait until nightfall, using fresh blood and souls to light the summoning magic?" The man, by Zio, walked up to her, unreservedly invading the memories of the woman beside him with his psychic powers. This woman, named Sarah, was once a scholar of esoteric studies who stumbled upon a very old and hidden book in a library. The mysterious script in the book was unfamiliar to anyone, but Sarah recognized it as the Titan script, which she had seen in ancient records. After years of tirelessly translating all the information in the book, she discovered it contained secrets of an ancient old god, a Titan creature both powerful and mysterious, including how to communicate and summon Sargeras. Torn between her curiosity about ancient legends and so-called old gods, she recited a spell from the book, never expecting it to actually work. That moment, an ancient, mysterious, and grand voice echoed in her ears. As a result of the communication, she became a follower. The old god bestowed her with some power, cured her of chronic illnesses, and granted her some knowledge. Using this power and knowledge, she established the Titan cult, recruited followers, and looked for suitable sacrifices to prepare for the summoning of her master, Sargeras. She had finally found 5 suitable sacrifices, built an altar, and completed the preliminary preparations, just waiting for tonight. A specific time, specific conditions for the sacrifice, and a specific order of death are required. Only when these 3 elements are combined can the so-called ancient god be successfully summoned. Summoning, especially across dimensions involving powerful life forms and humans, inherently comes with substantial restrictions. The more stringent the summoning conditions, the greater the power that the summoned deity can manifest. Zio is indifferent to the summoning conditions. In that cabin, 5 young individuals each represent a distinct identity: the whore, the fool, the athlete, the scholar, and the virgin. Only if they die in this specific order within the designated time tonight will the summoning spell be successfully activated. This is simply a classic horror element. The main characters are these 5 students, and using the lives of 5 students to activate the summoning is not something Zio is keen on. More importantly, in this memory of Sarah, there is another method to initiate the summoning. A person endowed with divine power can recite a spell and activate the summoning altar. How convenient it is that he possesses such divine power. However, Zio does not intend to perform the summoning himself, uncertain of potential pitfalls, so he turns his gaze to Sarah. "Now, it's your turn, Pikachu." At this moment, the sky has already darkened, and oddly enough, the heavy snow has stopped. The sky is overcast with clouds, thunder can be heard, but lightning is seen. Night has fallen. Zio didn't even glance at Sarah but walked straight towards the cabin in the woods, unaffected by the snow on the ground. Sarah followed closely behind. Upon reaching the cabin door, he gently knocked. The knocking disrupted the conversation among the 5 students inside. Suddenly, everything went silent. The students sitting on the couch in the living room were startled by the unexpected knocking. This time, this remote location at night and someone suddenly knocking, no one could remain calm. Luckily, Kurt was the first to regain composure, giving a reassuring look to everyone. The others tiptoed to the toolbox and picked up various weapons like telescopic batons, pepper spray, and knives. Kurt, holding a baseball bat, approached the door and asked, "Who's there?" "Hey buddy, I'm from New York, here on vacation. I heard there's a holiday cabin around here, so I wanted to check it out," said Baizio from outside. Hearing Baizio's young, clear voice slightly relieved the people inside. Holden, standing by the window, glanced at Baizio standing outside, unarmed and wearing a clean down jacket, and nodded at Kurt. Kurt then opened the door, and there stood Baizio in a white down jacket, having removed his hat to reveal a handsome young face. "Wow buddy, how did you get here?" Seeing Baizio without any belongings, not even a backpack, Kurt asked in puzzlement. "My stuff is in the car, parked not far away. I saw the lights in the cabin, so I came over." "All right, come in. It's quite cold outside." Kurt and the other 4 students exchanged glances and then invited Baizio in. He was unarmed, Asian, and very handsome. These traits were enough to let the students lower their guard, especially since Asians are seen as a minimal threat in the eyes of Americans today. If it were a strong, unknown black man, they might have thought twice. "Thank you." Baizio entered with a cheerful smile, and Kurt made sure to scan outside before closing the door. The students warmly invited Baizio to sit down. Baizio didn't act reserved and introduced himself first. "John Shaw, you can call me Shaw." "Kurt." "Dana." "Holden." "Jules." "Marty." The 5 students also introduced themselves, all young and with generally good personalities, particularly curious about Baizio's background. After all, a young Asian living in New York alone visiting Ohio the day after Christmas was quite daring. They were all locals, and the holiday cabin was recommended by Kurt's cousin, hence their group visit here. But going to farther, more unfamiliar places would be too intimidating for them. The conversation flowed smoothly without any barriers, discussing topics typical among young people. Baizio, who browsed the internet a lot and had a good memory, knew quite a bit about what the younger generation in America liked, making the chat very pleasant. Kurt poured a cup of coffee for Baizio and, looking at the Asian guy sitting next to Holden, asked curiously, "Shaw, are you a traveler? Why did you come here alone?" Especially as an Asian, whose living environment in the United States is undoubtedly at the bottom of the contempt chain, the atmosphere in Ohio is not very welcoming. They didn't reject Baizio, but that didn't mean others wouldn't. It's hard to imagine how this handsome Asian had the courage to travel alone. Baizio, noticing the curiosity from the 5 students and also hearing Sarah and other believers exchanging words a kilometer away outside, decided not to conceal his purpose anymore. "You guys are lucky. I saw your selfies and descriptions on your blog, so I came specifically to find you." "What?" The 5 were shocked. They hadn't expected this response, and lucky was a strange way to put it. Baizio, without further explanation, set down his coffee cup, stood up, and walked outside under the bewildered gazes of the 5 students, opened the door, and outside, Sarah walked in looking stunned. Kurt and the others immediately frowned and stood up, about to inquire when. Baizio looked at the 5. "Put on your clothes, leave this cabin." His tone was undeniable, and although Kurt and the others were not pleased with his tone and intent, seeing Baizio's black eyes under the dim firelight which seemed like dark stars in a black hole, they instinctively could not refuse and, dressed in down jackets like puppets, walked out of the cabin. Baizio glanced at Kurt and the others standing outside. He lifted his foot and stamped down forcefully. Boom! With just that light stomp, imbued with boundless ferocious power, it was as if a meteor struck the earth, instantly causing the small cabin in the woods to collapse, the earth to quake violently, and the whole mountain to tremble. Outside the cabin, Kurt and the others were still clueless when they were suddenly startled by this terrible commotion. They couldn't help but shake and had to support each other, but they eventually fell into the snow. With fearful eyes, everyone saw that the cabin in the woods collapsed before them, a blast wave sweeping debris and dust in all directions. Even the RV parked not far away was damaged. The windows were shattered, and both the front lights and the exterior were smashed. The group screamed, covering their faces with their hands, struggling to see what had happened. A myriad of unanswered questions arose in their minds. Who exactly was this mysterious Asian named John Shaw? Why did he travel all the way from New York to Ohio just because of their blog? Who was that woman? And who caused the scene before them? These questions tormented everyone, but amidst the fear and horror, it also sparked excitement among the young students. It was as if a detective who loved seeking the truth had encountered an almost flawless murder scene. The violent trembling gradually calmed, the dust settled, and the blast wave subsided. The students, still shaken, looked forward under the moonlight and gasped, for the cabin in the woods had completely disappeared. Not only that, but a huge crater had formed in its place, emitting an ominous red glow. Most crucially, the Asian boy and the mysterious woman were floating quietly mid-air, looking down as if observing something. "Wow, can he actually fly?" Kurt exclaimed excitedly in a whisper. "Kurt!" Holden looked incredulously at Kurt, surprised by his friend's reaction. But the other two girls were just as thrilled, their eyes full of excitement. For two teenage girls, a yellow-skinned, Asian flying man who had found them through a blog and destroyed the cabin with some force, all added an aura of mystery under the moonlight. The floating, upright figure was like a black hole, endlessly attracting their restless hearts. "Guys, I have a bad feeling about this. We must have encountered some kind of mysterious event," said Holden, the knowledgeable one, quickly piecing together what Shaw had cryptically said about luck and specifically finding them, coupled with the current events. "I think we need to leave immediately." "Holden is right, Kurt, we need to leave. It's too dangerous here," said an earnest Marty, also visibly uneasy. Kurt glanced at his friends, then at the godlike John Shaw floating above, and the eerie glow emanating from the deep pit, and he nodded decisively. It was not the time to court death. Curiosity aside, they only had one life to live. Thus, the group immediately gathered their belongings, boarded the RV, and Kurt hit the gas to reverse, preparing to leave the place. Zio glanced at the RV, its windshield shattered as it drove away. These students were not foolish, at least not like the typical protagonists in horror stories. Below, Zio saw a not-so-large altar surrounded by 5 stones with different human-like figures carved on them, matching the images he had envisioned. At the altar, a group of followers watched as Zio placed his hand on Sarah's shoulder. A surge of magic energy flowed into Sarah's body, reversing her age as the lines and wrinkles on her face disappeared, rejuvenating her. However, Sarah soon felt immense pain, as if her body could not withstand the torrential energy, yet she said nothing, enduring silently. Zio did not care whether she could bear it or not. As long as she could recite the spell, that was all that mattered. After infusing a small portion of the magic power, his body floated away, and Sarah, controlled by his mind, began to recite the summoning spell from memory. "Great ancient god, Sargeras, I, your faithful follower, beseech your descent, your great radiance to spread across the world. The earth trembles because of you." The long spell echoed from Sarah's mouth, reverberating across the mountains, even reaching Kurt and his friends driving away. The spell-like voice incessantly echoed in their ears. Driving the RV, Kurt suddenly hit the brakes, his face contorted in pain, and the other students felt the same. Thankfully, the spell did not last long, about a minute. But that minute felt like a day to them, the pain nearly driving them to the brink of collapse. But the bad news was, although the sound of the spell had stopped and the pain had disappeared, they all felt an inexplicable fear stemming from their souls, abrupt and indistinct. This fear caused them to sweat coldly. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the earth, and the surrounding mountains trembled violently, causing rocks to fall. Luckily, their location was relatively safe on flat ground, but not far ahead was a cliff, and under these circumstances its peril was clear. "Damn it!" Kurt punched the steering wheel in frustration. Amid the intense shaking, Kurt and his friends panicked, and from behind a terrifying roar came. The shaking intensified, and they couldn't help but look back through the rear window. They could vaguely see in the distant sky, under the moonlight, a giant arm enshrouded in magma. Oh my God! Their eyes were blank. What was that thing? What had they encountered? Why was this happening? They wondered, but someone was excited. Floating in midair, Bai Zio looked at the giant arm emerging from under the cabin, wrapped in magma, as the temperature began to rise and the snow on the ground started to melt, flowing towards lower altitudes. The vicious, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty aura enveloped the earth. He watched as the giant hand swept down, smashing the so-called faithful follower Sarah to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and a devastating blast wave swept across, breaking all the trees nearby, and the ground around the giant hand cracked densely. Grabbing the ground, a terrifying and tall figure slowly emerged from beneath the earth, pushing up the soil and gradually standing upright. Bai Zio, initially looking down, now looked up. This was a creature about 300 meters tall, ugly with a fierce head, sharp teeth in its wide mouth, and a humanoid body covered in scales, with sharp spines on its shoulders and back, and blood-red eyes exuding brutality. It roared towards the sky. The explosive roar lifted the sound waves, clearing the clouds in the sky, and the entire mountain range trembled as this giant creature emerged, waking many hibernating animals, which fled in terror. Under the moonlight, the giant black silhouette reflected in Bai Zio's eyes and those of Kurt and his friends on the distant road, their faces filled with fear. "What is that thing? A demon? Oh my God, this is madness. Drive, Kurt, we need to get out of here." Jules trembled, urging Kurt to drive away, wanting to escape this cursed place, even if it meant possibly driving over a cliff. She felt like she was going to die here. "No, we can't drive now. The entire mountain is shaking and that cliff road is too long. If we encounter a landslide on the road, we're definitely doomed." Marty, with curly hair, immediately spoke up, being the only one with enough sense in the situation. He knew going back would surely be fatal. "Marty's right, we can't go back. The mountain's structure is too fragile. It could disintegrate. We must stay calm." Holden, regaining control over his fear, agreed. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, Jules ran to the back of the vehicle, shouting through the rear window. The others immediately followed to look, and they saw in front of the terrifying black giant a burst of golden light, gentle and dazzling like the sun, illuminating the night sky. The golden ripples rolled and covered the earth. This also illuminated the night sky, allowing the five to clearly see the giant's ugly and fierce appearance. "Is that Shaw?" Kurt picked up binoculars and looked over, surprised. There, the golden flowing magic around Bai Zio rippled as a breeze blew. He unzipped his down jacket, took it off, revealing a black shirt underneath. Wearing jeans and sneakers under the night sky, he seemed like a prince under the moonlight. The wind swayed the down jacket in his hand. Facing the towering giant, Bai Zio slightly tilted his head up, his eyes full of satisfaction. What a big monster! Such a size, many times more oppressive than the blood god, was enough to prove the value of this ancient old god. Another fruitful day. Bai Zio was confident. From the first glance at this ancient old god's arrival, he knew the other was strong but still a step behind him. "Human, who are you? I don't feel the aura of another world from you." Bai Zio stared at the ancient old god Sargeras, and Sargeras also noticed Bai Zio, who was a bright source of light no one could ignore. Most importantly, he felt threatened, unexpectedly sensing danger from a mere human. This was incredible for Sargeras. He came from the ancient times and had seen some ancient humans with great power who fought against the gods, called heroes. But after countless years, the gods either died or left, and those ancient human heroes also died. Rarely did strong beings emerge on Earth, but unexpectedly he was summoned and met a human strong enough to confuse him. Moreover, Sargeras always felt something odd about this human, very strange, so much that he couldn't pinpoint where this discomfort came from. So he was curious. Facing the giant ancient old god Sargeras' curiosity, Bai Zio whistled. "I'm not interested in answering your questions now, let's play a game. A game called Life and Death." Boom. An explosive burst of energy erupted, and Bai Zio's figure instantly disappeared. The spot he had been standing in exploded into a circular air ring, and his entire being, like a sword cutting through the air, rushed towards the ancient god Sargeras' giant head. The latter, true to the name of an ancient old god, reacted extremely swiftly against the approaching Bai Zio. Raising a hand into a fist like a mountain, he struck towards Baizio. In a moment, two fists of completely different sizes collided. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, but it was only for a second. The next second, from the center of the two fists, terrifying energy burst forth, rolling like thunder. The entire mountain range suddenly cracked, centered around the feet of the ancient god. A natural disaster descended. The energy waves from the collision between the ancient old god and Baizio swept like a flood. The sky seemed to crack open from the collision. Mountains shattered, rampaging trees were swept away and destroyed by the blast wave. Huge fissures densely appeared on the mountains, with turbulence and destruction as the themes of this moment. This was a disaster, more terrifying than natural disasters. The followers inside the mountain, who worshipped the ancient god Sargeras, did not receive the blessings they yearned for from their revered god, but were instead met with an irresistible disaster. They died. Everyone died here. They were mere humans. How could they survive in a battle between two godlike beings? A mere breath could annihilate them. Besides them, there were a few others, specifically 5 students from Kurt who, although they had fled a great distance, were still within the range of the mountains, with the aftermath still reaching them. Cracks appeared on the surface of the road and mountains, the largest of which even spread towards their RV. Once the bottomless fissures spread, Kurt and the others, along with the RV, would plunge into the abyss, leaving no trace. Marty was the first to notice this and frantically shouted, pulling his companions to quickly flee from the RV. "Run!" Marty, though outwardly meek and curly-haired, was actually in excellent physical condition. He was the first to jump out of the RV door, and the other 4, nearly scared to death, also staggered and hurriedly fled. Jules almost fell in her haste, but luckily Kurt was quick to catch her, escaping the RV. They moved forward, staggering in the violent tremors, toward an open and uncracked piece of land. However, the domain of a godly battle allowed no mortal to tread upon it. Those who did met only death. As the mountain violently shook, Kurt and the others tried to stabilize themselves, helplessly watching as the RV was swallowed by the massive fissure and plunged into the abyss. They had no time to feel fortunate, as the fate of death still spread to them. As Kurt and the others looked on in despair, the ground where they were split again, unimaginably wide. The dense fissures shattered the area completely, collapsing, and they screamed, replicating the fate of the RV. Strangely, a mysterious force enveloped them, allowing them to float in the air and slowly move to another intact area, as if watched over by a god. No matter how the mountains shook, collapsed, or broke, this area remained unaffected. The 5 survivors, full of confusion and suppressing their fear, heard a gentle voice. "Get some sleep and cherish the hard-won future." The world turned chaotic and they seemed to enter a splendid corridor. In this corridor they traveled uncontrollably, watching helplessly as a huge, dazzling light source approached and engulfed them. They vanished from the mountain range. Meanwhile, Baizio, who was fiercely fighting the ancient god Sargeras, twitched his eyebrows but remained composed, facing the towering giant's huge palm that covered the sky. He created an invisible telekinetic wall under his feet with his mind, stomping on it with intense speed, shattering the telekinetic wall. His figure whizzed toward the head of the ancient titan god Sargeras, tearing through the air and creating terrifying conical airwaves. Sargeras did not react in time. Baizio had already reached his cheek, and his right foot, clad in white sports shoes, radiated dazzling golden light. This kick, escalating to the speed of light, struck Sargeras's cheek with devastating force. Even though Sargeras's head still seemed like a mountain in front of Baizio, the kick caused massive damage. A painful roar and a thunderous boom ensued as Sargeras's head was kicked sideways, his body tilting uncontrollably and crashing to the ground, a giant more than 300 meters tall, altering the mountain's landscape instantly. A large part of the mountain range was crushed, creating a huge crater and kicking up clouds of dust. Baizio floated in the air, raising his arm high. Dozens of kilometers away, a silver-crossed sword whistled through the sky, piercing the clouds, and eventually landed in his hand. This side, by Zio's kick, was powerful enough to easily reshape the terrain for miles around, but Sargeras, after all, was an ancient Titan god, a high-level being whose life was astonishingly high. The kick was not fatal, and he fully healed in a few breaths. With an angry roar, just as he was about to get up, a dazzling golden beam of light descended from the sky, heavily smashing onto Sargeras' head. Boom! The terrifying power shook Sargeras' head down again, stirring up a vast cloud of dust that rolled out in all directions like a sandstorm. It wasn't over yet. Sargeras felt his body being lifted by a tremendous force, and then his huge body was thrown into the sky. Below on the ground, within a crater thousands of meters in diameter, Zio stood, looking up at Sargeras, whom he had thrown into the sky. His left hand was wrapped in golden flowing flames, clearly having exerted great strength. "You're tough enough, but I don't have time to play with you now." A gust of invisible air flowed, the big wind roaring past, stirring his hair wildly as he clasped the cross sword tightly, raising it above his head. Brilliant golden starlight appeared, as if billions of golden stars were converging on the raised cross sword. Compressing, constantly compressing. The magic power continuously compressed inside his body surged into the sword, causing the cross sword to spew golden holy light. Around him, the terrifying pressure caused the air to begin to distort, the magnetic field fell into disorder, and the broken stones within hundreds of meters of the ground uncontrollably began to float around him. At the critical point, the air collapsed towards Zio's direction, and in his eyes golden flames blazed. He struck mightily towards the ancient god Sargeras in the sky. Boom! In an instant the ground shattered, the surging air currents rolled back, causing the several kilometers wide pit to deepen further, and the rolling waves turned the surrounding land inside out. Floating debris was also compressed into dust. A dazzling stream of golden energy erupted from the sword, pointing straight at the ancient god Sargeras in the sky. Feeling the oppressive force, Sargeras roared and turned his body around, his entire being ablaze with surging green energy, his massive palms shielding in front of him. The stream moved swiftly, as fast as light. The majestic golden stream completely engulfed the ancient god Sargeras. The golden stream burst forth with brilliant light, dispersing the sky, sweeping across with explosive force, lighting up the heavens, the clouds seared by the intense heat, and the high-temperature energy visibly distorting the air. Within that stream, a giant figure could faintly be seen angrily roaring and struggling, the green glow fleeting before being overwhelmed by the gold. The so-called ancient god Sargeras, a Titan life-form, ultimately perished within this unstoppable force, turned to dust and smoke. The rolling waves reached tens of kilometers, the sudden, blinding light like the morning sun turned day into night. After a long duration, darkness slowly returned. After the calm, all that was left was devastation, the surrounding natural mountains broken, large and small pits resembling the aftermath of missile strikes. Many peaks were cut off by the residual waves. Countless broken wood and stones piled up, lakes evaporated. The central area was filled with numerous large and small cracks. The originally graceful natural mountain environment was completely rewritten. Even if someone wanted to develop this area, constructing even a single complete road would be challenging. Perhaps only from an aerial view could one discern a kind of broken beauty. Zio, holding a cross sword, stood within the giant crater, watching the essence of life, richer than the blood god, enter his body. In an instant, the process of his sub-god transformation was shortened by about a tenth. He began to feel his life's progression moving towards a new stage, displaying miraculous, all-around enhancements, and the world before him seemed to change slightly, becoming sharper, seeing things many people could not. Zio did not delve deeper into these thoughts, because next he was going to meet an important person, someone who had appeared during his battle with Sargeras. The figure slowly floated up, flying towards the southwest. Soon he saw a relatively intact mountain cliff and the person looking up at him. Upon seeing this person, he immediately confirmed his thoughts. His body slowly floated down, landing in front of this person. It's our first meeting. I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Baizio. My name is Ancient One, and I am a sorcerer." Her gentle female voice carried an indescribable magnetism, like a clear spring, like a comforting sage. This was a woman, also bald, wearing a yellow sorcerer's robe, holding a folding fan, with a necklace adorned with a green gem around her neck. Sorcerer, Ancient One. Indeed, I had previously sensed that the entire space had changed. It seems all these were preparations made by the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Baizio raised an eyebrow. Titan old god Sargeras, his status is high, and the battle between you would have killed many innocent people if this space were not sealed. Ancient One openly admitted this, so I had to employ some tricks. These tricks, to me, are truly miraculous. Baizio glanced around, if he hadn't noticed before, killing old god Sargeras and further sensing after advancing in life. He acutely felt that although this world seemed very real, it subtly gave him a sense of incongruity. It seemed he shouldn't appear here, and from a deeper perspective, a peculiar energy fluctuation formed a vast space. Baizio was certain this must be one of the magical mirror space spells. Creating a space completely isolated from reality. In this space, one can observe everything in the real world, but those in the real world cannot harm or see the mirror space. And in this world, the caster can completely construct the space they desire. A very powerful magic. Used by a sorcerer of Ancient One's caliber, it would not be easily detected. With this, Baizio felt his previous thoughts were indeed correct. Despite the thin and frail appearance of this bald woman who was in close combat, was killed by her own disciple, whose life status was far inferior to her own. But beneath this frail appearance hid a terrifying soul. This soul stored vast magical knowledge, allowing her to not be bound by her body, completely able to leave this nearly decayed old body and travel the multiverse with her soul. Even using her soul to materialize, reconstructing a new body was simple. In terms of the cultivation world, this was a grandmaster of the primordial spirit, taking a completely different path from those who achieved sanctity through their physical bodies alone. Baizio, now slightly evaluating himself against Ancient One, with his super brain analysis, felt he could struggle a bit, then be magically killed by Ancient One. As for being killed in close combat by that disciple, and then falling to his death, that was something only the early naive Doctor Strange would believe. Purely a tool being misled about magic, likely in the mid to late stages when becoming one of the 9 realms' strongest sorcerers. He would guess that Ancient One initially faked her death to escape, throwing the responsibility to Doctor Strange. Unable to fight, unable to strike, Baizio promptly set aside some unrealistic thoughts, just putting on a show. "You have a very sharp sense, Mr. Baizio. It seems you have begun to understand this world. Master Ancient One, it seems you know me quite well. I have always been observing you." Observing me. With these words, Baizio quickly deduced that the Ancient One knew he was the origin who could change the future timeline, as he had anticipated. She had been silently observing him all along, but likely unaware that he had changed a person's soul. Had she known, her attitude might have been different. To be safe, Baizio continued his unassuming disguise, extracting useful information from the conversation with this bald female. "Yes, I am a sorcerer leading a group of magicians, silently guarding this world from invasions from other worlds, so I possess some capabilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people," the Ancient One explained gently, patiently clarifying her observations. "Just a year ago, I was facing an enemy from another world. The battle took a long time, and during that period I sensed some extraordinary changes. I could not disengage until I had driven that enemy away, and then I found you." The Ancient One looked at Baizio, who was not particularly tall, about 170 centimeters, but still slightly taller than him. Thus, her gaze was slightly elevated, yet Baizio did not feel looked down upon. Rather, it was she who seemed to have the higher perspective. Seeing Baizio listening patiently, she continued with a smile, "I observed a version of you that was obsessive and radical, extremely rational yet filled with a fiery revenge. But the flame of vengeance did not consume your heart. Instead, your kindness led you to abandon the path leading into the abyss, which I find comforting." Baizio frowned, silently analyzing each word. Indeed, she had noticed the changes in history from the beginning, but was held back by someone powerful enough to do so, perhaps not Dormammu, but someone of that caliber. When she finally had time to observe him, it was probably during the time he had finished slaying vampires or killing the blood god. His life had transformed repeatedly, his soul evolving to unimaginable extents, especially since he had focused on developing mental power and building psychic defenses. Ancient One had the ability to see into souls and read memories, but it was impossible to do so without Baizio noticing. By that time, Baizio was a significant figure in his own right, firmly rooted as a native. His soul and body were in complete harmony. Unless she read his memories, the Ancient One could not see through him. She was merely curious and puzzled by his rapid growth. Indeed, it was too quick, too monstrous, and Baizio felt that this meeting should have occurred much later. Ancient One's urgency probably stemmed from his rapid development. This meeting, triggered by coincidence after discovering the ancient evil god Sargeras and the noise of their battle, laid bare the most genuine aspects of this world to him. Thus, Baizio was fairly certain that this bald female sorcerer indeed regarded him as part of Earth's faction. Baizio's silence was not surprising to the Ancient One. Anyone would feel uneasy knowing they were being secretly observed. It wasn't just surveillance. Moreover, the character Baizio displayed was not just kind but also decisively lethal. If recognized as an enemy, he acted without hesitation. "This world is bigger and more complex than you imagine, Zio. I think this encounter might have made you realize that." The Ancient One spoke softly, then openly revealed the true aspects of this world. Multiverses, hell, heaven, alien civilizations, powerful beings from other dimensions, all coveting this world, Camertage, Asgard, and so on. She explained everything to Baizio, who, although already aware, appeared shocked. It was nothing short of an Oscar-worthy performance. The Ancient One, not detecting any deception, smiled at Baizio's shocked demeanor. She had observed him over time and knew from her experience that he was indeed a native, with no possibility of being possessed by beings from other worlds. She was confident in this. At her level, any inconsistency would be immediately evident. More importantly, this Asian boy's recent actions perfectly matched his personality. From a weak child orphaned by the loss of his parents and subjected to various bullying due to his skin color, he had embarked on a path of revenge, killing all who had wronged him. This was not enough. The flames of revenge grew even fiercer, fueled by his hatred for the gang he blamed for his mother's death. Considering gangs a cancer, he mercilessly slaughtered them, earning the nickname Butcher. Yet, acts of innocence proved that deep down, he still harbored kindness. As he grew, discovering the vampire race led him to abandon his original thoughts, seeing them as a greater threat. His deep-seated kindness and sense of duty made him hesitate no more in hunting vampires. His battles against the blood god and the old god Sargeras also highlighted another trait: his belligerent, warlike behavior. Regardless of whether it was the blood god or the ancient old god Sargeras, Baizio had already detected them early on, yet he still allowed them to be summoned successfully, annihilating them completely with his own power. This display of his warlike nature was exceptionally vivid. Indeed, a warlike disposition is, to some extent, a form of arrogance. However, Ancient One understood this quite well, considering that everyone has their own unique personality, and she has always been amazed by Baizio's rapid growth. Growing too fast, from an ordinary person to reaching a level capable of effortlessly destroying the ancient god Sargeras within a year, represents a strength that is likely second only to the Sky Father. As far as Ancient One knew, even the two future kings of the millennia-old Asgard in the face of Baizio could only be utterly defeated, and Thor, who also possesses the bloodline of the Odin and divine power, has a top-tier foundation in the universe. Yet now, Bai Zio has surpassed them in just 1 year, a rate of growth that is monstrously fast. Ancient One thought that this belligerence might play a role, as it is in his nature to be warlike, accelerating his growth through continuous battle, similar to Thor in this respect. Growing through battle is a trait Ancient One has seen often and finds unremarkable. Thus, she does not dislike Bai Zio's combative nature. Moreover, while being warlike, he also maintains extreme rationality, allowing him to keep a clear mind against enemies, assess their strengths and weaknesses, and these dual traits do not conflict significantly, with rational analysis ensuring that his opponents are not vastly superior. Bai Zio engages in battle without hesitation, using combat as nourishment for his growth. Ancient One finds this combination of characteristics quite intriguing. She appreciates Bai Zio, and as long as he maintains his stance and personality, she is happy to invest in him. Indeed, Ancient One's current attitude toward Bai Zio is one of investment. It is undeniable that the historical timeline has been altered, and even killing Bai Zio now would not revert the changed future. It would follow an unpredictable path that she cannot mend. Under these circumstances, the traits displayed by Bai Zio lead Ancient One to believe that, barring any accidents, the heights he might reach are unimaginable even to herself. Since that is the case, investing in him before he has fully matured promises unimaginably rich returns. This is just the harsh reality. Bai Zio has guessed most of these thoughts, so he is currently sitting back and fishing, not to mention that it seems quite unlikely that he would easily deceive Ancient One, a sorcerer of Odin's caliber. In fact, much is based on numerous layouts and coincidences. The first is his soul occupying the body, merging with the original memory, and then embarking on a path of killing to become stronger, fully integrating the soul with the body without side effects, which, according to the cultivation settings, means obtaining the recognition of the earth as a local. Ancient One is held back and cannot find him immediately, taking advantage of his weakest moments to probe his soul. Later, Bai Zio deliberately crafted his persona to ease Ancient One's mind. Plus, his natural speed of progression is monstrously fast, presenting a potential for investment. A series of coincidences and strategies allowed Bai Zio to create an information gap, managing to deceive Ancient One. Missing even a single element could have led to failure. Unfortunately, this is the reality of being weak. As the saying goes, to be a master, one must first play the role of a servant. These thoughts are merely momentary. Since Ancient One has formally met with Bai Zio and confirmed his personality, it logically follows that she begins to invest. Thus, she smoothly issued an invitation to Bai Zio. If you have time, consider visiting Kamar Taj. While your growth has been rapid, you still lack knowledge about this world and much other knowledge. To embark on a great path, knowledge is like bricks and mortar, laying a solid foundation for your journey. Seemingly recalling Bai Zio's proud and combative nature, she added another reason. You need more and stronger opponents, and I believe Kamar Taj can satisfy this need. Thank you, Master Ancient One, but is this to make amends? No, I only hope that this world can have one more guardian, and I hope you can become strong enough. Ancient One said with a compassionate tone, the predetermined future has already changed, and as someone who changes the future, you need to grow quickly to face those crises. Quite a lofty reason. Isn't this just considering me a new tool for your retirement plans? Bai Zio secretly sneered. This bald woman, in her eagerness to retire as soon as possible, would play dead. Now that there's him, who looks like a high-quality tool, she certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Perhaps Ancient One even wants to hand over the position of Supreme Sorcerer to him. If she wants to use him as a tool, he also wants to learn magic and accumulate knowledge. It can only be said that it is a mutual rush. Okay, sounds interesting, but I am indeed curious about magic, so see you tomorrow. You can find this location. Someone will take you to Kamar Taj. Looking forward to meeting you tomorrow, Mr. Bai Zio. Ancient One smiled and transmitted the location information to Bai Zio through mental power. Then, scanning the surroundings, a fiery, circular teleportation array mysteriously appeared behind her. Ancient One stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing as the array faded. At this moment, the world quietly changed. Baizio turned his head to look. The previously ravaged mountain range had somehow returned to its original state, still serene under the moonlight. Or rather, from the beginning, he and everyone else had always existed in a world of mirror space. Truly a miraculous technique, Baizio's desire for magical knowledge grew even stronger. Just now, the teleportation magic. At that moment, under the moonlight, standing at the edge of a cliff, he seemed thoughtful, his mind recalling the scene of the teleportation magic. Why does it always seem like he, too, could do it? Baizio has always been confident in his comprehension, and is sure that his talent in learning magic will not be inferior, probably much stronger than someone's retirement plan. With the inherent magical advantage he possesses, it's no wonder that he can master teleportation magic at a glance. However, he will not attempt it here. Magic is too subjective and dangerous. Although Baizio has an adventurous spirit, he generally takes risks only within what he considers an acceptable range. Magic is too mysterious. An unexpected result from a teleportation spell could be troublesome. After all, he is traveling to Taj tomorrow, so there's no need to take such risks. It's best to stick to a more prudent approach. Thinking this, Baizio gave up the idea of casting a teleportation spell and instead immediately took flight towards where he had placed his Blackbird II fighter jet. Another source of Baizio's resignation is that this fighter jet seems to be nearing obsolescence. It just goes to show that plans often change more dramatically than expected. The next day, Baizio enjoyed a delicious Chinese meal at the manor. The ancient old god Sargera's incident went unnoticed. Though the battle was intense, it all took place within the mirror world. The memories of those 5 students were likely altered as well. Their blog selfies and descriptions changed to another vacation spot, confirming this. Covering tracks, SHIELD thinks they're clever, but it's the magicians who are the true masters. Later, dressed in a down jacket and jeans and driving a McLaren sports car, Baizio arrived at 177 Bleecker Street in New York. He parked his car at the roadside, and before he could knock, the door opened. Inside stood a black sorcerer dressed in a thick cotton sorcerer's robe. John Shaw, the venerated one, awaits you at Taj. After entering, the door closed automatically behind him. The black sorcerer then spoke a phrase and drew a circle beside him. A teleportation spell appeared, and Baizio nodded at the black sorcerer before stepping into the circle. As he entered, the teleportation spell closed automatically behind him. This was another world, a place unknown to most, located near the position of the Himalayas and in the vicinity of Kathmandu, Nepal. The site was a square where many sorcerers, dressed in down sorcerer robes and holding cleaning tools, were earnestly clearing the snow. Seeing Baizio's arrival, the sorcerers were quite curious. "How do you feel about this place? Is it different from what you imagined?" The voice of Ancient One reached his ears. Turning his head, Baizio saw Ancient One also wearing a slightly thicker sorcerer's robe, now in white. "It's very secluded and beautiful. This is the Himalayas near Kathmandu, Nepal. Taj has been established for thousands of years." Ancient One spoke as he led Baizio to the main temple. The building was wooden, embodying classical aesthetics with wooden floors, low tables, and sitting mats. The main temple's living room was very spacious, offering a great view through the wooden windows of the snowy Himalayan landscape. Ancient One sat Baizio down on a sitting mat and deftly and smoothly made him a cup of tea. "Would you like to learn magic, Zio?" "Would Master Ancient One teach me?" I might be absent from Taj for much of the time. There are many old magicians here. If you have any questions, you can turn to them. I can see that you are not introverted and have a great thirst for knowledge and growth." Ancient One smiled, "But feel free to ask me when I am available. I'm very happy to see a talented young magician grow. However, your excellence might intimidate some of my students." "Thank you." Baizio raised his teacup to Ancient One, who graciously accepted. Being able to impart knowledge is the mark of a teacher, and Baizio has the requisite politeness and ethics. even though both he and Ancient One understand that this is fundamentally a reciprocal transaction. Magic is a very ancient cosmic secret power, capable of accomplishing many unimaginable feats, creating worlds, exploring multiple universes, and piercing the river of time. The magic of Kamar-Taj is somewhat special. Ancient One did not waste words, beginning to explain the origins and knowledge of his magic. The magicians of Kamar-Taj, mostly ordinary humans initially without inherent energy, must connect through specific incantations and inscribe magic circles to draw on other dimensional magic energy and release powerful magic. However, the borrowed power must eventually be repaid. The more power borrowed, the greater the impact on oneself. So many magicians in Kamar-Taj also learn various combat skills, using shields and weapons in conjunction with fighting. But you are different, Zio. Your body harbors immense power and strong mental strength. This combination gives you a natural advantage in learning magic. Ancient One seemed slightly envious. After all, Bai Zio's innate advantage is so great, it's as if heaven itself is spoon-feeding him. Bai Zio took it in stride, being fed by heaven. He was still only comparable to ordinary races, and not to some of the naturally divine beings. Ancient One continued without pause. What you need is knowledge, skipping the step of communicating and borrowing magical energy, to learn and accumulate, to consume and fully understand magic knowledge and create your own magic system. Ancient One's knowledge was impressively deep, and as a teacher, she was among the best. Naturally sharp-eyed, she could easily discern what Bai Zio needed most at the moment. You can freely access the library, where all the magical knowledge accumulated over thousands of years in Kamar-Taj is stored. The next few years will be crucial for you to establish a strong foundation. I will speak to the guardians of the library, but I hope you temporarily avoid touching the forbidden dark magic, which, while powerful, also has the capacity to corrupt souls. Your personality tends towards the extreme, which might lead you into degradation. Only with sufficient accumulated magic knowledge can you fully harness those dark magics. Ancient One further cautioned that whether white magic or black magic, both are merely different applications of power, with no inherent hierarchy or moral distinction. She, Ancient One, is both the strongest white magician and the strongest black magician in Kamar-Taj. The latter tends to be learned quickly, powerful, but also with relatively significant side effects. Thank you for the reminder, Master Ancient One. Bai Zio gratefully accepted the gesture. He was not one to be unappreciative. On the path of magical knowledge, he was a complete novice and certainly wouldn't question the credibility of Master Ancient One in this field. Master Ancient One nodded with a smile. Subsequently, she formally began to teach some precautions about magic. Bai Zio noted each point diligently, and after finishing his tea and bidding farewell to Master Ancient One, he eagerly headed to the library. The guardian was not the Asian, portly sorcerer from his memories, but rather an old, white-haired, taciturn sorcerer. Having received authorization from Master Ancient One, Bai Zio was free to enter and leave the library. He didn't reach for the high-level magic books but started from the very basic spells. He thoroughly mastered these spells from the ground up, laying a foundation for the magic he planned to create later. Time flew by, and 2 years passed with the seasons changing. During these 2 years, Earth was relatively calm, but some observant people noticed that a particularly unique individual had settled down. That was Bai Zio. Bai Zio's notorious name as a butcher was clear to some. The fact that he had bought a villa in Long Island, New York, was also known to others. This included a certain snake, Hydra. Since learning of the existence of the butcher Bai Zio, they had covertly initiated a plan against him under extremely secretive conditions. This was particularly challenging because Nick Fury himself was exceptionally capable, arguably the most adept leader since the establishment of SHIELD. It was immensely difficult for the Hydra within to deceive Nick Fury and plant spies around people he was very concerned about. Still, they managed to accomplish this after much time and effort. What baffled Hydra most was that, after convincing and successfully brainwashing 2 maids to spy on Bai Zio, The butcher, nothing followed. To their astonishment, all Hydra agents involved in this operation died within a day in various ways, jumping from buildings, drowning in rivers, being hit by cars, overeating until their stomachs burst, and so forth. This immediately drew significant attention from Hydra, given that these were also SHIELD agents. The death of so many agents in one day inevitably caught Nick Fury's high attention, and it took a considerable amount of resources and high-ranking involvement to suppress this matter. A secretive investigation into this bizarre event followed, but it led to no results. However, the connections were too obvious. Everything pointed to the butcher by Zio. But they didn't know what means by Zio had used. Revenge? That was impossible. If they retaliated against someone under Nick Fury's close watch, they would expose themselves. Whether they could succeed in killing him was another matter, and it might even lead to Nick Fury fully reclaiming the butcher. Unable to act, Hydra had no choice but to pretend the incident never happened. Zio appeared and disappeared mysteriously, now in his estate, now mysteriously gone, as Hydra simply chose to ignore his existence. And the source of all this, of course, was Zio himself. As for Zio, he was currently in the world of the mirror dimension. He was dressed in a simple red jacket, white shirt, and black, tousled hair, as usual, his tall figure standing proudly against the sky. Compared to 2 years ago, his features had become even more refined. The transformation at the level of life had gradually brought his physical appearance towards its most perfect stage, with ideal proportions of height and facial features and flawless, smooth skin. At this moment, suspended high in the sky, he looked down like a deity. On the ground, a gigantic lava demon over 500 meters tall emerged and roared furiously at Zio in the sky. "Damn sorcerer, I will tear you apart." Okay, I know, but before you tear me apart, try this thing I created." With these casual words, Zio's pupils gleamed with a golden light. In an instant, magical power surged, and behind him, a space appeared, forming a giant golden wall pattern connected by golden magic circles turning into vortexes. Various weapons slowly floated out of the golden vortexes, each imbued with tremendous power. The originally arrogant lava demon's visage visibly stilled in confusion. Huh. The lava demon instinctively emitted a sound of soulful puzzlement. Then, its massive body trembled as it sensed danger, an extremely terrifying danger. At this moment, the lava demon suddenly regretted why it had smuggled itself to Earth, and why it had encountered such a terrifying sorcerer. Zio, with one hand on his waist, paid no attention to the lava demon below, already scared stupid. His figure, backlit by dazzling golden light, appeared sacred and majestic. Squinting his eyes in pleasure, his right hand made a gentle downward sweep. Boom! As his palm swung down, the weapons, trailing long golden tails, fell like meteors toward the ground, targeting the lava demon. By the time the lava demon recovered from its stupor, it was too late to dodge or defend. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions resonated, accompanied by faint screams, as the earth was thoroughly purged, with golden mushroom clouds erupting from the ground, spreading terror with each blast. The terrifying tremors caused the world of the mirror dimension to shake as if it was about to shatter. The air on the ground twisted and inverted, pure destruction ravaging everything, devouring the lava demon's body and soul. The most terrifying aspect was the unending emergence of weapons from the golden vortexes behind Zio. Like a torrential downpour, the barrage continued for a full minute before slowly ceasing, leaving behind a shockingly ravaged landscape as the fierce storm of explosions faded. Countless craters of varying sizes littered the ground. Some were hundreds of meters wide, while even the smaller ones spanned several dozen meters. Cracks stretched for kilometers like terrifying spider webs. The ground was densely studded with weapons. These weapons of various shapes included swords from different Chinese dynasties, Western cross swords, spears, knives, single crescent halberds and double crescent halberds, among others. Each weapon was exquisitely designed, adorned with intricate patterns, and emitted a faint golden glow. As for the lava demon, it had long since been obliterated by the spectacular bombardment of fireworks, leaving not even its soul behind. With a hum, Bai Zio observed the effects of this experiment and nodded in satisfaction. Behind him, golden vortices resembling rippling mirrors dissipated one by one. Simultaneously, the myriad weapons embedded in the ground vanished along with the golden light particles. With a cracking sound, the world before him shattered like a broken mirror, and Bai Zio returned to reality. A golden magic circle lit up beneath his feet, its radiant glow engulfing Bai Zio and causing him to disappear. In an instant, he was at Kamar Taj, which remained unchanged. In the main hall, Ancient One, with an unchanged demeanor, was seated at a low rectangular table, sipping a steaming cup of tea. Another cup was placed across from her, evidently prepared for Bai Zio. Unsurprised, Bai Zio walked over, sat down cross-legged, and took a sip from the cup. Tea, which would have been scalding to an ordinary person, did not affect him at all. "Are you leaving?" the Ancient One asked with a smile, although her tone was certain. Bai Zio nodded. "In these 2 years I have learned everything I needed to. It's time for me to do what I must." 2 years is such a short time. I expected your talent to be exceptional, but you have surpassed even my expectations. Ancient One's normally composed face showed a slight change, reflecting admiration and incredulity. Under her watchful eye, Bai Zio had not only read all the magical texts in Kamar Taj within 2 years, but had also thoroughly understood them and developed his own magical system. His innovations, some of which the Ancient One secretly observed, were impressive, such as his recent display of the Gate of Babylon treasure of the king. Magnificent, dazzling, and powerful, Bai Zio smiled. "I am still very grateful for your help, Master Ancient One." "If you truly are grateful, you should take on the responsibility of the Sorcerer Supreme," the Ancient One replied, rolling her eyes. Bai Zio evaded the topic. He had no desire to become a tool for others, preferring the freedom of his own path rather than bearing the responsibility of guarding the earth. He had left behind a mundane life in his previous existence and saw no reason to return to it now. "I believe you have your own plans. How about discussing this person called Strange?" he asked, changing the subject. "You have indeed reached that level. It's quite astonishing." The Ancient One shook her head. "I heard that one of your disciples has turned to the darkness and joined Dormammu. Should I eliminate him? He seemed to dislike me before," Bai Zio said, referring to the Ancient One's disciple. Caecilius, once her most outstanding student, had remarkable talent. By his 20s, he had surpassed many seasoned sorcerers in magical proficiency. Reserved and diligent, he paid little attention to others, preferring solitude. However, Bai Zio's special privileges and the Ancient One's evident favor towards him caused Caecilius some discomfort, which, though unexpressed, was evident to Bai Zio's keen senses. Caecilius's discontent eventually led him to delve into dark magic, changing his character. He ultimately injured the library guards, stole forbidden dark magic texts, and fled Kamar Taj, leading the Ancient One to personally pursue him. Despite this, Caecilius escaped. This was the most significant event at Kamar Taj in the past 2 years. While others were perplexed by the Ancient One's calm response, Bai Zio understood that this was part of a predestined course, which the Ancient One had long foreseen and accepted. Bai Zio's comments did not anger the Ancient One, who remained composed. His existence is merely to facilitate Strange's growth. Tribulations often require a stepping stone. "What a pitiful person," Bai Zio remarked. "He could have changed his fate like you did, but his nature destined him to embrace darkness. I hope he doesn't provoke me. Otherwise I might disrupt your plans, Master Ancient One," Bai Zio said, showing no interest in Caecilius, though he was intrigued by the latter's master. "If he does, it will only prove his foolishness. Even without him, another would take his place, and it wouldn't alter the future's course." Though cryptic, Bai Zio understood her meaning. Caecilius was merely a pawn serving Dormammu, who could easily replace him with another, leaving the future unchanged. "All right, Master Ancient One, you didn't summon me just to discuss this, did you? Someone wishes to meet you." "Meet me?" Bai Zio raised an eyebrow. To be aware of his presence and to convey a message through the Ancient One, he immediately deduced the person's identity, the King of Asgard. He is an extraordinary individual. With the power of his Odin force, he can see through the very essence of the universe, down to its deepest levels. Asgard, like Earth, is a crucial part of this universe's evolution. Your emergence has triggered a series of chain reactions, impacting Asgard and disrupting many of his plans, so he wishes to meet you. The Ancient One explained, "He is different from me. I have observed you for a long time, but he has not, which makes him very concerned. Is this a test for me? No, you do not need anyone's test. Regardless of what happens during your meeting with Odin, he will not harm you in any way," the Ancient One said with certainty. Odin is indeed powerful, and to some extent she and Odin have an understanding. After all, as beings of the same rank, she might not be able to defeat Odin, but in his current state, the odds of mutual destruction were high if they clashed. The Ancient One would die first, and Odin, unable to bear the ever-increasing vast divine power, would soon dissipate as well. Originally, Earth was under Asgard's rule, but Odin and Asgardians were often preoccupied with other realms and rarely visited Earth, primarily due to the Ancient One. Earth was tacitly acknowledged as her domain, though not officially declared, out of consideration for Odin. Both sides were restrained by each other. Zio was the Ancient One's most significant investment, and she wouldn't let Odin jeopardize her project. Moreover, the Ancient One knew that Odin's attitude towards Zio's emergence would not be extreme. When Zio understood this point and realized that it wasn't necessary to think too deeply. The Ancient One bringing this up indicated her approval. His super senses didn't detect any danger, nor did he sense any malice from the Ancient One. This meant the meeting would not be dangerous. It's not that Zio was cowardly. He could be more assertive in front of the Ancient One due to 2 years of growth, which had pushed him beyond the limits of ordinary beings, entering the level of a demigod. With his unique magical system, he could contend with the Ancient One, but Odin was another matter. Odin was not a typical god. The deep heritage of the Odin family, combined with his accumulation of over 500,000 years, made him a true monster. Despite Odin's impending death, this period was his peak. His death would be due to his body being unable to contain the massively growing power. Although his physical strength was terrifying, the energy accumulated over 500,000 years was even more so, hence the inability to bear it. Even if he unleashed his full power once, he would die on the spot. The entire universe knew this, which was one of the main reasons no one dared to offend Asgard. No one wanted to risk provoking the aged Odin, attempting that would be fatal. Zio felt that the current Odin could easily defeat a celestial. After all, Odin had once faced 9 celestials alone. Despite being overpowered with other factors in play, he still managed to cut off an arm, a remarkable feat. Zio considered this meeting similar to an interview with the Ancient One. The worst outcome of the interview might be a warning from Odin, but the best result could bring substantial benefits. Asgard, surpassing Taj, was a treasure trove that he couldn't resist tapping into. Seeing Zio's calm expression, the Ancient One smiled. She knew this wouldn't intimidate him. Odin has entered a deep slumber and will awaken in 2 years. When he does, I will inform you. All right, use these 2 years to master magic fully. After that, you need not return. With that, the Ancient One issued a polite yet firm dismissal. Zio chuckled, understanding the hint, and promptly teleported away. In the past 2 years at Taj, he had frequently disturbed the Ancient One. Besides, he had also utilized many of the artifacts there, not for personal use but to analyze their structure. Without this, his arsenal wouldn't be so formidable. No matter how indifferent the Ancient One seemed, she couldn't ignore someone continually taking advantage of her resources. Luckily, the Eye of Agamotto was always around her neck. Otherwise, Zio might have taken it for study as well. Returning to the estate, it was still the Swan Manor, though it had changed. Over the past 2 years, he had personally crafted a 13-layered magical barrier around it, incorporating concealment, defense, and attack features. Similar to the New York Sanctum, where the magic barrier caused most passers-by to overlook it. His swan manner was the same. Additionally, he had slightly modified the Blackbird II aircraft. Since acquiring teleportation magic, its original function had diminished, so it had undergone numerous magical experiments as a test subject. The experiments were successful, without turning it into a sentient machine. However, the aircraft's exterior now bore many magical inscriptions, and even the fuel tank was modified for enhanced external defense and acceleration. The need for fuel was replaced with a core magical device. By channeling magic into it, the core stored energy, functioning as a power source. During flight, the magic was converted into energy for propulsion. The new speed was significantly higher, and its stealth capabilities were greatly enhanced, achieving complete magical invisibility, akin to entering a mirror dimension, unseen and immune to attacks from the real world. The aircraft's appearance became more substantial, resembling an open-type flyer, black and phoenix-shaped, similar to the Golden Vimana. However, he hadn't added offensive weapons, with potential future modifications in mind. This was his most significant project over the past 2 years. Baizio returned to the manor. After a pretty maid greeted him, she poured him a glass of iced fruit juice. She was evidently well acquainted with Baizio's habits. "Sir, what cuisine would you like today?" Add a serving of Hong Kong-style roasted goose, and arrange the rest according to the usual schedule. "Very well, I will notify the kitchen immediately." The maid left, and Baizio carried the juice to the top-floor balcony of the manor's residence. He sat on the edge of the balcony in a chair, with a new laptop on the table in front of him. He casually browsed to see if there were any interesting news items. Of course, it wasn't news from the media, but rather secret information from SHIELD that he accessed using his hacking skills. His hacking skills had been improving day by day. Additionally, he had instructed the housekeeper to build an advanced server room in the manor's underground area, which cost a fortune. As for money, let's just say that several vampire families in other cities had suffered losses in the past 2 years. With top-notch hacking skills and state-of-the-art servers, he could easily invade any confidential database. Regarding SHIELD's classified data, it was primarily due to a former director. Since that foolish ex-director tried to cause him trouble, Baizio simply used mind control on him. Having such a major insider made it very easy for him to access SHIELD's confidential database through a backdoor. Although the outside world seemed calm over the past 2 years, quite a few things had actually happened. For instance, a year ago in 2001, under Hydra's influence, SHIELD entrusted the project Distant Star Return to a company controlled by Gideon Malik. SHIELD, together with NASA, arranged for 4 astronauts to join the project. They were transported to a desert planet through a black stone portal for a year-long scientific expedition. Then, the 4 astronauts lost all contact, and the project was completely shelved. In fact, Baizio knew very well what happened afterward. There was a top predator, the Hive, which had destroyed the advanced civilization on that Earth-like planet. 3 astronauts died, leaving only one, Will, surviving in the desert struggling against the Hive. This had later connections with Hydra's history. This all happened after SHIELD was disbanded and Coulson became the new director of SHIELD. Moreover, 2 days after the 9/11 attacks, Thaddeus Ross proposed to the U.S. military to start the Biotech Force Enhancement Project, attempting to replicate the research results of the Project Rebirth, to mass-produce super soldiers in response to the new century's anti-terrorism situation. The Hulk was about to be born. Today, in 2003, SHIELD Academy opened in September, with Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons joining the Academy's Science and Technology Division. They were the youngest students in the Academy's history and started a rivalry of academic excellence. SHIELD also paid great attention to these 2 young researchers. Apart from that, there wasn't much other news. After briefly browsing, Baizio closed the laptop. He drank the juice and reflected on his achievements over the past 2 years. In the first year at Taj, he quickly read through the entire library of over 13,000 books, recording them in his super brain, and then began analyzing and exploring. He progressed systematically from basic to advanced magical knowledge. With the help of the Ancient One and other senior sorcerers, he had already surpassed others by the end of the first year. Aside from the Ancient One, he had the greatest knowledge and magical mastery in Taj. In the second year, he began to explore creating his own magical system based on Taj magic framework. This process wasn't difficult. On the contrary, it was quite simple. The hardest part was the initial breakthrough from 0 to 1. Once that was achieved, progressing to 2, 3, or even 10 was much easier. The core element of magic is to construct a program code with magical energy, and then release the magic with specific codes. The Ancient One envied Baizio mainly because he solved the 2 biggest innate problems for sorcerers, energy and cognition. Baizio was born with immense magical energy and a highly powerful mind, allowing him to learn and memorize magic extremely quickly. He only needed to modify the process of communicating and drawing magic from other dimensions, adapting it to release magic using his own magical energy. He mastered all the low-level and high-level spells of Taj. Additionally, he created many spells tailored specifically for himself. One of these included his imitation of the Gate of Babylon, which he used to kill the lava demon. The biggest challenge of the Gate of Babylon was the treasury. Gilgamesh's treasury represented the archetype of human wisdom, a concept created by humanity, incorporating the technologies and civilizations of other celestial beings. Although it seemed mysterious, it was essentially a conceptual weapon storage. The weapon storage would automatically detect and incorporate new weapons as human eras evolved. Modern aircraft and submarines would also be included in Gilgamesh's treasury. Similarly, Baizio constructed a vast dimensional magical space using spatial magic and barriers, built with his immense magical energy to form a stable dimensional space. This space could only be accessed by him. Moreover, through an extensive and intricate magical circuit, he crafted weapons with materials, inscribing them with magical runes, commonly known as enchantments. These weapons became powerful magical artifacts. In the dimensional space, these weapons were continuously nourished by magical energy, gradually increasing their power. He could open the dimensional space at any time and launch the weapons using an automatic construction and ejection method, similar to a railgun, with a maximum launch speed reaching the speed of light, making the destructive power imaginable. This process required minimal magical energy from Baizio, mainly consuming a small amount of energy to open small dimensional portals, earning him the nickname, self-proclaimed, human-shaped apocalyptic demon king. This magic took him the most time to create. He also developed the initial concept, the Yin Seal, which constructs a dimensional space at the center of his forehead to store magic and stabilize his mentality. It stores a large amount of magic without any loss. On top of this, he built the Max mode. In high-intensity combat, he can instantly open the dimensional space at his forehead, releasing a large amount of compressed magic, which can be concentrated to cause massive destructive impacts or high-speed movements invisible to the naked eye. It fully enhances his strength, increasing it tenfold or even dozens of times, with no significant side effects, provided his physical fitness is sufficient to support it. Post-combat, muscle tears or bone damage may occur, but his body possesses strong self-healing capabilities and healing magic, making these side effects negligible. This technique is regarded by Baizio as akin to the Kaioken from Dragon Ball. Among his soul-based magic, one includes an aura of intimidation, similar to the Conqueror's Haki, where his soul's spiritual power is released in a specific manner to instantly destroy the enemy's willpower, causing shock from fear or even death. It can even intimidate opponents of the same level, making it one of the strongest auxiliary skills. Another soul magic, super intuition, enhances his already strong senses through soul magic, similar to observation haki, allowing him to predict the opponent's moves with a range that can cover the entire Earth at its peak. It also includes future sight, a passive skill that might become active once he reaches the Sky Father level. Excalibur, the classic move of the King of Knights, was completed 2 years ago during the battle against the ancient god Sargeras, but has since been perfected. It releases compressed energy instantly, creating a high-intensity energy beam. The power and destructiveness of this beam are unlimited, depending on how much magic is supplied. His monstrous strength was one of the first basic abilities he created and later perfected. His power can instantly amplify tenfold or even dozens of times. As for healing magic, Bai Zio isn't very proficient yet, as most of his time has been spent developing other abilities. However, he plans to delve deeper into healing magic, as it's a necessary skill for becoming a powerful individual. Summarizing his achievements over the past 2 years, these are the reasons he confidently challenged Ancient One at the Sky Father level. In their duel 2 months ago, his myriad powerful skills forced Ancient One into difficult situations multiple times. Bai Zio's numerous auxiliary abilities are exceptionally formidable: super intuition, breath reading, future sight, monstrous strength in close combat, explosive max mode, and the devastating Excalibur, all of which put Ancient One at a disadvantage. Ancient One, being frail, had to maintain distance and cast spells from afar. No matter what magic Ancient One used, Bai Zio could foresee it 3 seconds in advance due to his intuition. In such high-level combat, knowing the opponent's moves in advance determines the outcome. Fortunately, Ancient One quickly countered and even used the Time Stone to suppress Bai Zio. Ultimately, neither could overcome the other, and they decided to cease fighting. Bai Zio inwardly grumbled about Ancient One's shamelessness. He became increasingly covetous of time magic, but Ancient One valued the Time Stone too much to show it. She likely plans to use it as a trump card at the right moment. Bai Zio isn't in a hurry, as there are many areas he needs to improve. Even if he obtained the Time Stone, he wouldn't change his path immediately. Assessing his own combat power, he is at the Sky Father level due to various active and passive skills, which elevates his power to a level where he can even contend with Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, though it might take some time, especially in Mephisto's domain. Bai Zio is already very satisfied with his progress. In 3 years, he has ascended from an ordinary person to Sky Father level strength. What more could he ask for? Even if he doesn't advance further in a decade, Thanos wouldn't dare to come to Earth. In these 2 years, he has achieved his expectations and now plans to take a break. Most supernatural beings on Earth can't help him grow further. Despite their numbers, they can't provide significant improvement. Only invaders from other dimensions, like the lava demon from Hell, have done so, earning him considerable praise at Kamar-Taj. Many sorcerers, including Ancient One, commend his dedication. Bai Zio consistently confronts the strongest enemies first, which satisfies Ancient One as he remains true to his initial resolve. When facing invaders from other worlds, he shows no mercy, killing on sight. This aligns perfectly with Ancient One's philosophy, though she often banishes rather than kills. Bai Zio's ruthlessness reassures Ancient One that she could retire peacefully with someone like him around, even considering him as the best candidate for the Sorcerer Supreme. However, Bai Zio isn't interested in the position, preferring to reap benefits without the responsibilities. Ancient One worries about this but finds peace in having Strange as an alternative, otherwise she'd be more troubled. After 2 years of intense effort, Bai Zio feels both his body and mind are fatigued and decides to rest for a while. Now nearly 20, he plans to enjoy his prime years more freely. He intends to travel around Earth, having never left the country in his previous life. In this life, his focus on strength often made him overlook the scenery. Now, with the means and time, he wants to catch up on these experiences. Thus, Bai Zio contacts his housekeeper, Seth, to purchase a luxury RV for a cross-country trip across America. What is the meaning of travel? It is to traverse thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, to see the scenery around the world that one cannot see otherwise. If he wanted, Bai Zio could easily find a beautiful place at any time and use teleportation magic, truly traveling thousands of miles in a single step. However, Bai Zio was not in a hurry. He preferred to drive around, observe various people and things, and enjoy the unexpected encounters along the way. Even if he encountered some people who disgusted him, to him, it was still a pleasant surprise. To joyfully break away from his slightly tiresome and dull daily life, the housekeeper efficiently arranged for the purchase of a camper van on the same day. The UNICAT off-road RV is the epitome of toughness among RVs, with a super high ground clearance and a specially tuned chassis. With a 6x6 chassis modification, the length of the living area is 5.6 meters. The body is made from fiberglass composite sandwich panels, and the floor consists of composite materials connected to a man chassis via an integrated steel frame and a 3-point mounting system. This vehicle has a total length of 8.16 meters, with 6 wheels at wheelbases of 4 meters and 1.4 meters respectively, and an engine that produces a maximum of 532 horsepower. Additionally, the interior is equipped with a power grid, refrigerator, sofa, folding table and chairs, separate bathroom, shower system, heating system, sink, military first aid kit, solar panels, and a military communication system connected to a satellite. It also includes a 380-liter freshwater tank. It boasts luxury and extravagance, with a price tag of $500,000, making it a top-tier RV of this era. Of course, Bai Zio did not modify this vehicle. Otherwise, he could have seamlessly converted the power system from physical science to magic. Driving alone, his first destination was Bear Mountain State Park, just an hour's drive from New York City. The best time to visit is in the fall, with an endless stretch of crimson and gold leaves, a breathtaking sight. However, just after leaving New York, a troublesome individual appeared. On the highway a few kilometers outside of New York, the scenery on both sides was still quite pleasant. As Bai Zio leisurely drove his car, he noticed a group of figures almost monopolizing the road about a kilometer ahead. There were still quite a few vehicles on the road, but when they encountered this group, all the cars stopped and the drivers began cursing at the people blocking the road. "Get out of the way, you damn bitches. Clear the road, you stinking hillbillies. Are you doing cosplay? You bunch of idiots. Move aside now or I'll shoot you." The group of people ahead were dressed in coarse clothes like the medieval hemp outfits, with eyes completely black as if scorched, exuding a gloomy aura. Despite the continuous curses, they remained unmoved. Just as the angry drivers were about to draw their guns, Bai Zio stopped his car a few dozen meters away, opened the door and stepped out. He raised his hand lightly, and with a click sound, the world before him did not change, but it was no longer the real world. Those still in the real world, driving on the highway, seemed to continue their journey as if nothing had happened. John Shaw, the leading man, who looked to be around 30 years old and about 1.8 meters tall, with eyes that stared intensely at Bai Zio from a few dozen meters away, spoke. "Caecilius." Bai Zio calmly uttered the name, glanced at the dozen or so similarly dressed sorcerers beside him, and shook his head slightly. "Should I admire your ability? In such a short time, you've lured so many sorcerers to join Dormammu. My master is beyond your imagination, Shaw. Your mentor considered you the most outstanding sorcerer in history. I think you should know how vast and boundless this world is. Our vision should not be limited to what is before us." Caecilius looked at the young and handsome Asian man in front of him with the same calmness, but a trace of malice and jealousy flashed in his eyes. "I am not interested in your invitation. You should not disturb my road trip. Now, leave immediately or else." As he finished speaking, bright golden ripples suddenly appeared behind Bai Zio, forming golden vortexes like mirrors. Thousands of terrifying weapons slowly emerged from them. As these weapons floated out one by one, the intense sense of danger increased layer by layer. Under the illumination of thousands of golden vortexes, Bai Zio stood like a deity. He looked mercilessly at the group of weak sorcerers before him. The sorcerers behind Caecilius froze, cold sweat constantly breaking out on their foreheads, their gloomy expressions turning into dazed looks as they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Caecilius remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the sight before him. In reality, he was somewhat baffled. In his memory, Bai Zio was someone like him, obsessed with the vast ocean of magical knowledge, greedily seeking all magic knowledge. However, his mentor, the Ancient One, favored Bai Zio more, allowing him access to forbidden dark magic that Caecilius could not read. He knew Bai Zio was outstanding. The Ancient One had praised him many times. But Caecilius never thought he was weaker than this Asian kid, especially after he inadvertently saw the truth and knew of an even more powerful deity in another dimension, the dark dimension, than the Ancient One. He decisively betrayed Camertage and embraced the darkness, drawing power from it, becoming stronger and more terrifying than before. Caecilius approached Bai Zio for Dormammu's mission, with some personal reasons mixed in. If he succeeded in bringing the Ancient One's most outstanding disciple into the darkness, it would deal a greater blow to the Ancient One. This was his revenge. If he failed, he would mercilessly kill Bai Zio, also avenging himself and proving to the Ancient One that he was the most outstanding disciple. He had considered all possibilities except for the current situation. What is this? What kind of magic is that Asian kid using? Under the magnificent and dazzling magic, thousands of splendid golden whirlpools floated, each emitting terrifying weapons aimed at them. In this beautiful scene, they appeared as small and weak as ants. They even felt as if they were targeted by hundreds of thousands of weapons. They dared not move an inch because they knew that any action on their part would instantly lead to their destruction. Caecilius, of course, understood this. His heart was filled with unwillingness. His arms hung down, fists clenched tightly, and his knuckles cracked under the pressure. Why did he turn to the embrace of darkness? From a young age, his experiences and the deaths of his loved ones made him extremely fearful of death. He disliked the fragility of life and hoped to live forever. For this reason, he accidentally encountered a sorcerer, joined Camertage, and met the Ancient One, who accepted him as a disciple. At first, he respected the Ancient One. He believed in her unconditionally because the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, was the most powerful sorcerer in history. She bore the duty of protecting the world day after day, year after year, fighting and expelling invaders from other worlds. She possessed vast knowledge beyond imagination, like a sage who could answer all questions except for his. Why couldn't he live forever? He greedily sought magic, desiring immortality. However, the magical knowledge he learned, which he thought was omnipotent, couldn't fulfill his wish. Thus, he turned his attention to dark magic. At this point, the Ancient One stopped him, forbidding him from contacting dark magic. The Ancient One said that dark magic and darkness were evil forces that could cause people to lose themselves, to sink and lose self-awareness, although they were also powerful. As a disciple and someone who respected the Ancient One, Caecilius believed her. However, on one occasion, he accidentally discovered that his respected and revered Sorcerer Supreme was secretly drawing on dark forces. That scene completely shattered his respect for the Ancient One. He went mad. His most respected Supreme Master, his teacher, was merely a hypocrite. Thus, he completely became a follower of darkness, betrayed and fled Camertage, taking with him many sorcerers who were not firm-minded. They recklessly drew on dark forces, and he felt the power of darkness. He firmly believed that embracing darkness would make him stronger and grant him eternal life. However, the scene before him shattered his confidence once again. Despite absorbing so much dark power and embracing darkness to become stronger, why did he still feel so weak in front of this younger man? His frail body nearly lost the courage to resist. Anger and unwillingness twisted Caecilius's originally expressionless face. His twisted and ferocious face looked like a demon, causing fear. "All right, looking at you, you might as well die." This ugly face filled with extreme malice made Bai Zio feel disgusted. When facing people he disliked, he always had one solution: kill. What about the people in the Ancient One's plan? He had already changed so many historical directions. What was one more Caecilius? Thus, Zio gently waved his hand. Boom! In an instant, countless dazzling golden flames, carrying thousands of weapons, pierced through the air like light, mixed with a despairing, majestic force, and struck Caecilius and his group of sorcerers. The sorcerers were in despair. They didn't even have time to react. Their eyes reflected the magnificent scene of thousands of golden meteors, a beautiful picture symbolizing death, which might be their last memory alive. They should have died, but Zio's eyes inexplicably flickered. An unexpected event occurred. The once waiting to die Caecilius had a dark mark appear on his forehead, and a surge of rich, evil, and powerful dark energy erupted. The wave of darkness instantly swept in all directions, clashing with the thousands of golden streams of light in an instant. Boom! 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 The black and gold energies intertwined and collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The intense upheaval swept out waves of air in all directions, causing the entire mirror dimension to tremble in the explosion. It seemed as if it could shatter at any moment. The energy that swept through the entire mirror dimension distorted the sky and earth, sending everything around flying. Cracks spread like a spider web, extending for tens of kilometers. Zio stood still, unaffected by the terrifying winds and waves. They calmed down as soon as they reached him. The intense energy from the collision continued for a long time. Zio gently waved his hand, freezing the world like a god controlling everything, dispersing the fierce winds. A deep, bottomless pit appeared in front of him, extending to his feet. Without Zio's intervention, the ground for tens of kilometers would have been affected. Caecilius and his group had long disappeared. Dormammu intervened. It seems he also saw a glimpse of the future. For Dormammu, Caecilius is a crucial piece for breaking through the earth. However, letting you escape so easily is too simple. Dormammu, for our first meeting, I must leave a deep impression. Zio smiled wickedly. A dazzling golden circular portal appeared under his feet. Golden particles like raindrops passed through, and his figure vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in a dry desert, under the scorching sun and endless yellow sand, Caecilius and a group of sorcerers rolled out of a dark rift in space, tumbling down the dunes before slowly getting up. Caecilius's face was even more gloomy, and a wisp of black smoke rose from the mark of the dark dimension on his forehead. A deep, low voice echoed in his mind. "Leave here immediately, he has found you." Caecilius's expression changed. He quickly drew a circle in the air, and a portal appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, not even bothering with the other sorcerers beside him. At the moment when the teleportation magic engulfed Caecilius, it immediately shrank. The other sorcerers still didn't understand what was happening when, in the next second, a dazzling and brilliant golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, like divine judgment. It blasted a cloud of yellow sand into the air, and the terrifying heat instantly incinerated these sorcerers to ashes, completely merging them into the endless desert. The high temperature melted the sand in the area into crystalline forms. Although Caecilius quickly closed the portal, a portion of the intense heat still transmitted through the slight gap, scorching the left side of his body. The pain from the burns twisted Caecilius's face, nearly breaking his consciousness. Fortunately, a surge of dark energy swept over, healing the half of his body that was burnt. However, half of his clothes were burned away, making him appear somewhat comical. Caecilius ignored this. After his body recovered, he continuously and tirelessly reopened the teleportation magic. This time, he appeared on a street in Moscow, Russia. People and vehicles were coming and going. At that moment, the sky was gloomy, and it was raining heavily. The downpour, striking Caecilius, who was half-dressed, attracted the attention of many around him, especially two police officers with umbrellas who noticed him and hurried over, drawing their guns and shouting. However, just as they took a step forward, time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. The pouring rain from the sky froze in mid-air. The splashes from the tires of distant cars driving through puddles stopped in the air, and a man and woman under an umbrella frozen in their gesture of dodging in surprise. The entire street fell into an eerie silence, completely still. Caecilius's pupils contracted as he saw a figure like death at the end of the street, and the radiant gold about to burst forth. Without hesitation, he opened the portal and left. As he departed, the frozen clock resumed ticking, and everything returned to normal. No one noticed this miraculous scene. Afterward, Caecilius continuously opened the teleportation magic, traveling to every corner of the world within a minute. Finally, deep in the Antarctic Circle, the extreme cold turned the area into a daytime-like landscape, filled with snow and deathly silence. Coldness was the theme of the Antarctic Circle. Caecilius hid in an ice cave, ignoring the sub-zero temperatures, allowing his body to gradually turn blue and purple, with muscle necrosis setting in. He only used a trace of dark magic to maintain his basic bodily functions. He was in a very pitiful state, but Caecilius knew he needed to survive despite his pitiful state. He realized how terrifying that man was. At this moment, a trace of fear for that man finally rose in his heart. That man was so powerful that Caecilius couldn't resist him at all. If it weren't for the great Master Dormammu's help, giving him more dark power, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape and would end up like the sorcerers who had already died. He continuously opened the teleportation magic, changing locations, but the opponent could always accurately find his position, and at the moment he left, dropped that death symbolizing golden curtain of light. Many times, he almost died. In the most dangerous instance, his entire body nearly melted, and it was Dormammu who forcibly pulled him back from the brink of death. Once, he thought he was clever by teleporting to a densely populated city, but as soon as he stepped into the city, the teleportation magic automatically reverted. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been cut in half by the teleportation array. It was at this moment that Caecilius realized the opponent was toying with him. He had been angry, but more than that, he was terrified. He truly felt fear towards that man, and he regretted it. He shouldn't have rashly intercepted Baizio. He now realized how foolish it was to be jealous of Baizio. He also understood why the Ancient One said Baizio was the most outstanding sorcerer. But it was too late, because the footsteps of death had come again. He hid in the ice cellar, using the low temperature to conceal his life force, using dark magic to hide his aura, but still couldn't evade Baizio. The golden light flooded the originally white land. Caecilius, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and through the ice saw a vague, tall figure standing on the sky, with thousands of golden vortices like mirrors behind him. In the next moment, the golden light like fireworks burst forth, falling to the ground. This time, Caecilius really had no strength to run anymore. He closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. He feared death, but when it came, he felt a sense of peace. Perhaps fatigue and exhaustion had drained his thoughts. Maybe the cold had numbed his brain. But just as death approached, a terrifying surge of black energy enveloped Caecilius. Accompanied by the contraction of the dark energy, Caecilius completely disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed through the Antarctic, and the brilliant blasts destroyed and melted the ice layers within dozens of kilometers, creating huge waves that swept in all directions. Many scientific research stations established by scientific teams in the Antarctic Circle were at risk, posing a disaster for the researchers there. Yet in the sky, Baizio remained indifferent, allowing the waves to surge. He floated in the sky, gazing downward, feeling the dark energy. With a thought, the world changed, and the waves that should have caused a disaster disappeared, leaving the peaceful white land as it was. It turned out that at the last moment, he had transformed the entire area into a mirror world. The terrible disaster existed only in the mirror space and wouldn't affect the real world. Hiding deeply enough, even I can't find you. Baizio's super intuition instantly covered the entire Earth, sweeping every corner with his vast mental power, but he couldn't find any trace of Caecilius. Clearly, Dormammu had used Caecilius as a bridge, descending dark power and will across dimensions, hiding him. A demon god at least of single universe level, his mastery of dark magic far surpassed Bai Zio's. If he intended to hide someone, it was normal for Bai Zio not to find him. He might have even teleported Caecilius to somewhere outside Earth. Consider yourself lucky, but then again, I suppose Dormammu will remember me too. I am indeed looking forward to our next meeting. Bai Zio smiled maliciously, predicting that Dormammu must be quite angry at this moment. After a brief chuckle, his figure disappeared once more. Although it was a minor interlude, his journey continued. Meanwhile, in a remote cave on Earth resembling an ancient altar, the surroundings were dim and shadowy, with mysterious, indecipherable carvings on the walls. Caecilius lay on the central floor, his chest rising weakly, his breath feeble and labored. His skin visibly withered as if he had aged decades. With his eyes closed, he could hear the angry voice of his great master Dormammu in his mind. "Fool, who told you to provoke that guy? I am very sorry, my great master. I originally intended to bring him into the embrace of darkness, but I underestimated his power," Caecilius replied weakly, not defending himself. "Your body cannot bear my power. You lost 30 years of your life just to escape. You will need to continue absorbing dark energy to repair your damaged body. Thank you, master. I will be more cautious next time and create conditions for your descent." Dormammu paused for a moment before asking in puzzlement, "Who is that human boy?" Dormammu clearly sensed something unusual about Bai Zio. He was brought to Kamar-Taj by the Ancient One 2 years ago to learn magic. He is the 717th Oriental named John Shaw. A strange name. Achieving such a level in just 2 years, his talent must far surpass even the Ancient One. He will become an obstacle to my future descent to Earth. He cannot live. Dormammu immediately recognized the threat posed by Bai Zio. His talent would interfere with future plans. Dormammu could not allow such a talented sorcerer to continue living. If he could reach this level in 2 years, what would 10 years bring? After all the effort to outlast the Ancient One, another even more talented sorcerer had been trained. Would there still be a chance for his arrival? The coveted universe would be completely out of reach for him. Dormammu would not allow such a thing to happen. But master. Caecilius hesitated, wanting to say that he couldn't defeat him at all. The other party was purely a monster exhibiting power he couldn't resist. This time, he barely escaped thanks to Dormammu's help. Dormammu was aware of this too. After some thought, he said, "Leave your world and find a relatively safe place. I will provide you with help, but you will need some time to accept this power. I will also teach you some black magic." Caecilius was originally a not-so-insignificant servant, at best a slightly talented servant. In the future, when Dormammu descended, he would be completely assimilated and devoured by the dark forces. Now, sensing the threat from Bai Zio, Dormammu needed to invest more. "Understood, my master," Caecilius said, a fiery look in his eyes. He never expected that this misfortune would bring him a blessing, gaining stronger power and more magical knowledge. His loyalty to Dormammu grew even stronger. He vowed to bring Dormammu to the world, believing that only darkness could grant him eternal life and greater power. He longed for that day to come. For that, he would give everything. In the dark cave, a heart full of desire was slowly burning. A cold wind blew through, making the darkness in the cave even more terrifying. In the main hall of Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One, wearing a white sorcerer's robe, appeared elegant and graceful, embodying the demeanor of a wise sage. She was kneeling on a mat, reading a book. A young black sorcerer hurried in, respectfully bowing to the Ancient One before speaking softly, "Venerable One, we have discovered the whereabouts of Caecilius and his group." Oh, they couldn't wait any longer. The Ancient One put down her book, turned to look at the young sorcerer, and after placing the book on the table, stood up, gazing at the young sorcerer. "They have no reason to appear." It was the guardian sorcerers of the New York Sanctum who detected the anomaly. Outside the city, they sensed traces of magic used by Caecilius. Additionally, the young sorcerer hesitated, looking at the Ancient One's penetrating eyes before continuing. "We felt an extraordinarily large energy source around the world. The energy source is extremely high. We suspect it might belong to John Shaw." The Ancient One was not surprised, only letting out a soft ah before saying, "It seems he did find Shaw. That was not a wise choice. I imagine if he is still alive, he must be regretting it now." Was that really Shaw's doing? We traced Caecilius opening 17 portals in 30 seconds. Was he being chased by Shaw? The young sorcerer could hardly believe it. He had participated in the pursuit of Caecilius and his dark sorcerer cult members. He had witnessed Caecilius's profound magic firsthand. Many guardian sorcerers were no match for him. He had almost been killed by Caecilius if not for the Ancient One's timely rescue. Thus, he knew well the strength of Caecilius and the dark sorcerer cult. But now Caecilius and the dark sorcerers were being chased, opening 17 portals in 30 seconds. Whether Caecilius was dead or alive was uncertain. How strong was Bai Zio then? Although he knew Bai Zio was powerful, having killed many invaders on Earth, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now the comparison was starkly clear. The young sorcerer was internally shaken. "Are you surprised, Mordo?" The Ancient One smiled at Mordo, the young sorcerer in front of her. "I never thought he would be that exceptional. Your judgment was indeed correct, Venerable One," Mordo said, his serious expression causing the Ancient One to shake her head. "You are also very excellent. You both have extremes. Unlike him, you pursue the light too much, Mordo." The Ancient One understood Mordo's nature, serious, diligent in learning magic, fervently following her and hating the dark. She also knew her own situation. If one day this young sorcerer discovered the truth, he might lose himself completely. Extreme light and extreme darkness, such personalities could not coexist. If they did, they would twist and go mad over some matter. This was a frightening personality. Clearly, young Mordo had embarked on this path. Crucially, Mordo did not have Bai Zio's overwhelming talent and rationality. Bai Zio was even younger than Mordo but could view the world with the most rational mind in learning magic. Mordo could not do that. Thus, the Ancient One had seen Mordo's future path long ago. However, she merely hinted, not explaining much, and shifted the topic. "Do not underestimate Caecilius, or rather, do not underestimate the demon god behind him. I believe he is not dead but in hiding. Through this event, I think Dormammu will value Shaw's significance even more." Mordo frowned. "Do you think Dormammu will recognize Shaw's talent and do anything to kill him?" "I believe that is exactly what Dormammu will do." "Then we must notify him. He should be on alert and prepared, Venerable One," Mordo immediately said, seeing the Ancient One shaking her head. He was puzzled. "Venerable One, Shaw's talent is the best in Camertage, far surpassing Caecilius. He is the future Sorcerer Supreme, bearing the responsibility of protecting the world. His safety is more important than all of us." "You are wrong, Mordo. I believe he is fully aware of this. Otherwise, he would not be so determined to chase Caecilius." The Ancient One laughed. "Do you really think he wants to be Sorcerer Supreme? No, he doesn't care." "But," Mordo began but was interrupted by the Ancient One. "All his actions are to make himself stronger. He accelerates his growth by fighting powerful enemies. Mordo, he cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. He won't hesitate to strike against strong enemies. Don't use responsibility to bind him. He is younger than you but sees things more rationally and clearly. He craves battle. His very genes are engraved with a passion for fighting." The Ancient One's words left Mordo stunned. He asked incredulously, "You mean he is declaring war on Dormammu?" "Yes, this chase of Caecilius is his declaration of war on Dormammu. Dormammu sees him as prey to be killed, but Shaw also sees Dormammu as prey." The Ancient One understood Bai Zio's character too well. Faced with powerful enemies, he would be excited, eager, even do seemingly irrational things. For example, this time. But she also knew that Bai Zio was rational enough. He knew Dormammu couldn't harm him. No matter the schemes and plots, it was impossible to kill Bai Zio now. Bai Zio hoped Dormammu marked him because he was also marking Dormammu. When Bai Zio grew strong enough, he might even enter the dark dimension to fight Dormammu. Mordo couldn't grasp this. To him, Bai Zio seemed like a madman. How powerful was Dormammu? A demon from another dimension where he was a god, devouring many universes, even eyeing this universe as food. Such a terrifying existence was considered prey by Bai Zio. It was inconceivable, unimaginable to comprehend by Zio's mindset. This is genius. Keep an eye on Caecilius. When we see him again, he might surprise us, the Ancient One said, then sat down leisurely to continue reading. As Earth's sole Ancient One and Sorcerer Supreme, was she unaware of what was happening in New York and worldwide? She knew very well. She even knew Dormammu was aiding Caecilius to escape by Zio's pursuit. She was just watching from the sidelines, pretending not to know in front of Mordo. She understood that even if she killed Caecilius, it wouldn't affect Dormammu. He would find another Caecilius. The future was clear and unchangeable. The Ancient One merely followed this timeline, even pushing it along. Dormammu, wait a bit. I really want to see you chased by your own prey. That would be interesting. Mordo left, and the Ancient One murmured to herself. By then she might be retired, traveling the multiverse. But if that day came, she would definitely watch her old rival's embarrassment, anger, and despair. Thinking of that scene, the Ancient One couldn't help but want to laugh. As for whether Bai Zio could achieve this, the Ancient One had no doubts. A source of immense talent and learning ability, disrupting the sacred timeline, his growth would be unimaginable. These 2 years of progress under her watch had proven it. This also meant her investment would yield greater returns. Future pillars, potentially strong backers, were worth investing in, especially the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, her biggest gamble. All in was an art. She understood it well. On the road, Bai Zio drove his intact RV, unaffected by previous events. Dormammu's grudge and determination to kill him were scenarios he welcomed. All of them are offerings. These are all experiences. With offerings of Dormammu's level, he must have gained a lot of experience. These are the essence of life that nourishes his growth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to hunt down Caecilius, that fool. Isn't it all about showcasing his absolute talent, letting Dormammu know that someone like him exists? Dormammu spent countless years trying to come to this world, with the Ancient One holding him off for thousands of years. Finally, when he was about to outlast her, this newcomer appeared. Naturally, he would want to find a way to get rid of him. Dormammu is on the 1st level, while Bai Zio is already on the 10th. When the time comes, the more anxious Dormammu becomes, the stronger the people he sends to hunt him down will be. Bai Zio will grow even faster. By the time the Ancient One retires and Dormammu finally descends to Earth joyfully, he will be confronted by a far stronger version of himself. He'll be dumbfounded. Bai Zio felt very cheerful, whistling a happy tune while driving, and truth be told, it was quite melodious. With his near-perfect body, absolute pitch and vocal range, everything he whistled sounded good. With a joyful and happy mood, he drove for an hour to Bear Mountain State Park, a famous tourist spot in New York, about 60 kilometers north of the city. The park features rolling mountains, dense forests, mirror-like lakes, and winding streams. In spring and summer, the peaks are lush. In autumn and winter, the clouds float serenely. In late autumn, the continuous crimson and gold make it the most beautiful season of the year. The park has Bear Mountain, which is covered with a variety of trees, including pines, cypresses, maples, rowans, walnuts, black cherries, oaks, and poplars. The diversity of tree species brings different metabolic cycles. In autumn, with the sudden chill, the leaves begin to change color. The high winds on Bear Mountain cause the vegetation to wither, dyeing the mountain with varied colors, presenting Bai Zio with a changing palette and a golden autumn landscape. The area has lakes and forests, with abundant negative ions in the air, allowing one to feel peaceful leaning against a tree. At this time, Bear Mountain Park was already filled with many visitors, including many families enjoying the beautiful scenery. Some even set up barbecue grills by the riverbank, starting their picnics. Bai Zio drove his muscular RV slowly to the riverbank. With its high clearance and large tires, it could handle any muddy road, allowing him to drive to the riverbank effortlessly, unlike the other visitors' sedans. Besides his vehicle, there were some other SUVs parked there, but among the SUVs, his muscular RV was a giant, attracting the eyes of many tourists. "Wow, Dad, look at that cool car. Wow, it's a beauty. I really want to touch the steering wheel. It's gorgeous. What a handsome Asian guy. I like him, Jenny. I think I found my future husband. Don't be like that, Ellie. Don't compete with me. I think I suit him better. The men stared at the rugged RV with glowing eyes. In American culture, muscles are king, whether in people or cars. The bigger it is, the more it hits their sweet spot. Of course, this is true worldwide, but the hot girls didn't care much about that. Instead, they were more focused on Bai Zio, who stepped out of the RV. Bai Zio's perfect appearance, with his exquisite features and skin tone, and his tall physique, even in a red leather jacket, allowed a glimpse of his firm chest and abs through the white t-shirt underneath. Wearing jeans and white sneakers with neat, dry black hair, he presented a clean, handsome appearance. In the eyes of the hot girls, Bai Zio was even more eye-catching than the RV. After all, it's not just men who have desires. Women can be even more fervent. The muscular RV also showcased another aspect of Bai Zio, his wealth. Being able to drive such a vehicle in this era meant he was either rich or noble, handsome and wealthy, the ideal choice for girls. So as soon as he got out, several pretty girls with good figures approached, some in dresses and some in leather jackets and jeans. "Hi, I'm Ellie. I'm Mary. I'm Jenny." The pretty white girls introduced themselves one after another. Bai Zio did not coldly reject them. Instead, he laughed heartily. "John Shaw, you can call me Shaw." "Shaw, are you Chinese?" Jenny, with her slightly curly red hair, asked. She was an outgoing girl. Bai Zio was a bit surprised she recognized he was from China. For many Americans, their first guess for Asians would often be Japanese or Korean. "Yes, I'm from China." "Wow, that's a mysterious place. I remember there were many scenic places there." Jenny responded, clearly trying hard to think of famous places or people from China. Bai Zio didn't mind. He knew that the future of China would surpass many countries, second only to the United States. Moreover, at this time he cared even less. "So, did you come here together?" Bai Zio changed the topic. Ellie, brushing her blonde hair, said, "Yes, we came with two other friends, but our car broke down and they went to fix it." She pointed to an old Ford car in the distance with its hood up, where two young boys were fixing it. "Okay, it seems your luck isn't too good today." Bai Zio chatted with the three girls for a while and soon became familiar with them. The girls had great personalities. Even without using his psychic powers and intuition, Bai Zio, with his natural charm and expertise in language and psychology, could easily tell their thoughts and characters. They were all eyeing his body. Their youthful beauty, full of collagen, was indeed pleasing to the eye. Bai Zio didn't rush into anything but enjoyed their company, the beautiful scenery, and their legs and chests. Happily chatting and enjoying the scenery, Bai Zio took out some juice, drinks, and beer from his fridge. The girls all chose beer, aiming to get drunk and create opportunities. Bai Zio pretended not to notice. High-level hunters often disguise themselves as great prey. Setting up chairs, a barbecue grill, and a small table, Bai Zio provided many fresh, high-end ingredients. They barbecued, drank, and chatted together. The two unlucky boys finally fixed their car and saw the girls sitting with an Asian guy, barbecuing, drinking, and chatting. Except for Mary, who had a boyfriend, the other two girls were almost glued to the Asian guy's arms. One of the young boys turned red with jealousy. Seeing this, Mary's boyfriend shrugged indifferently, while the other boy huffed and walked over. However, upon noticing Bai Zio's attire, aura, and appearance, the two boys felt instantly inferior. "Hey Marcus, Paul, is the car fixed?" Noticing her companions, Jenny's face was flushed with excitement. "Yes, we just fixed it. Who is he?" asked Marcus, a brown-haired boy with a bitter expression. "He's Shaw, John Shaw, from the mysterious country China. He's traveling alone across the country," Jenny explained, introducing Marcus and Paul, all students from Pace University, classmates. "Want a drink?" Bai Zio stood up calmly, shaking hands with Marcus and Paul and handing them 2 cans of beer. "Thanks." Bai Zio's calm demeanor and inexplicable aura made Marcus and Paul feel a bit nervous. They awkwardly accepted the beer and sat on the empty chairs nearby. After some drinks and conversation, they all got along well. Even Paul, initially uncomfortable, warmed up to Bai Zio after some chatting, as the difference in their levels was too great. Bai Zio wasn't just a master of relationships, he was a master of the way of nature. After a round of socializing, the group of similarly aged boys and girls enjoyed the barbecue and beer together. Some younger kids, attracted by the aroma, approached with eager eyes. Jenny and the others glanced at Bai Zio, knowing they couldn't make decisions about his food. Bai Zio didn't mind. He always liked cute children as long as they weren't naughty. He generously handed out some grilled skewers and steaks to the kids. The children thanked him joyfully and ran back to their parents. The parents, upon hearing their children, came over to express their gratitude, even offering some of their homemade dishes. Finding the group quite agreeable, with the girls and boys having good personalities, Bai Zio suggested they all gather for a communal activity. This attracted a crowd of tourists, including elderly couples. Soon, dozens of tourists gathered around Bai Zio's spot, setting up barbecue grills, makeshift kitchens, tables, and offering snacks and fruits. The atmosphere became lively instantly. People from different families and regions shared their specialties and unique dishes, creating an enjoyable experience. The children, eating snacks, ran around the adults. A pretty little girl seemed to like Bai Zio a lot, cuddling in his arms, which made Jenny and Ellie envious. But who could compete with a cute little girl? In addition, people played games, picked up musical instruments, and performed beautiful music. Listening to the music, they danced, even pulling Bai Zio into the dance. The elderly couples were also infected by the joyful atmosphere, happily showcasing their old skills. The cheerful laughter and lively atmosphere spread throughout the riverbank, blending with the beautiful scenery. This gathering lasted until late at night, continuously attracting many new visitors, leaving everyone with unforgettable memories and many new friends, regardless of age. They exchanged contact information, planning future meetups. There was no malice or sordid affairs, only joyful connections and friendships. Bai Zio also immersed himself in this atmosphere, momentarily forgetting many things, allowing his tense nerves from the past 2 years to relax completely. Finally, when everyone was tired, they cleaned up and left. Bai Zio returned to his RV. Nothing unusual happened at night. Marcus and Paul drove the 3 girls away as their families didn't want them to stay out overnight. They all felt a bit reluctant, including Paul. They exchanged contact information, promising to visit each other in the future. Bai Zio didn't refuse, though he knew their friendship wouldn't last long. He would remain the most mysterious Chinese boy in their eyes. They were destined to be from 2 different worlds. The next morning, Bai Zio started a new journey, feeling a rare sense of relaxation and joy from the first day's experience. Meanwhile, Bai Zio's movements caught the attention of a certain black, bald, one-eyed man. At the Long Island headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Director's Office, Nick Fury received news of Bai Zio buying an RV and leaving New York. He's finally on the move again. Nick Fury looked at the photos and records on his desk, showing the eye-catching RV on the streets of New York, and a joyful scene of tourists singing and dancing by the riverbank, evidently taken from a distance. In the crowd, Bai Zio, who was dancing with 2 beautiful girls, stood out particularly. Nick Fury's eye twitched as he watched. So, he disappeared for 2 years, and when he came back, he went on an RV trip. Bai Zio, a dangerous individual, had always been under his close surveillance. However, Fury had been puzzled by some of his actions over the past 2 years. He rescued a mutant girl, went to X Academy, then bought a manor on Long Island. He had been lurking there for 2 years, disappearing for a month or 2 at a time without stepping outside. He only occasionally went out twice to other cities, where he killed a batch of vampires. He was like a recluse hiding in his manor. Now that he had finally reappeared, he was in an RV, seemingly planning a trip, which gave Fury a headache. Fury didn't care what Bai Zio was up to. He was even happy to see him acting as a butcher, since the butcher's victims were either villains or non-humans. Fury had deeply ingrained the belief that anyone not of his kind must be treated with suspicion. He was always skeptical of everyone, especially those who weren't even human. Bai Zio perfectly fit his idea of a member of the Avengers, so much so that Fury regarded him as one. As a butcher, He needed someone who could coldly and ruthlessly kill enemies, not someone who was a hedonistic recluse. Fury was wondering if Bai Zio had been corrupted by money and pleasure, which was normal. The temptation of money and pleasure could seduce even the most cold-blooded and rational butcher. After all, he was still just a 20-year-old young man. Considering his impoverished upbringing, it was normal for him to be dazzled by wealth for a while. Fury did not want the butcher to put down his knife and return to a normal life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped cover up Bai Zio's actions. "What a headache this kid is," Fury muttered. His single eye flickered. He needed to ensure that the boy remained the cold-blooded butcher he once was. He could relax and have fun, but he must not abandon that identity. Fury decided that if Bai Zio remained the same after this trip, he would need to take action. Perhaps he could introduce more crises to awaken Bai Zio's inner sense of responsibility. He believed that the boy still had a sense of duty deep down. Little did he know, Nick Fury was merely overthinking things and was completely unaware of the actual situation. As for Bai Zio, he continued his journey, traveling from New York to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, and finally to Minnesota. These states took him a total of 3 months. He spent about a month in each state exploring the local culture, scenery, and cuisine. Overall, he encountered many pleasant and a few unpleasant experiences, the former being more frequent. The latter, though not many, included running into 3 foolish robbers on his way to Illinois. His muscle RV was too conspicuous in remote areas. The 3 idiots, armed with shotguns and pistols, wanted to kill Bai Zio and steal all his belongings and the RV. Unfortunately for them, they encountered a butcher far more ruthless than they were. Bai Zio's hands were stained with countless lives, not just a few dozen, but thousands. These small-time crooks with their shabby guns were effortlessly sent to hell by Bai Zio. He used magic to open a rift to hell and toss them in alive. What happened to them in hell was up to how they faced their fate. Most likely, both their bodies and souls would be devoured by greedy demons. These were just minor episodes. They didn't affect Bai Zio's mood. 4 months of travel completely relaxed his tense spirit. During these months, he ignored thoughts of becoming stronger or dealing with enemies from other centuries, as if he had forgotten them all. This relaxing trip eliminated any lingering negative emotions he had. He was fully enjoying the journey. It was now March 2004 and spring had arrived. Driving his RV along the highway, surrounded by lush green mountains, he entered Minnesota. Driving along, he came to a small town called Forks. The scenery in Forks was exceptionally beautiful, lacking the noise and hustle of big cities. During this time, continuous spring rains added a cool tone to the landscape. Amidst the pristine forests and mountains, the place had a unique beauty. Bai Zio, sitting in the RV's driver's seat, drove along a long, straight country road flanked by towering teak and pine trees. The rain fell, creating a muddy but pleasant atmosphere for those who enjoyed the rainy season. As he drove, Bai Zio's keen intuition sensed many unusual things in the town ahead. After driving a little further, he saw a police car parked by the roadside. A middle-aged white officer in uniform and a girl with long, dark brown hair, wearing a short-sleeved plaid shirt over a gray long-sleeved shirt and jeans, stood at the car's front. The hood was up, and the girl held an umbrella, shielding both the officer and herself from the rain. Bai Zio parked his muscle RV a few meters from the police car. He opened the door, stepped out with an umbrella, and approached the officer and the girl. Under their curious and wary gazes, he asked, "Do you need help, officer?" "Yeah, I think it's the spark plug causing the engine to stall. I should get it repaired," the officer said helplessly. He glanced at Bai Zio's RV and, noticing the license plate, asked, "Are you from New York?" "That's right, I've already taken that big guy through 3 states. This is the 4th one." "Excellent choice. My name is Charlie. Welcome to Forks. I believe you'll have an unforgettable time here. This is my daughter, Bella, who has just moved here from Phoenix to stay with me for a while." Thanks to Bai Zio's enthusiastic and trustworthy demeanor, along with his good looks and charm, Officer Charlie warmly welcomed him. Bai Zio introduced himself with a smile. "John Shaw from New York." My dream is to become a great hunter and traveler." Indeed, that was what he was doing, though his prey might be somewhat diverse and his travel destinations might not be limited to just Earth. Officer Charlie, unaware of the full extent of this, responded with a smile, "That's a wonderful dream. There's a hunting ground near Forks owned by my friend Old Merc. If you need, I can introduce you. There are plenty of game there." "Thank you, I'll try it if I get the chance." The girl named Bella appeared to be introverted, but her features were very delicate and beautiful, though her face seemed to carry some worries. However, as she looked at Bai Zio, there was a flash of amazement in her eyes. After some conversation, Bai Zio offered, "I have a towing device here. Perhaps I can tow your car to the repair shop." "Thank you, Shaw. Just a small favor." After speaking, Bai Zio returned to his RV, drove it in front of the police car, and then backed up a short distance. From the storage compartment of the RV, he took out a towing device, similar in structure to a train coupling, which could stabilize the distance between the two vehicles. Even if there was no one in the towed car, it could still be pulled along. This device could also be extended to help pull cars out of ditches, and it was a standard piece of equipment in his RV, designed to handle any situation. After all, anything can happen in the wild. As long as the money is there, the service must be up to par. This is one of the few advantages of a capitalist society. Bai Zio also invited the two to ride in the RV, which had enough space in the front seats to accommodate 4 people. Officer Charlie sat in the passenger seat, and Bella sat in the back. As they drove, they chatted. Charlie and Bella's mother had divorced. Bella had been living with her mother, but her mother and new husband were going on a honeymoon trip, so Bella needed to leave Phoenix and stay with her father, Charlie, in Forks. She would also attend her senior year of high school there. Bella was 18 years old, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, with very fair skin, chocolate brown eyes, and long, straight, thick, dark brown hair. She was a very quiet girl, but Bai Zio could see that her quietness was more due to unease and unfamiliarity with her new surroundings. Charlie introduced Forks, a town with a population of 3,120, where he was the police chief. Bai Zio shared some of his travel experiences, being very adept at conversation and storytelling, which impressed Charlie and even captivated the quiet Bella with tales of his solo travels and the many cultural landscapes he had seen. She participated in several conversations. After chatting for a while, they soon entered Forks. Though a small town, it was well developed and quite modern. Due to its geographical location, most houses were integrated with the surrounding forests and vegetation, giving a close-to-nature feel. Following Charlie's directions, Bai Zio drove to a repair shop in town. The shop owner, a middle-aged white man, was well acquainted with Charlie. With the help of the owner and his employees, they parked the car in the shop. Afterward, Bai Zio took Charlie and Bella to Charlie's house. On the way, Charlie invited Bai Zio to join them for dinner at his house to show his gratitude. Bai Zio accepted the invitation. Charlie's house was a standard 2-story detached home with a lawn, well-maintained vegetation, and moss-covered trees. It was not overly luxurious but looked quite nice. Bai Zio parked his RV in a slightly muddy spot in front of the house. After getting out, Charlie and Bella got out as well and invited Bai Zio inside. However, considering that Charlie and Bella hadn't seen each other in a long time, Bai Zio politely declined, suggesting he go into town to buy some supplies instead. Charlie was a bit surprised by Bai Zio's understanding, but appreciated it even more. Bai Zio retrieved a black Ducati 749's motorcycle from the back of his RV, with a sleek exterior and a powerful 4-stroke twin-cylinder engine, capable of 157 horsepower, making it a dream for motorcycle enthusiasts. He rode the motorcycle into the town center. There, he found a variety of shops and supermarkets. He bought some groceries, drinks, and fruits. As he stepped out, many people were admiring the black Ducati 749s, but he paid them no mind and paused as if sensing something. He turned to look in a particular direction, his eyes flashing with a golden glow. "What is this feeling? Is someone trying to foresee me with some ability?" Bai Zio's lips curved into a playful smile. This small town was more interesting than he had imagined. The presence of entirely non-human auras suggested that two different races lived peacefully here. There must be some hidden interesting stories. However, Bai Zio was not very interested in them. These two groups were too weak and did not offer much experience. Killing them would be a waste of his time, and since he was currently traveling, as long as they didn't provoke him, he would act as if he knew nothing. But if they sought death, he wouldn't mind reaping a few lives. With a roar, he mounted his Ducati, placed the bag securely, twisted the throttle, and with a thunderous roar, he disappeared down the street. On the balcony of a modern villa on the hilltop of a small town, a girl with deep brown short hair stood in a daze. She was wearing a white short-sleeved light jacket with a black vest underneath. Her gaze seemed to penetrate through the forest, focusing on a specific location in the town, on a specific person. A vision flashed through her mind. In a vast golden starlight, a figure stood tall in the sky, backlit by the golden light, his face indistinguishable, but his eyes emitted a cold and ruthless aura. The terrifying atmosphere was overwhelming, making her feel as though she was caught in a storm, ready to be swept away at any moment. After a long while, the vision was suddenly interrupted by a greater, mysterious force, and she woke up from the trance, her chest heaving as she panted wildly. In the living room behind her, a beautiful and mature woman with smooth golden hair cascading over her shoulders walked over. Seeing her daughter in this state, she immediately sensed something was wrong. "Alice, are you all right?" she asked with concern, placing one hand on Alice's shoulder and the other on her arm for support. "I think I saw an unbelievable scene." Alice slowly recovered, standing upright and looking bewilderedly at her mother, Esme. "What did you see?" I can't describe it. I think I saw someone, but I couldn't make out their face." "You've never experienced something like this before," Esme frowned. As a family member, she knew Alice's abilities well. Alice had a powerful precognitive ability, capable of seeing potential and imminent events. This ability was highly practical and strong, often helping the family avoid disasters. But now Alice had clearly activated her ability again, yet couldn't fully describe it, and the vision seemed fragmented, raising Esme's concern. She gently hugged Alice to comfort her, then led her downstairs where the family members were gathered. Some were busy in the kitchen, some were watching TV on the sofa, and others were enjoying the scenery from a window seat. Esme called out, "Alice had an unexpected vision. We need to talk." The family immediately turned their attention to Esme's words, including Carlyle, who was busy in the kitchen. He put down his utensils and joined the others around Esme and Alice. "What happened? You seem tense, Alice. Did your ability trigger again?" The family members observed Alice speaking softly. Carlyle reached out to stop the questions, gently hugged Alice, stroked her short hair, and asked kindly, "Are you all right, Alice?" "Yeah, I sense someone coming to the town. He is terrifying, possessing the power to destroy us all. I am scared," Alice recalled the vision, trembling uncontrollably. "It's okay, we're all here with you," Carlyle comforted her gently while the others looked worried. After a while, Alice calmed down and described what she had seen, though her description was vague and chaotic, providing no clear information. This only made everyone more uneasy. "Who is this person? Alice has never experienced this before. Can we find this person?" "No, that would be foolish, Rosalie. So what do you suggest? Leave Forks?" A beautiful blonde girl argued with a handsome short-haired boy, feeling frustrated. Carlyle raised his hand to stop the discussion. He was the most rational and mature, looking at Alice softly. "Alice, do you feel he poses a threat to us?" "I don't know, but I didn't see us dying," Alice confirmed. Carlyle immediately understood that a powerful figure had arrived in town, possibly just passing through, but his presence was so strong that Alice sensed it in advance. He pondered for a moment and said, "No need to panic for now. Continue with your usual activities, but be discreet." Seeing Carlyle's decision, the others did not object, though they were curious about the new arrival in Forks. Esme looked at Carlyle with some concern, but he smiled and shook his head, indicating there was no danger. "Maybe." On Bai Zio's side, he returned to Charlie, who was in conversation with Bella and two other people, including a red Chevrolet 1953 pickup truck. An old man in a wheelchair wearing a red sweater and hat, and a young man with long black hair, slightly tanned skin in a black leather jacket and jeans, were speaking. As the conversation concluded, the young man pushed the old man's wheelchair away, with Charlie and Bella watching from the roadside. Isaiah rode his motorcycle and stopped in front of Bella and Charlie, glancing at the departing duo. The young man turned back to look at Isaiah, frowning slightly as if sensing something. "Interesting," Isaiah smiled lightly. Bella and Charlie noticed Isaiah's arrival and approached him. Charlie, more interested in the groceries and beer Isaiah bought for the evening, asked, "Is this for tonight?" "Of course." "Ha, I'm hosting tonight, kid. Just beer and fruit." "Ha ha, all right, leave it to me." Charlie took the bag filled with beer and fruit and headed towards the apartment. "That looks like a nice car. Is it for you?" Isaiah got off his motorcycle and looked at the red Chevrolet pickup. It was a bit old and even had some spots where the paint was peeling. Bella, who was asked by Isaiah, smiled and said, "Yes, Charlie bought it from his friend Billy. You know, I need a vehicle for school. It might be a bit old, but the engine was replaced by Jacob." "That's a nice one." Isaiah complimented it, then looked at the quiet and shy Bella. "Can you help me put these things back in the RV? I need to put the motorcycle back on the rack." "Oh, of course, I'd be happy to." Bella immediately agreed, took the bag labeled from Isaiah's hand and walked towards the RV. Isaiah took out the key and pressed a button, and the RV's door lock automatically opened. As Bella was wondering how to get in, the ladder at the door automatically extended. Bella carefully stepped on the ladder, opened the RV door, and went inside. Isaiah then put the motorcycle back on the rack at the rear of the RV. When he returned to the RV, he saw that Bella had already put the groceries back in the fridge and was curiously looking around. When she saw Isaiah come in, she immediately said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, It's okay. I don't have anything here that a girl can't see." Isaiah didn't mind and even started introducing the curious girl to the RV's features. Many of the functions seemed very advanced to the girl, making her envious and full of praise. After that, she got out of the RV and returned to Charlie's apartment. By now, it was almost dark, and Charlie was preparing dinner. Isaiah originally wanted to help but was directly shooed away by Charlie. Tonight was Charlie's show. Isaiah had no choice but to continue chatting with Bella. Bella seemed quiet by nature, but in reality she had a curiosity about the outside world, which is common among those who grow up in an ivory tower. Especially someone like Isaiah, with a different skin color, yet young and handsome, already traveling the country in an RV. This was a great attraction for Bella. Moreover, Isaiah's way of speaking and demeanor struck a chord with the girl, making her curious about the boy in front of her. While they were chatting, Charlie finished cooking. As the police chief who had lived alone for many years, Charlie's cooking was not comparable to a chef's, but it was decent. For the occasion, he had cooked some of his best dishes. For example, the Minnesota state fish, the walleye, a delicacy among freshwater fish with few bones and tender meat without any muddy taste. As Minnesota's state fish, walleye is a favorite among anglers and a common sight on local tables. Iron skillet medley, with the aroma of beef at the bottom mixed with green beans, corn, and cheese, all absorbed by the potato chunks on top. Venison steaks, a long-standing tradition in Minnesota culture. The venison is tender, flavorful, lean, and has little connective tissue, suitable for various dishes. Lefse, a traditional soft Norwegian flatbread made of potatoes, flour, butter, and milk or cream. Created by Scandinavian ancestors, this delicious carbohydrate can be enjoyed with various foods. Locals like to spread butter on it, sprinkle some sugar, and roll it up as a dessert. And the popular Juicy Lucy hamburger, wild black rice, local specialty canned luncheon meat, and of course, a variety of distinctive skewers. These dishes pleasantly surprised Isaiah, suiting his taste. With a blend of Eastern and Western cuisine preferences, the flavors bursting on his taste buds made him feel delighted. Isaiah enjoyed the meal very much, and he kept praising Charlie while drinking beer, making the mature police chief quite proud. He obviously felt he had conquered the visitor from New York with his culinary skills, something he might boast about to his friends later. After dinner, Bai Zio tactfully left and returned to the RV. After all, he wasn't particularly close with Charlie and his daughter. He was just a traveler who had coincidentally helped Charlie and got invited in return. Maintaining boundaries is important everywhere. Besides, he sensed that Charlie was somewhat wary of him, probably worried he might inadvertently win over his daughter. The RV parked in front of Charlie's apartment, and Bai Zio planned to rest there for the night with Charlie's consent. Back in the RV, he sat on the sofa by the window, looking at the laptop on the table, ready to search for nearby attractions in Forks. Meanwhile, in Charlie's apartment, Bella returned to the room her father had prepared for her. The room, though not large, was cozy, with wooden structures well decorated, photo racks hanging on the walls, a work lamp over the head of the bed, and many photos stuck on the wall above the dressing table. There were also some fluffy Dalmatian and cat toys on the bed. Bella placed a small cactus her father had given her on the table, threw herself onto the soft bed, and couldn't help but smile as she recalled everything that had happened today. After so many years, she returned to the place she had visited as a child. It was all unfamiliar, making her feel uneasy, with no familiar friends or surroundings. However, she didn't expect that her car would stall on the road due to applause, combined with her dislike for rainy days, making her mood not so good. But unexpectedly, she met a very handsome Asian boy, a boy brave enough to travel around in an RV. He warmly helped Charlie, brought them back to the town of Forks, and was a knowledgeable person who could discuss many things with Charlie, the police chief. The experiences he described made Bella yearn for more. She also hoped to travel around like him and see the world. The appearance of that boy greatly improved her mood, and the Chevrolet pickup truck her father bought for her was also a pleasant surprise. Perhaps the coming days will not be so bad. Bella stretched out her hands to grab the fluffy toy, lay on the bed, and buried her face in it. Thinking of something, she stood up, walked to the window, and through it saw the muscle RV parked in front of the house. Coincidentally, she also saw the boy sitting quietly on the sofa in front of the RV window under the bright light, looking at a notebook. The drizzle kept falling, making her vision somewhat blurry. She could only vaguely see the boy's profile, but for some reason, it made Bella's heart tremble involuntarily. She didn't understand why her heart seemed to beat faster. She didn't know why, but at that moment the boy exuded a mysterious aura that made her want to explore his secrets. She thought for a moment, hesitated for a while, then went to the living room, took a tomato from the refrigerator, put it in the juicer, and made a glass of tomato juice. However, she seemed to remember something, so she first carried the glass of freshly made tomato juice and knocked on her father Charlie's door. The door opened quickly, revealing her daughter holding a glass of bright juice. Before Charlie could speak, she handed over the glass with both hands. "You seem to have had a lot to drink. Drinking some tomato juice will do you good." "Thank you." Charlie was very pleased. Even though he knew he hadn't drunk much, he still enjoyed his daughter's care. He took the glass and drank it in one go. That boy, after drinking, he thought of Bai Zio, the boy he admired, who also seemed to have drunk quite a bit. Bella's heart skipped a beat. Keeping her composure, she said, "I only made one glass. I'll make another one to take to Bai Zio." "Okay." Charlie's mood improved even more, knowing that he was the priority. Bella took the empty glass from Charlie and went to the kitchen. She prepared another glass and made a fresh tomato juice. Then she opened the door and went to the RV, knocking on the door. Inside the RV, Bai Zio was watching a TV show. Hearing the knock, he walked over and opened the door, seeing Bella standing with the tomato juice. "Hey." Bella greeted first, a bit shyly holding the glass. "I noticed you seem to have had a lot to drink, so I made you some tomato juice. It can help speed up alcohol breakdown and metabolism." "Thank you, Bella." Bai Zio took the glass and invited Bella. "Would you like to come in and sit? Can I?" Of course, no one would refuse a beautiful girl. Bella's heart skipped again. Maybe it was natural shyness, but she didn't feel her face flush. She stepped on the stairs, and Bai Zio gentlemanly extended his hand. Bella was slightly startled, but casually took his hand and went up. "Are you watching Friends?" As soon as Bella entered the RV, she noticed the scene on the laptop on the table. "Yeah, it's a good show." In fact, Bai Zio could only watch some comedies. Action, fantasy, and crime dramas no longer held much attraction for him. They all seemed like childish fights, and the special effects of this era were not impressive. As for the mystery dramas he used to like, he couldn't watch them anymore. Usually, his super-intelligent brain would figure out all the answers early on unless the plot twists were particularly abrupt and bizarre, beyond his expectations. So, comedy was the only thing that could bring some laughter. "It is indeed very good. I also like Friends," Bella awkwardly said, then looked at the tall, handsome Bai-Zio in front of her. For some reason, she blurted out, "Tomorrow, if you plan to look around nearby, can you take me with you?" Bai-Zio raised his eyebrows at this, looking at Bella's somewhat clumsy appearance, and smiled. "If Charlie agrees. I won't start school for a few more days. I think he will agree." "Well, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back now. Have a good rest." Tilda, feeling more and more embarrassed by her impulsiveness, Bella hurriedly said and quickly opened the door to leave. Bai-Zio watched as Bella rushed back home, a smile flashing in his eyes. He wasn't insensitive. Although he had largely shut down his senses during his travels, he was naturally excellent at capturing emotions and could see that Bella had developed a fondness for him. Her personality, appearance, and figure were quite to his taste. If something could develop, he wouldn't mind. Shaking his head just as he was about to close the door, he saw two familiar figures approaching. "Long time no see, Shaw." A mature, hoarse voice, a charming face, wearing a red coat and holding an umbrella with wine-red hair. It was none other than the SHIELD agent Natasha he hadn't seen for a long time. Beside her was a sturdy man in a black coat, with a sharp, hawk-like gaze. "Clint Barton. He is my friend and comrade from the agency." Seeing Bai-Zio's eyes sweep over the man beside her, Natasha took the initiative to introduce him. The three stood in front of the RV, and Bai-Zio looked at Natasha. "Coincidence or on purpose?" "We are here to ask for your help, Shaw. We have encountered some inexplicable events and need a professional's assistance, so," Natasha explained. "I can see you are being targeted." Bai-Zio scanned Natasha and Barton. He could see a faint, evil black aura around them, which he was very familiar with. It came from demons. "If it weren't absolutely necessary, believe me, Shaw, we wouldn't disturb your trip. I'm sorry, but that small town may need your help," Natasha said helplessly. She really didn't want to disturb Bai-Zio. She and Barton were on a mission in a nearby town and encountered some incomprehensible events. So she contacted the agency for support, but didn't expect the director to say that Bai-Zio was also nearby and could help. She took out her phone, opened it, and showed a picture to Bai-Zio. "This is a semi-nude portrait of a very alluring woman. Her beauty is unparalleled, full of dangerous allure, with bright red lips, an extraordinarily sexy figure, dark and lustrous curly hair, and snow-white smooth skin like plaster. Especially captivating are her bright gray-blue pupils, which could stir any man's impulse." This portrait appeared in the small town of Chino, 20 kilometers away. It was unearthed a month ago from the ruins of an abandoned house. Subsequently, the local police found over 70 female skeletons on the site, all of whom were local missing young girls. The local coroner found no useful information on these girls' bones. Strangely, the burnt-down house originally belonged to a woman who disappeared 70 years ago. A fire later consumed the house. Because of certain events, no one has ventured there since, leaving it abandoned until a month ago. Natasha explained, "The most bizarre thing is this portrait. Its appearance has led to the disappearance of 50 people in the town within a month, all young and beautiful. After being alarmed by this, the director sent Hawkeye and me to Chino to investigate. 5 days ago, we encountered a bizarre incident. We traced the last missing girl's path to the burnt-down house, where we saw the missing girl being held by someone wrapped in black gas. Our presence startled him. He attacked us, or rather, he attacked Barton. We barely escaped using special weapons, but for the past 5 nights he has attacked us. No matter where we escape to, he finds us." Bai-Zio looked at Natasha and Barton. Though they appeared fine, their faces showed signs of exhaustion. Barton in particular was tense, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, clearly on guard against the monster's attack. "Shaw." Natasha was about to continue when Bai-Zio's eyes flashed a sharp golden light. He suddenly turned towards Charlie's apartment, specifically Bella's room on the second floor. This abrupt action immediately drew the attention of the battle-hardened Natasha and Barton. They tensed and drew their weapons. Suddenly, the man before them was engulfed in golden light and shot into Bella's second-floor apartment. Bella stood by the window, seemingly watching something. As golden light filled her eyes, Baizio appeared before her, holding a writhing black gas in his hand. Shaw. Bella stared at the golden glowing Baizio, his figure reflected in her eyes, striking her heart. You tracked it here. Baizio's eyes flashed coldly as he crushed the struggling black gas in his hand, purifying it with his powerful golden magic. Shaw, what is that? A demon's mark. A demon's mark on me? Bella was stunned. The boy's miraculous display and the struggling black gas in his hand were shattering her worldview. More alarming was the mark Baizio mentioned. Why would a demon mark her? Don't worry, Bella, you'll be fine. Baizio didn't elaborate. He extended his right hand, palm up, revealing a necklace with a golden gem. Baizio gently placed it around Bella's neck. The exquisite necklace, combined with Bella's delicate features, made her look like a princess. It's a magical necklace I made. It holds my power and will protect you even against a demon. As the golden light faded, Baizio softly said, Bella, you won't be harmed. Bella held the necklace, looked at it, then at the gentle-faced boy. She hesitated before asking, Are you leaving? She actually wanted to ask if he was leaving her. Baizio understood her meaning and shook his head, saying, The demon is unusual. Its power is spreading and has already affected Forks. Many innocent people have been harmed before you. For your sake, theirs, and the peace of this land, I must find and destroy it. Baizio spoke diplomatically. The real reason was that he sensed the demon was a significant boss. Such a boss couldn't be let go. Of course, he wouldn't say such foolish words in front of the beautiful girl. Sure enough, after his words, the girl's eyes showed a soft and tender light. If Baizio was like a brave traveler before, now she was certain this handsome boy held secrets unknown to her, making him even more intoxicating. I don't want you to go. It might be very dangerous. The girl stepped forward, mustering her courage to hug Baizio, resting her head on his chin, feeling his warmth. What could Baizio do? He wrapped his arms around Bella's waist, leaned down, and whispered, This is my duty. No matter the danger, I will persist. Trust me, Bella, for you I will kill even the strongest demon. These words made the girl more emotional, her eyes welling with tears. I believe you. Do what you must and don't forget our promise. Bella stood by the window, silently watching the man who had returned to the street. Her eyes sparkled with tears as she held the necklace hanging around her neck with both hands. She knew this was the greatest gift he had given her. When he wasn't around, the necklace would protect her in his stead. She didn't know why, but even when she was alone, holding the necklace seemed to convey a warmth that dispelled her fear and anxiety, as if the boy were right beside her. Baizio glanced back at the girl standing by the windowsill. Their eyes met for an instant, feeling like a moment that lasted an eternity. Resolutely, he turned his head towards Natasha and Barton. What could he say? The girl already had a good impression of him, and now, inadvertently playing the hero saving the damsel in distress, he had also revealed the presence of a demon. Coupled with his callous words, it would easily lead the girl to imagine a silent hero traversing the world, seeking out demons and protecting it. This sequence of events was perfect. All the elements were there, and the emotional impact was genuine. A girl sheltered in her ivory tower couldn't withstand this. Her heart would be won over in no time. To be honest, it was impossible for Baizio not to have some feelings for Bella. He had planned to stay in Forks for a while to see how things developed, but the demon incident fast-tracked everything. Baizio decided he needed to properly thank that demon for merging its life essence with his. That guy has his eyes on the girl. Natasha, having watched everything from the start, glanced with interest at the boy before her. With her experience, if she couldn't see through this, her title as a top spy would be meaningless. Earlier, Barton, more curious about the abilities Baizio had shown, couldn't comprehend how even his superior reflexes and dynamic vision couldn't catch up. The second-floor window hadn't been broken, nor had Bella's elderly father been alarmed. Clearly, This was beyond an ordinary person's capability. Even among mutants, such power was rare. Ignoring their words, Baizio looked up at the sky. His jet-black pupils, tinged with gold, saw black gas rapidly spreading under the endless clouds in the rainy weather. He could feel the demon's strong hiding abilities. Before Natasha and Barton approached, he hadn't even noticed anything amiss. Even with most of his senses sealed, his passive abilities remained. Whenever he sensed a demon or an invader from another world, he would instantly detect it. For a demon to escape his perception, it must be formidable. Now it seemed like a taunt marking Bella to stir up trouble and attract his attention, challenging Baizio to find it. "Want to play a game of cat and mouse with me? Only, who is the mouse and who is the cat?" Boom. A sleek black Ducati roared under the moonlight, speeding along a long, muddy road in the rain like a wolf running through the night. Mud and rain splattered as Baizio, in a black jacket, t-shirt, and jeans, rode the motorcycle. The wind blew through his black hair. Far behind, a black Chevrolet SUV chased with all its might, but the distance was growing. Damn, that thing must be going over 300 kilometers per hour. Driving, Barton slapped the steering wheel, clearly dissatisfied with the speed. He was pushing the car to its 200 kph limit, but had to slow down for turns. The motorcycle was at its top speed, an extremely dangerous feat on a muddy road where a mistake could lead to a fatal crash. Barton knew controlling such speed in a motorcycle was easy for the boy, but he was still human, and no matter how skilled, he was only human. "We are following him, that thing is spreading fast. Shaw said it wasn't simple. Understood, I'll track it all the way." In the passenger seat, Natasha buckled her seatbelt, ending a call. She looked at the frustrated Barton. "The director will send our people to seal off the areas around Chino Town, but the actual participants will only be us. We need equipment support. Our previous gear was nearly destroyed fighting that thing. Bullets and normal arrows won't work," Barton shouted while driving. Maybe the director should prepare a lot of holy water and have jets spray it from the sky. He was a top agent, but he usually dealt with flesh and blood enemies. Now, facing who knows what, he was grateful for the special gear he and Natasha had grabbed from HQ. Otherwise, they might have been dead. "I believe the rain will dilute it. Our equipment is already placed outside Chino Town, and the target isn't us, it's Shaw. Yeah, this world is too fantastical. I'm starting to believe that guy isn't a mutant but related to something strange. The director should hire some priests." Facing Natasha, Barton couldn't stop ranting, shedding his cold, efficient agent demeanor. "Maybe a good idea. We can suggest it to the director. He might agree." Natasha casually replied, checking the locator on her phone. It only showed their Chevrolet, while Shaw's marker had pulled far ahead. A thoughtful look crossed her face. From the power Shaw had displayed, blocking military satellite images wouldn't be hard. Yet he hadn't done so. She didn't believe he hadn't noticed, but more likely he didn't care, confident in himself. Clearly, Shaw had many secrets she didn't know. She had a premonition that this mission might reveal Shaw's true nature and show her another side of the world. On a pitch-black night, a light rain had turned into a heavy downpour as it reached Chino Town. The heavy rain poured down, lashing the small town. Unlike Forks Town, Chino Town was somewhat larger and more modern. However, at dusk, the streets were empty, and if it weren't for the lights in some of the buildings, one might mistake it for a ghost town. Boom! The roar of an engine exploded on the street, a black streak darting through the rain-soaked roads. This commotion caught the attention of the townspeople, who stealthily looked out their windows to see the black shadow speeding through. Baizio rode his motorcycle, the hem of his coat fluttering in the wind. The heavy rain was deflected by an invisible force. The bright headlamp illuminated the road ahead as he made his way to the southwestern edge of the town. On the way, he passed through a forest with a narrow, muddy path barely wide enough for a vehicle. The long, winding road was lined with twisted, bizarre trees that seemed even more eerie and sinister in the night. The trees flew past rapidly, and after 10 minutes of riding, he reached his destination. Emerging from the twisted forest, he found a large open area surrounded by the woods. The overgrown weeds and the twisted trees at the edges made it seem as though the forest was gradually consuming the clearing. Boom! The motorcycle stopped in front of a ruined house. Baizio sat on the bike, one foot on the ground, his sharp eyes scanning the ruins before looking up at the sky. His pupils gradually turned golden. His perspective changed as if transforming into a three-dimensional image, with countless bits of information flooding his brain. The scene in front of him changed, showing the ruins transforming into an old house with a garden and lawn. An eerie old man lived there alone, with a portrait of a half-naked woman hanging in the living room. The scene flickered like a slideshow. The first girl, drawn by the portrait, was then enveloped by a man shrouded in black energy who led her to the bed. In her dreams, she was possessed, her soul taken by the man. The old man buried the dead girl, and this process continued for decades. The old man eventually died in a fire that destroyed the house. The bodies and the portrait were buried underground. A month ago, some children from the town discovered the remains while playing there, and the police dug up the painting and remains. When the officers took the painting, the woman in the portrait gave Baizio a strange smile. To interfere to this extent, this demon must be quite significant. Baizio was not frightened but determined that this demon was no ordinary being. He had the power to trace back the timeline of the area. However, the demon noticed him tracing the past and left a taunting scene. This was no ordinary demon. It must be a powerful, well-known demon. Encountering such a demon excited Baizio. Powerful demons were valuable sources of life essence. Given his current strength, he wouldn't lose to any demon lord unless it was Mephisto or Lucifer. On Earth, even if a demon lord descended, their power would be suppressed. Moreover, there was the Ancient One, who had no knightly honor and would join forces to eliminate the demon. A demon lord would be an enormous source of experience. However, this was unlikely. Demon lords weren't fools. The Ancient One and the protective barriers of the three sanctums, along with the contracts set by ancient gods, ensured any demon coming to Earth would be severely weakened. The woman in the portrait was a bridge, opening a pathway to Earth, luring pure girls to be possessed and have their souls taken. It was a form of hunting. Different demons had different tastes, and pure girls' souls were highly prized among demons. The reason Baizio thought the demon was significant was because it was very well hidden. It had even evaded the Ancient One's detection, and Baizio wouldn't have noticed if it weren't for Natasha and Barton's sudden request for help. Playing hide and seek. Don't let me find you, or I'll kill you even in hell. Baizio felt cold inside. He knew all too well the fate of the girls killed by the demon, and now it had targeted Bella. He turned the bike around and sped away from the twisted forest. Just after leaving the forest, he encountered Natasha and Barton coming towards him. The two vehicles passed each other, and the SUV behind made a sudden drift to stop. Barton, in the driver's seat, hurriedly operated the controls and shouted, "He looks very angry. I think he found the demon's trail." Natasha and Barton had equipped themselves with gear from the agency, wearing special combat uniforms. "We look like the sidekicks of the main characters in a TV show," Barton joked. "The world has changed so much, Clint," Natasha replied. "I miss the days when I carried out missions with just a bow and arrow." They turned the car around and chased after Baizio. At the entrance of Chino Town Police Station, a sleek black Ducati motorcycle screeched to a halt. Baizio propped up the stand and walked into the station. The police inside ignored Baizio's intrusion, going about their own business. Baizio walked down the corridor towards the storage room. As he entered, the lights in the corridor flickered, creating a strange atmosphere. It was as if the station was welcoming him. Natasha and Barton arrived outside the police station and hurriedly entered, presenting their FBI credentials to the officers, who let them through without verifying their identities. "Where is your storage room?" Natasha asked. "At the end of the second floor." She had guessed what Baizio was looking for. Baizio reached the storage room, opened the door, and found miscellaneous items and lost belongings inside. Unlike the heavily guarded armory, the storage room was unguarded. He walked along the shelves until he found the portrait of the half-naked woman hanging on the wall. Under Baizio's gaze, the woman's face in the painting showed the same strange smile he saw when tracing the past. She was beautiful, seductive, dark, and haunting. "Interesting human, you possess a power I despise. She might like you," the woman in the portrait said with a mocking smile. Baizao's golden pupils stared at the painting, silent. He heard urgent footsteps and the space seemed to slow down. Each footstep sounded like the ticking of a clock. The woman in the portrait, unaffected, continued with a teasing tone. "You are angry, why? At your level, what makes you angry? Is it the pure girls I possessed or the girl named Bella? She is beautiful and her soul is pure, isn't it? Ah, she is like fresh, delicious food. She is the most special one I've seen in years. Let's play a game." Before she could finish, Baizio spoke, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. "I found you." Boom. A golden magic circle appeared under Baizio's feet, and with a burst of starlight he disappeared. At the same time, the woman's smile turned to shock. Realizing something, the scene reverted to its original state. Bang! The door was pushed open again, and Barton and Natasha rushed in, scanning the room with their weapons drawn. They stood in front of the woman's portrait, confused. Where is he? At Kamar-Taj's vast training ground under the moonlight, the Ancient One in her white mage robe was overseeing the training. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her head, surprised. By Zio, why did he suddenly enter hell? Ancient One was shocked that the usually well-behaved Baizio had suddenly gone to hell. She had always thought Baizio would eventually go to hell, as it was full of powerful demon lords which a warrior like Baizio wouldn't miss. But she thought it would happen much later, when Baizio had reached a higher level of strength. Now, though, did something unexpected happen? The Ancient One frowned, her eyes flashing as her perspective shifted to another dimension. Hell, a place of fear and mystery, believed by humans to contain all terrifying things. Hell was thought to be the source of all evil. This wasn't far from the truth. Hell was another dimensional world, vast and seemingly endless. Flames burned everywhere, the intense heat warping the air. The sky was blood red, reflecting the ruins of human cities. Compared to human cities, Hell's cities were only ruins, with collapsed buildings and wrecked cars, all under a constant dust storm. The harsh environment was uninhabitable for humans. In dark corners, demons and souls lurked, waiting for prey. Today, in a demon lord's kingdom, an unexpected human appeared. On a luxurious castle's balcony, a humanoid demon with red wings and fiery skin looked up in shock. In the blood-red sky, a black-haired boy in a black coat, white t-shirt, and jeans stood, looking down at the demon. His golden eyes radiated a cold, deadly intent. A terrifying aura spread from him, shaking the surroundings. Demons and souls within hundreds of kilometers fled in fear. "Are you insane, coming to my kingdom for a human woman?" The demon didn't know what to say. What about the game? What about the rules? How did the human just break into hell? Baizio looked down at the demon lord, a smile playing on his lips. Flipping tables was what he did best. He noticed that this boss was overly cautious, not even on Earth, yet still wanted to play a cat-and-mouse game. He didn't have the time for that. Tracing the source of the aura, he went straight to the opponent's front. "Enjoy hiding. I've come to your house. Let's see how you hide now." Moreover, this demon lord didn't give Baizio much of a sense of oppression, so he was determined to take down this boss. Even if he couldn't win in the other's territory, Baizio could escape, and the opponent couldn't stop him. He also had another assurance, Ancient One. Ancient One was the absolute master of backup plans. Having invested so much in him, she wouldn't let that investment go to waste. If an accident occurred, Baizio would owe Ancient One another favor. Since he already owed favors, a few more wouldn't matter. As long as he could defeat this demon, it would be worth it to owe another favor. What a lunatic! The demon lord didn't understand Baizio's thoughts, only thinking that this human had a rather fiery temper. However, being in his own territory, he calmed himself slightly and was about to speak, but Baizio didn't give him a chance for any nonsense. Vroom! In the next moment, the gateway to the dimensional world opened, and thousands upon thousands of golden vortices, shimmering like mirrors, appeared behind him, layering like a huge golden wall. Dazzling golden light shone across this world. Terrifying energy rippled and swept in all directions. The entire world trembled, shivered, and distorted. The demon's eyes widened abruptly. Instinctively, he roared in anger, fully revealing his true demonic form. His demonic body was a gigantic monster with a human torso, serpent tail, and chicken feet. He had 3 enormous heads, a human head, a goat head, and a bull head. One hand held a large, exaggerated sword, while the other held a massive blood-red banner. On the other side, thousands upon thousands of weapons appeared from the golden vortices as Bai Zio waved his hand gently. Boom! Countless weapons, surrounded by golden magical particles, fell like a shower of golden meteors. In that instant, their speed reached the speed of light, inducing a scalp-numbing feeling just by looking at them. Even the demon felt a great sense of danger. Roaring, he swung his large sword. A vast black-purple magic power was released. Powerful dark magic transformed into layers of enormous black-purple magic shields above the palace, totaling 13 layers, each larger and covering a wider area than the last. In an instant, the dense falling meteors bombarded these massive magic shields like a torrential downpour. Unfortunately, facing tens of thousands of light-speed attacks, these magic shields couldn't hold up, shattering completely in less than a second. The terrifying pressure made the demon below feel like cursing. Without hesitation, he vanished from where he stood. Thus, endless meteors fell and exploded on the vast and luxurious ancient castle. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, violent explosions erupted. Thousands upon thousands of golden mushroom clouds burst forth, and the ground shook wildly. The raging energy swept in all directions, overturning the earth from the palace outward as if plowed, and the air currents devoured everything in their path. The devastation extended for tens or even hundreds of kilometers, and those demons and undead caught in the blast and unable to escape were annihilated in despair and screams. It took a long, long time for everything to calm down. A strong wind blew, dispersing the pervasive dust and revealing a bleak scene below. A vast area of tens of kilometers was sunken, pitted with craters like the surface of the moon, and the luxurious castle of the demon was nothing but history, reduced to ruins. Without even glancing down, Bai Zio looked ahead. In the air in front of him stood the 3-headed demon about 3 kilometers away. "Are you Asmodeus? You fool, you will suffer the most brutal punishment for your actions. I will imprison you in the depths of hell's cage forever, where you will repent in endless pain," Asmodeus's 3 heads said in a low, hoarse voice, echoing in this world. Bai Zio was indifferent. His clothes fluttered in the air as he stared at the infamous demon king, Asmodeus. He recognized Asmodeus mainly because there was a book in Camertage that recorded information about some powerful demon lords in the hell dimension, including Asmodeus. Asmodeus was described in the book as the demon king representing lust. He was a well-known figure in hell. According to the book, Asmodeus liked to monopolize human women he fancied, indiscriminately. If they were engaged, he would kill all their fiancées. Moreover, Asmodeus particularly liked pure-hearted women, or rather, all demons did, because such women had the purest souls, which were chosen by angels to become vessels for their descent. He once wreaked havoc on the earth. During a war between heaven and hell, he fought with the archangel Raphael, falling into a disadvantage and was finally captured by the archangel Gabriel. How he escaped back to hell was probably due to some trade-off, paying a considerable price. Asmodeus also had a famous wife, Lilith, the embodiment of plague and storm. Lilith represented lust, never aged, had long black hair and a serpent's tail. No man could resist her charm, and she absorbed men's vitality to stay young. She ruled the night and Friday. In the book, there was a specific description of Lilith, saying that she, who came from ancient times, radiated youthful vitality, with a neck like cream adorned with garlands of roses and poppies. She always descended at night, weaving a web of emotions with her gentle gaze, making every man lose his soul and fall deeply in love. Considering the semi-nude woman's painting in the police station, storage room, and Asmodeus's comment that she would like Bai Zio, it was likely referring to Lilith. Bai Zio developed a keen interest in this notorious lust demon. Don't get it wrong. He just wanted to see if the legendary demon was as beautiful as described. After all, Men are like that. Shaking off these impractical thoughts, Baizio surveyed the surroundings. His vast super-sensory perception detected that, during his attack on Asmodeus, distant gazes were focused on him, conveying surprise, doubt, malice, killing intent, and greed. Clearly, his arrival had attracted the attention of other demon lords in hell. Among them, he also sensed a familiar gaze, Ancient One. A master of Ancient One's caliber would certainly watch quietly. It seems I'm about to become famous. Although those demon lords were watching him, Baizio wasn't worried. Instead, he grew more excited. There were too many of them, indeed too many. Even with a rough sense, there were at least more than 10 demon lords. Hell was indeed one of the largest dungeons. Once he conquered it, he would establish his place at the Sky Father's level or even above. As for whether these demon lords would attack together, Baizio didn't care at all. Hell was the true dark forest, adhering to only one law, survival of the fittest in its most brutal form. A demon lord's death meant that the resources and territory belonging to the demon lord would become available. If those demon lords sensed another demon lord's weakness, they would swarm like hyenas, mercilessly tearing them apart. Similarly, the power gap among demon lords wasn't significant, so they wouldn't easily go to war. Once at war, both sides would suffer losses, and any sign of weakness would invite other demon lords to attack. The same logic applied to Baizio and Asmodeus's battle. The demon lords didn't care if Baizio was a demon or human. They were only interested in the outcome. No matter who lived or died, once the battle ended, the demon lords would appear and tear them both apart, even dividing their souls. Observing a fight from a distance seemed like a good idea, but they didn't know what would happen if they let Baizio and Asmodeus fight. This was why Baizio confidently entered hell and confronted Asmodeus. Baizio could sense those demon lords watching quietly. As a demon lord, Asmodeus also sensed this. His human head wore a grim expression and he spat out a flame, staring eerily at the seemingly mad human before him. "Do you know what you have done? You don't understand hell's rules and dare to intrude here. Look around you. I believe you feel those gazes. Do you know what the result will be? Now get out of my territory." Asmodeus roared in anger. Regardless, this time his reputation took a massive hit. A human had intruded into his territory and destroyed his castle. This was a significant blow to his status as a demon lord. Demons didn't care much about reputation unless it brought great benefits. But this time, there were no benefits, only humiliation in front of other demon lords. He would be furious if he wasn't angry. If he could, he would tear Baizio apart. But Baizio's displayed strength made him wary, so he could only gain some advantage verbally. Asmodeus believed that if the opponent had any sense, they wouldn't continue fighting him now, at most exchange some harsh words, a process he was very familiar with, just like the previous wars with heaven. However, Asmodeus didn't expect that Baizio's mind worked differently from others, or rather, his perspective was completely different. Facing the enraged Asmodeus, Baizio's handsome face remained expressionless. He said softly, "You have killed too many innocent women. You shouldn't have set your sights on her either. You must pay for your actions." With that, a fierce, vast aura swept across the world like a storm, as if the will of an ancient god had awakened. The majestic aura shook the heavens and the earth, and the weapons embedded in the ground below vanished. From the golden vortices behind him, the weapons that made Asmodeus change color reappeared. "You lunatic!" Asmodeus roared in disbelief. Black-purple energy surged out instantly, transforming into a river hanging upside down in the sky. Amidst his anger, he was terrified. He never expected the opponent to be so insane, entering hell alone to fight him just for a group of weak humans and a woman. Not only that, knowing that continuing the battle would lead to others taking advantage and certain death, he still insisted on killing him. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to such an extent? At their level, there was no such thing as hatred. In their long years, hatred was just an episode. Only interests and resources were eternal. Even if they hated someone, they would bury it deep in their hearts, waiting for a suitable opportunity for revenge. Such reckless behavior was completely against the rules he knew. Baizio didn't bother with words. This information gap made his actions seem strange to others. Only he knew why he did it. Boom! Endless radiant beams poured towards Asmodeus. Despite his rage and regret for provoking this madman, he could only accept the challenge helplessly. The raging black tide and dazzling golden light collided in that moment. The sky was filled with interwoven black, purple, and gold, like the grandest fireworks display, making the blood-colored firmament sparkle and shine with brilliant colors. Boom! With an explosion, Bai-Zio broke through the air, aiming directly at Asmodeus. The latter was somewhat stunned, watching the human brat who broke through the two energies and charged at him. The speed was so fast that he could barely react. In such a high-level confrontation, a moment of distraction or a single flaw often results in a beating. Asmodeus realized this, but it was too late. The short distance of several thousand meters was fleeting for a being of Bai-Zio's level. The white sneakers shone glaringly under the golden light. Asmodeus could only see a golden shadow at the corner of his eye before feeling intense pain and immense power on the side of his face. Speed is power, and this is not just an empty saying. When one already possesses great power and combines it with explosive speed, the force generated increases exponentially. Even Asmodeus, a demon lord with an incredibly strong demon body, was nearly seriously injured by Bai-Zio's kick. Dizzy from the kick, Asmodeus's entire body fell to the ground like a slanting meteor. Boom! His body crashed heavily into the ground, raising clouds of dust, creating a crater several kilometers in diameter with dense cracks spreading out like a spider web. The overwhelming blast wave swept around. Asmodeus's body rebounded from the ground, and at this moment, Bai-Zio descended from the sky, bending his knees and smashing down on Asmodeus's chest. Boom! The thunderous explosion was even more enormous than before, and the blast wave was larger in scale. Asmodeus was slammed deep into the ground by Bai-Zio's knee strike, clearly dazed by the two heavy blows. Bai-Zio did not miss this opportunity. He raised his fists and attacked Asmodeus madly, each punch carrying immense magic power, hitting Asmodeus with every blow, causing Asmodeus's demon body to collapse significantly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the intense pain finally made Asmodeus react, roaring and swinging his fists to counterattack. One of his three heads opened its mouth to spray hellfire at Bai-Zio, but Bai-Zio was too quick. Using his ability to predict 3 seconds into the future, he blocked Asmodeus's hands with one hand and twisted the human head's jaw with the other, aiming it at the goat head. Hellfire sprayed out, almost burning the goat head. Fortunately, he had enough resistance to hellfire, and the most it did was burn his skin. Asmodeus kept falling into the ground, struggling madly to counterattack, but all his efforts were accurately blocked by Bai-Zio. A moment of distraction had led to Asmodeus being suppressed in such a miserable state. Unable to bear it any longer, Asmodeus roared, and the eyes of his three heads glowed with black light. Bai-Zio immediately sensed the danger, realizing that Asmodeus wanted to use a burst of power to break free. But would he let him go so easily? Bai-Zio extended his right hand and slapped Asmodeus's chest heavily. An overwhelming psychic force invaded Asmodeus's mind, creating a massive psychic storm, recklessly bombing with countless psychic bombs. In Asmodeus's mind, a storm of psychic calamities raged, with countless explosions turning into a storm, instantly causing Asmodeus's mind to short-circuit. Bai-Zio would never miss such an opportunity to beat down a drowning dog. He extended his right hand, and a golden light flowed out, forming a magnificent long sword resembling Saber's Excalibur, symbolizing victory. Holding the golden sword, with starry golden light gathering and compressing into the blade, the overwhelming golden magic power covered the sword. Without hesitation, he slashed down at Asmodeus below. Boom! The blood-colored earth within hundreds of thousands of meters turned golden, with the ground cracking and the plates shifting and falling. The surging golden magic power erupted from the cracks, turning the area into a sacred golden land. Finally, a terrifying golden holy light shot from the ground straight into the sky. A golden pillar of light hundreds of thousands of meters in diameter connected the blood-colored sky and earth, displaying tyrannical energy. Asmodeus's demon body could be seen instinctively releasing all its power within the pillar, with the black-purple energy of the world's evil struggling and resisting in the golden light pillar. Evil and sanctity were in conflict. The storm swept through heaven and earth, and this overwhelming energy fluctuation also shocked the demon lords observing the area. They watched silently, intending to see if they could benefit from the situation. They knew that when they noticed the greedy looks from the other demon lords, the battle would usually end. However, what these demon lords didn't expect was that the human brat, who seemed to have some grudge against Asmodeus, completely ignored them and didn't care if they would take advantage after the battle. He just wanted to fight Asmodeus. They appreciated such a character. Of course, they wouldn't show mercy when it was time to act, but was this human brat too strong? The energy fluctuations left Asmodeus completely unable to fight back, even though they knew the human had taken advantage of Asmodeus's moment of distraction. Still, not everyone could turn such an opportunity into victory. The demon lords knew that while the human was adept at seizing opportunities, their combat power was on the same level. It was impossible to kill Asmodeus. The subsequent battle would inevitably turn into a prolonged war. Time passed, and a week later, Forks Town was still filled with rain and clouds, with occasional thunderclaps in the sky. In Chief Charlie's apartment, early in the morning, Bella, dressed in gray long-sleeved clothes due to the cold March rain, with a dark green short-sleeved hoodie over it, jeans, and carrying a backpack, came down to the living room. In the kitchen, her father, Chief Charlie, was setting a plate with typical Western breakfast items like fried eggs, sandwiches, and milk on the table. Charlie, seeing his silent and worried daughter, sighed. "Don't worry, Bella. I heard that Shaw was invited by the police station in Chino Town to help with a murder case due to his excellent drawing skills. I contacted Chief Morley in Chino Town and confirmed the news. He'll be back soon. You don't need to worry so much." A week ago, Baizio suddenly disappeared, and Charlie noticed Bella seemed worried. Baizio's camper remained in front of the house. After 2 days without seeing Baizio, Bella became more anxious, and Charlie felt something was wrong. He thought Baizio might have been taken by someone forcibly. As the town's chief, he immediately dispatched many people to search for Baizio. Even local gangs were searched, and finally, Baizio was seen on a street surveillance camera, hurriedly leaving town on his black Ducati motorcycle, followed by a black Chevrolet SUV. Charlie used his connections to find Baizio in Chino Town and contacted Chief Morley there. Chino Town had experienced a murder case with multiple deaths. They needed Baizio's drawing skills to sketch the murderer from witnesses' descriptions. Charlie found this reasonable. Drawing experts were rare in small towns like Forks and Chino. Such experts were typically found only in big cities. Applying for one from the city took time, so they invited Baizio right away. Charlie found this reasonable, but Bella saw it as a problem. She ate her breakfast absent-mindedly, her mind replaying the night a week ago. In her room, the tall figure had shattered the disgusting black aura and placed the necklace on her neck. Every word he said was etched in her memory, and she watched him ride off into the night. She knew he wasn't simply invited by the police but was tracking that demon, a true demon. A week had passed, and Baizio hadn't appeared. Did that mean he encountered an accident? Bella was very worried and wanted to find him but knew she was powerless, just an ordinary girl. She couldn't help Baizio and might even cause trouble if she found him. For the first time, Bella hated herself, wishing she were a mutant to help Baizio. Now she could only pray silently, hoping to see that figure who brought her safety again. After breakfast, Bella washed the dishes and told her father, "I'm going to school." Receiving Charlie's blessing, Bella drove her red Chevrolet pickup to school. It was a school day. The new term had started in March, but Bella had delayed attending because of her worry for Baizio. Today, persuaded by Charlie, she chose to go to school. Driving, she unconsciously held the necklace around her neck. The necklace given by the boy was magical, as he said, protecting her, glowing golden at night to soothe her worries and help her sleep. It felt like he was with her, watching over her. The necklace seemed to have a magical power, constantly improving her health. Remembering her time with Bai Zio, his every action and smile was unforgettable. She reached the school parking lot after a while. The school was large, though old yet beautiful, surrounded by trees and plants. In the morning, many students walked into the school, laughing and talking. Bella's old red Chevrolet pickup stood out, and she, in her brown hooded coat, got out, attracting attention from other students. Some girls glanced at her pickup, laughing mockingly. Bella didn't mind walking with her black backpack. A dark-skinned student beside a blonde girl glanced at Bella, impressed, saying, "Nice car." Looking at Bella, he added. Bella brushed her hair, saying thank you, and walked on. The blonde girl beside the dark-skinned boy smacked him, saying, "That's enough." The boy didn't explain, hands in pockets, watching Bella. He wasn't mocking her, he genuinely wanted to know her. Bella ignored the various looks she received. As she walked into the school, a black-haired Asian student approached her. Bella was very alert and immediately turned her head to look. This lively Asian boy greeted Bella with excitement. "Are you the new girl, Isabella Swan?" "Hey, I'm Eric, the school's go-to guy for anything." The lively Asian boy continued to walk and talk with Bella, gesturing animatedly. "Need anything, a guide, a lunch date, a shoulder to cry on." "Thank you, but I don't need any of that. I'm more used to being alone." If it had been the old Bella, she might have been uneasy when suddenly faced with a cheerful and outgoing boy in an unfamiliar environment, but now she wasn't in the mood. After saying that, she kept walking. "All right, if you need anything, feel free to find me, it's free." Despite being refused, the Asian boy remained enthusiastic. "Thank you, Eric. If I need anything, I'll definitely come to you." Bella accepted the goodwill and then immediately headed to her classroom. When she found her classroom, she faced many gazes, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. Rather, she seemed to have closed off her heart. Now her mind was occupied by only one person. She wouldn't care about anything else until she got news of that boy's safety. Of course, she still met two enthusiastic and proactive students in gym class while playing volleyball. One named Mike Newton, and a boy with a name combining the basketball god and the father of physics. There was also a somewhat round-faced white girl student, Jessica. At noon, Bella came to the cafeteria with a tray, found an empty seat, and sat down to enjoy her lunch. Naturally, her beauty attracted the attention of the students in the cafeteria. However, as soon as she started eating, the familiar faces Eric, Mike Newton, and Jessica came over and warmly chatted with Bella. Bella wasn't particularly enthusiastic but wasn't good at rejecting kindness. While they were chatting, a dark-skinned boy in a red jacket suddenly came over, bent down, and tried to kiss Bella on the cheek. Bella reacted very quickly, and the necklace on her neck automatically triggered its magic. Bella leaned back sharply, grabbed the boy's neck with one hand, and slammed him down onto the table with a bang, causing exclamations of surprise from the people around. "Wow! Hey, you don't need to do that. It was just a joke." The dark-skinned boy, feeling a bit annoyed, immediately broke free. Bella was also startled by her own reaction. Recognizing the dark-skinned boy as the one who had complimented her car that morning, Bella frowned and coldly said, "That joke wasn't funny at all." She touched her necklace, covering the faint golden glow. She knew the power that had surged just now came from the necklace. "Don't be like that, Tyler. Bella doesn't like such jokes." Mike, the white student, quickly patted Tyler's shoulder. Tyler shrugged, realizing the joke was too frivolous and had upset the new pretty girl. He immediately apologized. "I'm very sorry, Bella. It was my fault." Bella didn't hold a grudge since she wasn't harmed. However, she didn't treat Tyler well, and he noticed this, leaving awkwardly. "Tyler is just a bit too lively. Don't mind it, Bella." Seeing Bella's expressionless face, Mike weakly explained for his friend but was soon silenced by a slap from Jessica beside him. Bella remained silent while Eric exaggeratedly said, "That was so cool, Bella. You were like Wonder Woman just now. Oh my God. Indeed, very impressive." A girl with glasses and a camera sat down and looked at Bella with admiration, making Bella a bit uncomfortable. While they were talking, Bella seemed to sense something. She turned her head and saw a group of people walking towards the cafeteria through the window. They are the Cullen family, adopted children of Dr. Cullen and his wife. They moved from Alaska a few years ago, Jessica explained as she followed Bella's gaze. Angela added, they don't socialize much. Yes, because they are always together in that kind of together. The blonde one is Rosalie and the black-haired boy is Emmett. They're a couple. I'm not sure if that's even legal. It's okay, Jess. They're not related by blood. Yeah, but they live together, which is still strange. Jessica made a really puzzled face and continued, and the black-haired, petite girl is Alice. She's the weirdest. Her partner is Jasper, the blonde guy who always looks in pain. Dr. Cullen seems to act as both their adoptive father and matchmaker. Jessica wriggled her body as she concluded, maybe he'll adopt me too. Angela shyly mentioned Dr. Cullen as she expressed her opinion. Bella nodded while listening to the introductions and then lowered her head to continue eating her lunch. She just felt that as these people passed by her, the necklace on her neck emitted a slight warmth as if warning her. This made Bella feel that the Cullen family was not simple, and she became more cautious. While eating, another handsome boy walked in. Jessica immediately became a little shy and excited. Look, he's Edward Cullen. Needless to say, he's smoking hot, but apparently no one here is good enough for him. Bella glanced over. Indeed, he was very handsome, but she didn't feel anything. She lowered her head and continued eating. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria window, the Cullen family sat together. Alice, the so-called #1 weirdo, held Jasper's hand and whispered to the other family members, "Do you feel something strange?" "You felt something too." The blonde beauty Rosalie, sitting next to Emmett, looked at Bella, who was eating not far away. Everyone else did the same, including Edward. From where Bella sat, only her profile was visible, but for some reason he felt his heart skip a beat. He stared at Bella's profile and was surprised to find that his ability to read minds didn't seem to work on that girl. "She's the new student, Isabella Swan." Alice, also watching Bella, whispered, "She has a strange power that makes me feel a bit scared." "I felt it too. She's not an ordinary person." Rosalie nodded. Edward didn't speak, just stared at Bella. In the days that followed, the Cullen family became wary of Bella. Bella attended school and went home by herself, while the Cullen family kept an eye on her. Edward's attention was different from the others. He felt an inexplicable attraction to this girl whose mind he couldn't read. He wanted to approach her, talk to her, be with her. But he knew he was a vampire and couldn't bring her into his world. Moreover, he felt that the girl seemed uninterested in him, with some worry between her brows. Why was she worried? He wanted to rush over and ask her. In the classroom, Edward sat behind Bella, watching her back. Bella, on the other hand, was looking out the window, thinking about someone else. In hell, a grand war had lasted for half a month. This half-month war attracted the attention of various forces in hell. All kinds of demons and hell hunters knew that a powerful human had invaded hell and waged war against the demon lord Asmodeus. Such a large-scale event was rare in hell. Millions of kilometers around had been bombed into a desolate landscape, with huge craters everywhere. The sky was filled with golden light occupying half the world, while black-purple energy rivers occupied the other half, fighting against each other. Two different forces, two clearly defined worlds clashing, as if tearing space in half. Boom! At the center of the collision between the two mighty energies in the sky, Bizio wielded the sword of promised victory, clashing with Asmodeus's great sword. The sparks and brilliant black, purple, and golden starbursts from their swords illuminated the sky. The two figures, human and demon, seemed like a world-famous painting frozen in that moment. Bizio, as he had been half a month ago, wore a black coat and white T-shirt, unchanged. Asmodeus, on the other hand, looked a bit ragged, with two of his three heads, the goat and bull heads, severed, and his demon body covered in various wounds, bleeding black-purple blood. Damn it, why is this human so powerful, like a monster? Asmodeus struggled to hold on, his human head filled with a stern expression and anxious eyes. It had been half a month. This half-month, from initial rage to disbelief, the process had been torturous, known only to him. As a demon lord, he had fought countless battles and seen all kinds of life, but this black-haired human was different. Half a month ago, a moment of distraction had allowed the human to seize the opportunity and launch a frantic attack, suppressing his rhythm. Asmodeus had paid a price to regain control, but over this half-month, the tide of battle gradually shifted in the humans' favor. The humans seemed to enjoy the fight, using various magic Asmodeus had never seen before. Moreover, the human's stamina seemed endless, his internal energy inexhaustible. He had fought continuously for half a month without any sign of weakness. On the contrary, Asmodeus noticed the human's aura kept rising, adapting to this level of battle. Yes, the human was adapting to this level of battle. Initially, the human's fierce suppression was fierce but was pushed back by Asmodeus, who then realized the human was unfamiliar with this level of warfare, giving Asmodeus a brief upper hand. But as time passed, the human's adaptability astounded Asmodeus. It was incredibly fast, adapting to this high-intensity battle within half a day. Then the human made continuous progress, analyzing Asmodeus's every move in battle, completely dissecting him. The fight became one-sided. Asmodeus found himself merely resisting, unable to counterattack. His every thought seemed to be seen through by the human's terrifying golden eyes. There was no way to fight. Asmodeus realized the human's true intention was not only to kill him, but also to use the battle to stimulate his own growth. The human wasn't the lunatic Asmodeus had imagined, but a purposeful lunatic. Fear crept into Asmodeus's heart. He sensed the human indeed had the ability to kill him. He regretted marking that girl. Asmodeus's emotional changes were noticed by many demon lords, including the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Ancient One stood at the edge of Camertage Cliff, looking up at the sky, seeing the scene across dimensions, and smiled lightly. Cowardice is the beginning of death. So you've completed your mission, it's time for you to die. Ancient One's words seemed to transcend time and space, reaching Baizio's ears. Baizio leaned forward, coldly saying, "It's time to end this." Max mode activate. Boom. A mysterious symbol appears faintly on Baizio's forehead, and then an overwhelming amount of magic power was released, surging into Baizio's body. Visible torrents of golden energy erupted like a substantial wave. Dozens of times the oppressive energy accumulated. Impossible. Asmodeus had already been struggling against Baizio. Suddenly, Baizio said something inexplicable, and his power inexplicably increased dozens of times, completely overwhelming Asmodeus. The great sword shattered with the surge of power, scattering fragments everywhere, causing Asmodeus to stagger backward due to the immense force. His only head was full of disbelief. How could this be possible? In this level of war, after half a month, not only had the power not weakened, but it had suddenly increased dozens of times. What was this? Asmodeus had neither seen nor heard of anything like this. No matter how unbelievable, the fact was that Baizio in max mode had increased his power by dozens of times. The surging magic power infused his body, making his skin appear golden. The overwhelming compressed magic power continuously released from the dimensional world in his brow, and such vast power could no longer be suppressed. Moreover, he didn't intend to suppress it. He wanted to completely release this power through Asmodeus to obtain the most effective data. Boom. A golden ripple flashed, and Baizio's figure had already disappeared. His speed was so fast that not even Asmodeus, or the other demon lords who had been watching, could detect him. The world that had been occupied by a black-purple energy surge was now overpowered by a torrential golden energy that directly swallowed the other energy. Under the golden-rendered sky, Baizio tore through the air and appeared before Asmodeus, who couldn't react, and mercilessly severed Asmodeus' only remaining head with the sword of promised victory. Asmodeus' head still bore expressions of shock and fear. It shouldn't have been like this. Baizio was relentless, the sword of promised victory in his hand constantly swinging, the golden sword light dancing in the air like a graceful dancer performing a tango, like a lively elf. But beneath the beauty lay brutal death. In 1 second, Baizio had sliced Asmodeus' demonic body into over 1,000 pieces. Moreover, he aimed his left palm at these pieces. Buzz! A brilliant golden magic circle expanded from his palm to tens of meters wide. The roaring and magnificent golden magic power devoured and pulverized the pieces into dust. Asmodeus' only head floated, witnessing this, and tried to escape, but Zio wouldn't let him go. Buzz. Asmodeus was astonished to find that from all directions, in the sky, golden vortices formed a circle that completely enveloped him. Beyond this, a square magical barrier surrounded him, isolating space and making it impossible for Asmodeus to escape through spatial means. Weapons shining with star-like golden light emerged from the golden vortices, aiming at Asmodeus' only remaining head. Despair overtook Asmodeus. He was utterly hopeless. He knew he was doomed to die. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. Before it came, his mind recalled his wife Lilith. He regretted and resented that incident long ago and Lilith's coldness. But he understood Asmodeus knew this was hell. Even demons have feelings. It's just that Lilith's love Asmodeus had lost. Boom! Dazzling golden light filled the world. No one could see what was happening inside. The surging energy exploded, and the rolling, turbulent energy wave engulfed everything. Even the demon lords didn't dare to act rashly. Not only were they wary of other demon lords, but they were also cautious of Zio at this moment. In max mode, Zio was so strong that the demon lords felt apprehensive. Moreover, just having killed a demon lord, his momentum had risen to an unimaginable level, and he was at his peak, making him invincible. After a long time, when everything calmed down, Zio gazed at the unprecedentedly rich life essence in front of him, and he smiled happily. This journey to hell had brought him an incredibly rich harvest. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he glanced around. The once greedy eyes of the others had turned into fear, vigilance, and amazement. If he could, he wished he could wield the sword of promised victory and kill them all. But he couldn't do that. Zio's intrusion into hell to kill Asmodeus had already alarmed the demon lords. If he attacked another demon lord, these demon lords would unite to hunt him down, regardless of the reason. Demon hunters did exist, but none had ever been born who hunted demon lords. If they appeared, they would only die. Zio's mind was clear and calm, so he didn't explain much. Accompanied by the golden magic teleportation array expanding under his feet and the golden starlight ripples covering him, his figure disappeared from hell. Hell seemed to suddenly become quiet. But those small and large forces, demons, and undead in hell knew that the quietness was because the demon lords were secretly clashing, dividing the territory and resources left by Asmodeus. Meanwhile, in a certain kingdom within hell, in a delicate and beautiful ancient castle, on a bed, a seductive figure lay on her side, a garland of roses and poppies around her alabaster neck, her long black hair cascading, and her bare feet capable of attracting any man's gaze. Her beauty was stunning. One of her delicate white hands supported her head, her eyes shining with a peculiar light. "I didn't expect you to be killed by a human, my husband, Asmodeus. We once swore an oath, but you broke it. I cursed you to die, but I knew the curse couldn't kill you, but a human did. A human. May you never rest in peace, my love." She slowly stood up from the bed. Behind her was a withered, decayed man with a satisfied expression. Lilith, dressed in sheer gauze, walked barefoot to the window, gazing into the bloody distance. A human with holy power, a noble soul, a fervor for battle. Interesting. What kind of taste will you have? Forks High School. In the afternoon, accompanied by the ringing of the bell, students packed their books into their bags, preparing to leave school. Bella, dressed in a blue-gray long-sleeved top, walked towards her locker with her backpack on. At that moment, Bella seemed to sense something and turned around, only to see a boy named Edward hesitating. Seeing Bella's gaze, he seemed to muster up the courage to approach her. "Hey, I'm Edward Cullen." "Bella." Bella's fine brows barely furrowed, but she still responded. "Is there something you need?" "I just wanted to get to know you," Edward said honestly, curious about the girl in front of him, who exuded a mysterious aura that continually attracted him because he couldn't read her mind. "Well, now we know each other. Goodbye." Bella nodded politely, said a brief farewell, and turned to open her locker, taking out her jacket, ready to leave. Edward stood there a bit stunned, not expecting such a response from Bella. Bella walked a couple of steps, then seemed to think of something, stopped, turned back, and looked at Edward. She noticed that his eyes were an unusual golden brown, but she didn't dwell on that and instead softly said, "I like someone. I'm waiting for him so." Bella spoke decisively, hoping that he wouldn't bother her further as it would cause her trouble. "Is that so?" A hint of bitterness flashed across Edward's handsome, pale face, but he didn't persist. "I see, I'm sorry." After saying that, he passed by Bella with a hint of dejection and left the school. Outside in the school parking lot, amidst the bustling crowd and under the gloomy weather, the noisy atmosphere seemed even more chaotic, and the ground was somewhat slippery from the rain. Bella brushed past many students, walked to the opposite parking lot and found her red Chevrolet pickup. She looked at her car, and it seemed as if she could hear Baizio's words echoing in her ears. "She's a beauty." A smile involuntarily appeared on her beautiful and delicate face, but then it turned to melancholy. "How are you, Shaw? I'm really worried about you." Meanwhile, across the parking lot, the Cullen family was standing in front of their car, subtly observing Bella. "She looks quite troubled," Alice said softly. Rosalie gave a definitive response. "She's missing someone, another man who she can't forget. To leave such a deep impression on such an outstanding girl, one can't help but wonder just how remarkable that man is." Saying this, she glanced specifically at Edward, who was standing by the car, gazing at Bella. A touch of unwillingness flashed across her beautiful face. Edward didn't speak. His mind kept replaying Bella's every expression and movement, and thinking of her resolute words just now, he couldn't help but feel a bit lost. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he couldn't control these emotions. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and the other Cullens also seemed to sense something, their gazes turning in another direction. Not far from Bella's red pickup stood a stranger whom no one had ever seen before. "It's him." Alice's pupils slightly widened, fear involuntarily showing on her pretty face. As for Bella, she snapped out of her reverie, silently sighed, and just as she was about to open the car door, her hand suddenly stopped. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. She stiffened for a moment, then instinctively turned her head to look to the right. A figure she had been yearning for was standing there. Dressed in the same black jacket, white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers as the last time she saw him, with a tall build and handsome face just standing there, he attracted the attention of many students. "John Shaw." Bella couldn't believe her eyes and instinctively called out. The boy responded with a brilliant smile, and Bella's eyes couldn't help but get a little misty. Stubbornly holding back her tears, she didn't care as her backpack slipped off her shoulder and ran towards the boy. Amid the astonished gazes of all the students, she threw herself into his arms. Rushing too fast, Baizio leaned back to cushion her impact, wrapping his arms around her waist while her head buried deeply in his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. "I've been thinking about you all the time, Shaw. You're finally back. I have so many questions to ask you. These days have nearly driven me crazy. I'm so glad to see you again." The girl couldn't suppress her emotions anymore and bravely spoke her true feelings. Baizio held her tightly, and they hugged as if they wanted to merge into one. He hadn't expected that his absence would make her so brave. "I knew you were waiting for me, so I came back." Baizio whispered softly in her ear, his words full of emotion making Bella hold onto him even tighter. The two embraced in front of all the students, ignoring everything around them. Seeing such a scene, the students widened their eyes, and the momentary silence turned into an uproar. "Holy shit, who is that guy? Bella's brother. Damn it, why does he get a hug Bella? Could he be her boyfriend? Didn't Bella just transfer here from Phoenix, Arizona? When did she find a boyfriend? Or did they know each other back in Arizona? It's crazy. Why does such a beautiful girl have to be taken? Shouldn't she stay single forever?" "Shut up, Borg. You know a girl like Bella can't stay single forever. Look at this scene, how beautiful it is. Don't you think that guy is handsome too? He even seems more charming than Edward." The students, watching Bella and Baizio embracing, started gossiping, with most of the boys being unable to accept it. Since Bella transferred, everyone knew she was the most beautiful girl in the school. Everyone had some little thoughts, but before they could make a move, they saw this frustrating scene. The girls, on the other hand, were enchanted by this romantic scene. A handsome man and a beautiful woman embracing passionately. If they could share a dreamlike kiss, it would be perfect. Despite this, they still watched with a smile, completely absorbed in the moment. Some were happy while others were not. On the Cullen family's side, Alice's face was full of fear, and the other family members were trying to comfort her. Edward, on the other hand, stared blankly, as if struck by lightning. Just a moment ago, Bella said she liked someone, and now that person appeared at school, doing all this right in front of him. Edward's gaze was also noticed by Bizio, who merely glanced at him. The aura of these young vampires was as conspicuous as a flame in the night to him. He was surprised that these vampires were different from the ones he had killed near New York. They were very clean, in the literal sense. Vampires who had fed on human blood had distinctive traits. Their aura and smell carried a kind of stench that ordinary people couldn't detect. Many vampire hunters used these traits to track vampires. These few in front of him were very clean and could even appear in the daylight. Even though there was no sunlight, they didn't show any discomfort, obviously a special kind of vampire. But what was with that male vampire's gaze? His emotions seemed quite complicated, this guy. Bizio's expression became a bit odd. Was Bella that popular? She had only been at school for a few days and already had a young vampire interested in her. Let's go, Shaw. Charlie has been worried about you these days, too. Bella, snapping out of her joy and excitement, noticed the various gazes from all around. Her delicate face turned red, and she quickly pulled away from Bizio's embrace, taking his hand and walking towards the red Chevrolet truck. Picking up her backpack along the way, Bella got into the driver's seat, while Bizio sat in the passenger seat. Under Edward's longing gaze and the puzzled and cautious looks from Alice and the other Cullens, the red Chevrolet pickup drove Bella and Bizio away from the school. Bella and that man have many secrets we can't imagine. Edward, you should give up. Rosalie, seeing Edward's expression, said in a slightly annoyed tone. Edward didn't answer, silently watching the red pickup truck gradually disappear from his sight. On the road, Bella, driving with excitement, began to ask questions. You know, I have so many questions. The necklace you gave me, it's truly incredible. Shaw, who exactly are you? Batman, a Kryptonian, an angel, a mutant. As Bella spoke, she didn't forget to glance at the boy beside her who was watching her with a smile. Bizio knocked on the window sill. You should keep your eyes on the road, Bella. Don't you have anything you want to tell me? Having expressed her feelings, Bella wasn't holding back. Bizio had suddenly entered her world in an unimaginable way, displaying incredible abilities. She was eager to understand the man she liked, wanting to be a part of his life. She didn't want to be clueless or worry about him suddenly disappearing one day, leaving her alone to worry and cry. My world is very dangerous, Bella. Are you determined to truly understand everything? I don't care about danger. I just know I don't want there to be an insurmountable gap between us. Bella wasn't afraid of death. On the contrary, she feared a life without Bizio. As long as she could be with the one she loved, no matter how many dangers she faced, she wouldn't fear, retreat, or hesitate. Danger is not really an issue. Given Bizio's current level, there was basically no one on Earth who could threaten Bella. After killing Asmodeus and further elevating his existence, not even the Ancient One could threaten him. All right, I'll tell you everything. Looking into the boy's eyes, Bella's lips curled into a smile. Suppressing her happiness and joy, she drove seriously, bringing Bizio back home. Bizio's muscle car was still parked in front of the house, with the pickup parked next to it. Bella, carrying her backpack, holding Bizio's hand, unlocked the door. At this time, Charlie hadn't come home from work yet, so Bella took Bizio to the second floor to her room. A girl willing to bring a boy to her room meant that her heart had already been opened by him. Bella was no exception. This wasn't Bizio's first time in Bella's room. He had broken in once a week ago at night, which was an accident. This time, it was more formal. Bella's room wasn't large, but it was warmly decorated. Bizio took a brief look around. Bella, feeling a bit shy, put her backpack down and led Bizio to sit on the soft bed. Bella looked at Bizio seriously, with an expression of "you should explain everything," which was very cute. Seeing this, Bizio couldn't help but laugh. This laugh made Bella break down and laugh as well, but then she felt something was off and quickly slapped Bizio, asking him to be serious. All right, well, where should I start? Let me start with myself. After being warned by her gaze, Bai stopped laughing and began to speak. At his level, if he really wanted to find a lover, there would be nothing to hide. He could feel the girl's burning love, which was genuine. I come from China. When I was young, I moved to New York with my parents. But after a few years, due to an accident, my mother was killed in a shootout and my father died suddenly at work. For the next few years, I dropped out of school and started working. But my skin color made me face injustice and bullying. In despair, I finally exploded. I awakened my abilities. Hatred became my nourishment and I began my revenge. At this point, he looked at Bella and said softly, "I have killed many people, Bella, many people." Bella's beautiful eyes welled up with tears. She looked at him, approached, and hugged him, resting her head on his shoulder, and softly said, "I told you I don't care, Shaw, and I know you're not a bad person." A very classic line. Revenge made me lose myself. Have you heard of the rainy night butcher? Holding the girl's shoulder with one hand, Bai slightly altered the story and received the girl's affirmative response. The girl raised her head in surprise and looked at Bai. "You're the rainy night butcher." "Yeah." Later, through another accident, I discovered vampires and saw how they brutalized humans. I woke up from my hatred and embarked on the path of hunting vampires. I fought with the progenitor blood god of the vampires, saved several innocent students who were being used as sacrifices, and fought against the ancient old god that was summoned. I also met a group of sorcerers who quietly guard this world, learned magic from them, and discovered the truth of this world. I am destined to walk a blood-soaked path, Bella. Bai and Bella gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Bella did not waste words and directly leaned in. The two kissed, feeling each other's warmth, with intense love flowing in their hearts. After a while, the sound of the front door opening came from downstairs, accompanied by the voice of Bella's father, Charlie. "Bella, you're back." Hearing her father's voice, Bella, like a startled deer, hastily pulled away, her delicate face flushed with redness. "I'm back." Bella glanced at Bai with her bright eyes, stood up, and shyly patted Bai. Bai whispered, "We should go downstairs, Bella. If we delay any longer, Charlie won't let me go. I don't want to end up at the police station." "I won't let him do that, and I believe Charlie will support me." After speaking, Bella pulled Bai downstairs. On the first floor, Charlie, dressed in his police uniform, had just finished changing into clean shoes at the door. When he stood up straight, he saw Bella and Bai coming down from upstairs. The old father's eyes widened, staring blankly at Bai and his daughter, especially at the blush on his daughter's face. "Shaw." The old father looked at Bai in disbelief. "When did this guy come back? And it looks like he went to his daughter's room." "Hey, Charlie. So aren't you going to explain?" "Charlie." Bella angrily looked at her father. Charlie snorted like an angry bull, but seeing his daughter's angry face, he could only helplessly act like he didn't see it. He walked to the kitchen, took out 2 cans of beer from the fridge, and handed one to Bai. "Okay, looks like we need to talk, kid." Late at night in the RV outside the door, Charlie, now wearing a regular brown jacket and t-shirt, sat in a chair with a beer in hand. Some steak and other food were on the table in front of him. Bai, sitting opposite, clinked his beer can with Charlie's and then drank it down. "I investigated you, Shaw, ever since that incident." "Uh-huh. Your record is very clean, too clean, but there's something not normal about that. Also, the case in Chino Town was secretly archived. I asked my old friends and they were tight-lipped about it. What happened that night and who were those 2 guys who left with you? I don't care. But you have to know, my daughter is just an ordinary person and she's my only daughter. I can't let her get hurt in any sense." Charlie, now somewhat drunk, spoke with a fatherly concern for his daughter. "But I know I can't oppose you. During the days you were gone, I could see Bella looking lost and heartbroken. So you have to promise me, Shaw, you can't let her get hurt or heartbroken." Charlie gripped his beer can, staring at Bai. "I promise, Charlie." "Okay." Charlie nodded, not saying whether he believed it or not, just downing his beer in one gulp, stood up, patted Bai on the shoulder and left the RV, returning home. Bai, standing in front of the RV, looked at Charlie's retreating figure, then glanced up at the second floor, seeing Bella standing by the window. He gently waved. Bella smiled and then disappeared from the window. Bai watched as the room's light dimmed, turned around and looked in another direction where a Chevrolet SUV was parked not far down the street. The car door opened and Natasha and Barton got out, walking up to Baizio. "You really are elusive, Shaw." Natasha spoke first. But something surprising happened, if possible. However, before she could finish speaking, Baizio suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Barton, seeing this, immediately wanted to draw his gun, but a glance from Baizio made him feel as if the world was collapsing, unable to move in the endless abyss of darkness. Barton froze in place as Baizio, gripping Natasha's neck, said, "Although well disguised, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. A demon came to find me. Who are you?" Exposed by Baizio's words, the originally struggling Natasha immediately stopped moving, looking quietly at Baizio with an extraordinary possessiveness in her eyes, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Waves of seductive power emanated from her body. The enchanting voice echoed in Baizio's ears, seemingly trying to lead him into temptation. But Baizio's will and mental strength were so strong that he built countless layers of mental defenses in his own mind, protecting his soul so thoroughly that no temptation could shake his will. "You are truly beautiful with a unique beauty. I wish to share countless wonderful nights with you." Natasha's face was full of charm, especially her eyes that seemed to shimmer, enough to erode a man's will. "If you want that, tell me your name and location, and I'll come to you personally." "Haha, able to kill my husband, I wouldn't dare let you find me so easily, my dear." "Lilith." Baizio's eyes narrowed. Baizio's eyes gradually brightened. Looking at Natasha before him, he softly said, "Since you take me as your lover and want me to spend the night with you, then let me come to find you. I am also very curious to see how beautiful Lilith, who once captivated Asmodeus, truly is. Don't you want to possess me? I can't wait any longer." Baizio was already eager to rush to Lilith's location, draw his sword, and kill her. Another demon of Lord level had voluntarily come to him. Asmodeus had already enabled him to make a significant leap in his Sky Father life's level. He believed that Lilith's essence would certainly not be inferior to Asmodeus. Moreover, since they were husband and wife, lovers, naturally, they should die together. Baizio behaved like a normal man, but Lilith appeared very cautious. She did not rush but looked at the human boy with affection. His handsome face, upright figure, and vibrant body all fascinated her. She gazed at Baizio tenderly and said gently, "Believe me, my dear, I can't wait to appear before you and let you possess me, but now is not the time. There is a severe upheaval in hell. The issues left by Asmodeus have led to over 10 demon lords fighting for them. I must resolve this problem. Asmodeus has something I want. I need to retrieve it so I can become the complete Lilith. I cannot appear before you incomplete, my dear." After saying this, the Natasha and Barton before him emitted black and purple gases and completely disappeared. It turned out that both Natasha and Barton were creations of Lilith's deceptive magic, crafted to be extremely realistic, almost like real people. Lilith's capabilities were indeed impressive. If Baizio were not at the top level in perception, he might not have seen through it either. Having Lilith come to him suddenly, Baizio felt nothing but regret. A demon lord of that size choosing to voluntarily offer herself to him, perfecting the script for love. It was such a perfect scenario, unfortunately skewed from the start. Baizio also understood that Lilith, no matter how foolish, knew how fierce he was. Asmodeus, her former lover, provoked Baizio and was directly killed by him in hell. No matter how infatuated Lilith was, she would not run to Baizio recklessly. Moreover, Lilith, being a demon lord, could not be a simple infatuated girl. He believed she had an interest in him and intended to possess him. As for her calling him "my dear," he just listened but did not take it seriously. Lilith was entirely like a black widow, draining every man dry before cruelly killing them. Such a character in Baizio's eyes was just experience. In fact, unless it was Queen Morgana, Baizio had little affection for demons. The only good demon to him was a dead one like Asmodeus. Looking at the night, Baizio whistled, his face full of joy. Who would have thought, having just killed a demon lord and preparing to rest for a few days, a naive one would come to him voluntarily? What a beautiful day. Baizio looked forward to his next encounter with Lilith, ready to give her a big surprise. In a luxurious, grand, and splendid hall, the walls were not solid but like energy vortices, with endless starry skies and the brilliant universe seemingly within them. At the center of this structure, a round landmark rose with many layers of steps, at the top of which stood a man in golden armor, a black man wearing a helmet, his solemn face and sharp gaze partially visible. Beside him stood a beautifully crafted large sword. Boom! Suddenly, a vortex-like passage swirled beside him and several figures abruptly emerged. Leading them was a burly blond man in armor, a red cape, holding a hammer. Damn it, have the demons in hell gone mad? Why are they rushing into other realms like lunatics? A burly man in armor, wielding an axe, shouted loudly, his armor showing many damages, indicating a recent fierce battle. The others were also injured, except for a handsome black-haired man in a green robe and helmet who remained unscathed. Thor, have you found out the reason? The tall figure standing on the steps came down, his voice deep. We captured a demon and got some information from him. He said hell is in chaos. Recently, a demon lord was killed by an unknown god, leaving behind vast territories and treasures, causing disputes. The other demon lords joined the fight, and other forces tried to take advantage. This affected the demons of that kingdom, leading to many being slaughtered. To survive, some demons fled and intruded into other realms under Asgard's control. This caused massive casualties and chaos. The blond man with the hammer, Thor, explained and then continued to ask, Heimdall, what do you know about that war the demon mentioned? My eyes cannot see into the hell dimension. If we want information, we need other methods. Thor, you know our ways to get information. The guardian called Heimdall shook his head. It seems so. Hagun, this matter is up to you. Find the informants. I believe such a big event in hell would not escape their notice. Thor looked at his companion, the black-haired warrior Hagun, who silently nodded. Loki, Sif, you lead an army to Ulfheim. Do not let those fleeing demons disturb the elves. Volstagg, Fandral, and I will go to Vanaheim. After Baizio returned, he didn't hurry to leave Forks. After all, Bella's presence made him decide to stay for a while. However, the hug between Bella and Baizio at school drew widespread attention from the students. It also sparked a lot of heated discussions. Similarly, it caught the attention of the Cullen family. That day, Baizio arrived at school with Bella on a cool black Ducati motorcycle. After Bella sweetly kissed Baizio, she handed him the helmet and walked happily towards the school. Along the way, many students greeted Bella, and she responded to each of them in good spirits. Of course, there were also a few friends she met at school. Eric, the Korean student, and Mike Newton felt somewhat downcast, as they both initially had a crush on Bella. But after learning Bella had a boyfriend, they gave up completely, thinking it was good enough to be friends. Baizio watched Bella, who kept turning back to look at him. He waved with a smile, then got on his motorcycle and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he glanced back towards the school. This glance made Dr. Carlisle Cullen, who was secretly observing from the second-floor corridor window, stagger back a little. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across his mature, handsome, pale face. Having heard from Alice that a strange Asian boy had arrived at the school, whom Alice believed to be the figure in her vision, Carlisle Cullen found this unusual. By coincidence, he observed the boy and was surprised by how sensitive he was, even with just a casual glance. Although Carlisle was a vampire with senses far beyond human capability, he felt an immense fear from the boy. Even though the boy showed no malice, this in itself was telling. It meant that the boy possessed a power that could instill fear in him. The boy's life level far surpassed that of Carlisle, a vampire. This feeling, not even the local werewolves or elders of other vampire families could give him. It really is, as Alice said, indeed very dangerous. Muttering to himself, Carlisle instead showed a smile, knowing that today confirmed that the boy wouldn't pose a threat to the Cullen family. At least they didn't need to flee elsewhere. Carlisle loved this town. If possible, he preferred to stay here forever. So, our Mr. Butcher is now in Forks, dating a white girl. This is the useful information you gathered. In the Long Island headquarters office, Nick Fury looked at Natasha on the computer screen with a stern face. Natasha, dressed in a floral blouse and sunglasses, sat outside a coffee shop in downtown Forks, a laptop on the table and earphones in her ears. She appeared to be enjoying a leisurely vacation. "Yes, sir. I think there's no other useful information besides this. If you need, I can send you the background information on that girl named Bella." As Natasha spoke, Barton, also in a jacket and sunglasses, came out of the coffee shop with 2 cups of coffee, handed one to Natasha, received a thank you and sat down to enjoy his coffee. Today's weather in Forks was very bright and sunny, which greatly lifted Natasha and Barton's spirits. After all, this place was gloomy and rainy for more than half the time in a month. No one liked constant rain. Natasha preferred to show off her figure on the beach, basking in the sun. Seeing his 2 top agents slacking off made Fury even more displeased. "You know what I want to know?" "Sorry, sir. You know what we went through. He disappeared for a week, and we almost turned the whole world upside down without finding any trace of him. So the information involved here is beyond our reach." Natasha shrugged. She joined this so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division to escape pursuit and ensure her safety. She also hoped to ease her conscience by carrying out missions. She had stained her hands with countless people's blood in the Red Room, a sin she couldn't forget. Essentially, Natasha wanted to survive. Bizio was an extremely dangerous and uncontrollable person. Especially in the last encounter in Chino Town, she and Barton were hunted by a demon in the truest sense. After calling for help, Bizio completely disappeared, vanishing in front of a woman's portrait in the police station's storage room. Fury even used most of his resources and power to search for Bizio but found nothing. So where had this boy gone? This question was worth pondering. The bigger the secret, the more dangerous it usually is. Natasha could handle dangerous missions, those that were life-threatening, because it was her profession. But when it involved mysterious powers, she was at a complete loss. This wasn't just about death. If it touched on the soul, it was more than just death. For the first time, Natasha and Barton defied Fury's orders. They declared a vacation for themselves, embracing a rebellious attitude that left Fury speechless. Looking at the computer screen showing Natasha and Barton leisurely drinking coffee, Fury remained expressionless. Although he desperately wanted to know what happened to Bizio during those days, he understood it was impossible. Unless he personally got involved, but Fury didn't want to alter the plan prematurely. After a moment of silence, he said, "You can come back, mission terminated. You will have a new task soon. You have 2 days to rest. After that, you need to set off to track a new target." "Yes, sir." The laptop screen dimmed, and Natasha and Barton exchanged a knowing smile.